What's going on? Make it make sense. How you doing? I feel you on that. Shit, I only get on here when I'm off. Cause usually these lives they kind of run long. So I don't I never go live. I rarely go live when on the days that I go to work. Cause being on here for 5 hours or more and then going to work is just not my. It's not something I want to do. How everybody doing? Gonna see if we can have a decent conversation about how this so-called diaspora WAR seems to only be aimed at Black Americans, in particular FBA. You know, it's supposed to be a whole diaspora not getting along, but what I'm noticing is it seems that FBA Black Americans are always the target. Where like everybody pretty much is blaming Black Americans for literally everything.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
What's going on? What's going on?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I had to step away from my desk. I wanted to say this is a good topic because I was, how is the diaspora war? In fact, yes, it is because I'm trying to figure out why are we talking to other melanated people like they're on our level? That I'm just a little confused behind that because I look at it like this. When you say Asian, um, I've been all around the world, and I can honestly say I don't see Koreans and Japanese talking on this level the way we do with other immigrants, talking about just being Asian as a whole. They don't talk like that. And I'm trying to figure out how are we mixing them up with our blackness here on this soil. Just because they immigrated here, I'm just trying to figure out like they feel like their complexions give them the right to say and be in everything in all four corners of our lineage. I'm just a little off-putting behind that, and I get very disappointed when our people engage conversation with them like that on this level, and I don't understand it. I mean, if you can explain it to me, I don't understand the why are we trying to say we have to have some type of common ground? What is the common ground? It's just respect our culture. You come over here, it's not anything that happened on the soil has absolutely nothing to do with you guys. And saying we're part of the diaspora, I'm not part of no diaspora. I'm not from an exile land. I'm here in my homeland. All you guys are exiling yourself from your homeland, running to different places, and not taking care of your home or fixing it. So, you know, basic. Tell me if I'm just being a little on that on what I feel about that.
No, I mean that's definitely valid. I think for the most part, um, I think it's a shock to a lot of us that we are having the issues that we're having. I think Black Americans for the most part are like a lot of us was like shocked by it, because a lot of this started from like New York and places like that where they actually have they have history with these people. I don't have no history with them. So, you know, I'm literally, I've been learning this stuff over the last few years based off of the receipts that my people are showing. And I'm going to side with my people. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't speak from firsthand experience because of where I'm at, where I'm from. We didn't have no immigrants here. So I can't say that no African or no Caribbeans or none of that disrespected me or none of that because they wasn't around me. I never went to school with no Africans or Caribbeans. Never. I never went to school with no white person. You know what I'm saying? Um so yeah, I mean, I think for the most part we are shocked about what's been going on, and I think there's an entitlement, especially when it comes to Africans. To me, like I say this all the time, Africans, from my experience and from what I've been seeing, like they are very entitled to Black Americans in particular, and they feel like they have like this, I don't know. It's like a superiority complex where they think they supposed to like be able to have authority over us and what we do and all this stuff, which is why the African Union would even do the shit that they're doing. You know what I'm saying? When I go into these conversations, I don't ever see or hear Africans addressing the things that Black Americans are saying. Like they never address it. They just say shit like they just deflect and say shit like, well, it's not all of us or whatever, whatever. But I don't see or hear y'all speaking out about this stuff when it happens. Like the AU added us to a fictional sixth region. And it says it. It says that it's symbolic, which means that we would literally have no voice. But they're using our plight in order to try to get funds to rebuild Africa. These people literally say it on their website. Ain't no Africans or no Pan Africans or people who are with this flat blackness shit. None of them speaking about it. So that's why I literally don't have no respect for people who believe in flat blackness or Pan Africanism. I have no respect for them because it's anti-Black American. Because
Yeah.
you don't have enough ethnic pride in yourself and in your people to speak out about what's happening.
Yeah, and I think words hold power too, and I will say some of the words like we're using, uh, like I said, diaspora. What? Why are we using that? That I'm telling you right now, that's a foreign language to me. That is straight foreign. We're acting like foreigners in our own homeland too. Why are we doing that? And I and I
Yeah, and that's
and
why because I agree with you. That's why I put it in quotations because that's what it's called. Even though I don't believe that we are part of a diaspora because everything is centered around us.
yeah,
It's not really actually centered around Africa.
yeah.
Go
And
ahead, my bad.
and then we do have our turncoats in our lineage, those meritorious manumission people we have. And that, like I said, the biggest problem we have as a lineage period, a lot of us bit off of this individualistic tactic that it was me that did all this. And then if we see somebody else from another, it's like some of our people got this validation complex thing too. And so when they see somebody outside our culture and they's like, oh yeah, it's like they can train a new pet. And then when they teach the new dog all their tricks, and then they wondering why they biting them now. And instead of pulling their own people up, if that makes sense.
That's a great point, and I want to come back to that. Let me get Nisha in here.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, what's going on, Nisha?
Grand
Nothing.
Rising.
I can't be quick because I got a panel. But there was one thing that I heard. Where make it make sense. It said something. I know she said she had traveled all the way around the world, and I have not, so I can't speak in that regard. But when we're talking about, we don't hear other ethnic groups having conversations like this amongst each other. They do. They do. We see it here on TikTok. Just like we see that we're having these conversations, they have the same conversations. I see it with the people within the Hispanic Latino diaspora. They're all doing the same thing. So I don't like where we just act like that is just something that Black people are doing, or it's just us, because they're doing it as well. They're talking about people. We're literally seeing people in Europe talk about the white Americans talking about the European white Europeans talking about the white Americans. Like, everybody does it. They're having these conversations like that. So that was the only thing that was kind of why it came up, because I didn't want it to make it. It's just the thing that's happening over here on our side with us, because they're doing it as well. And then also, as far I didn't know about all of this stuff. I guess I've been ignorant to what's been happening on social media for years, because I don't have Twitter and I only had Clubhouse for a very little bit of time. So I didn't know like all of this stuff was happening with people, with Africans and other people from other areas of the world. Until last year, when they got mad about that Zulu parade. That's when I first started seeing that stuff. But prior to that, I didn't see anything. So I've been learning more and more that some people say that it started on Twitter with the Africans coming after Black Americans. There was one thing that make it make sense said that I did agree with when she said that people centered around us, like we're the ones that we're the center of everything here. I mean, we have a global impact. So everyone bites off of Black Americans. And so I did agree with you on that.
Well, can I say something to you, Miss Nisi? Is it
Yeah, go
Nisa?
ahead.
Nisa?
Nisha.
Well, Nisha, I'm sorry. I didn't want to butcher up your name. Um, it is on the internet. It truly is. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something that my folks used to say to me all the time. You can't tell somebody something if they ain't never been through nothing. And you said exactly, I never been around the world. And all around the world, I'm telling you, they don't. If they did, why would we have such a hard time over here with them? Because they don't do it amongst each other on over there. We're a beneficial factor for them. That's it. That's it. They realize now that none of them are written into the laws like we are. None of them. And so as long as we're talking to them, we're giving them an olive branch and an anchor to our lineage to attach themselves. That's how we got the Wokey switch done on us with the Civil Rights Bill. The Civil Rights Bill was distinct. If you go back and look at the Civil Rights Bill, it says the Indian Rights Bill. That is you, not them. It attached them minorities and other language in there. That's how they're getting all this stuff going on over here. And as long as they keep you docile and make you question who you are, they're going to always be able to come above you. If you think about it, Nisi, if you understand what the Africans are doing over there and why they got all these problems, it's their people. And we don't allow people like them come over because we like that they talk nice and they're willing and eager to learn and all this other bull crap. But we let those descendants come over here to treat us like they get treated in our own homeland. They're in our
Well,
politics, they're in judges and all that other stuff. We screwed up
could I
Are
chime in?
royally.
you okay if you
Could I
and
chime in?
I'm gonna ask this one question and then you respond and then I'm gonna drop down because I do have a
I
panel
want to ask you
quickly.
something though,
Uh,
Nisha. I want to ask you something, Nisha. You Caribbean, right?
no, I'm not Caribbean. I literally just said I was Black American.
No, I remember you told me
What
that.
does that
I never
mean? But
told
what
you
does
that.
that
I never
mean?
told you
What
that.
does that mean? What
My
does that
my
mean?
ancestry goes all the way back into chattel slavery and before that. Like, what are we talking about?
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I remember you told me that.
No, I
But
never told you that. I never told you that. So don't lie on me. I've never said that.
Nobody's lying on you. We just
I'm not
want
talking to you,
clarification.
make it make sense. I'm talking to this person underneath. Like, I never told him that. He's weird
you don't
as
have to
fuck.
necessarily tell me that.
But anyways, I've always been very stance about who I am and my lineage.
And
Anyways,
and if it is any Caribbeans in here, you're just a bigger tool for them too. You already suffering in your homeland, and you're gonna come over here and oppress Black people. If you think you can break our spirit, they're gonna use anybody. I'm not talking to you, Nisi. Anybody, because we are the center. We are the center. If they're going to use other melanated people to oppress us because they got this global image. They got to keep up the YT folks. And if they're going to use you and you're willing to do that, that that energy is going to last for so long. I'm telling you. I'm telling you that energy is going to last for so long. Why would you want to come over here and do that to a people when you're not even thriving like that in your home? When you oppress people that's been fighting and has proven themselves that we can get on a even playing field, and you come over here to do, push them back. That's the wildest thing. Why would you be so open and willing to do that? That means you have a dehumanizing mindset like the YT. You cannot complain about folks
Let
you
me ask
never.
Nisha this, if I could. You least
I
paying
don't
that,
want you speaking to me because
right? You paying
don't
that.
you're already lying and it's very weird.
I'm not lying though. I'm not
You
lying.
are lying. It's very weird. So don't even address me. You're a
Yeah, I
fucking
remember. Well,
weirdo.
anyway,
But make
this
it
lady's
make sense.
Caribbean for
I do want
sure.
to address something, and
She's
I'm not
Caribbean
saying
for
I
sure,
disagree
y'all.
with
She's
anything that
Caribbean
you're
for sure.
saying. So are you basically implying like or saying like you're okay if they just stay like to themselves and then we stay to
Yes.
ourselves? There's no
Yes.
alliance.
No, you're not us, ma'am. I remember you clearly.
Basic, can you please do something about him interrupting me? Like,
All right, Vovo, don't address her,
thank
All
Vovo.
right.
you.
Let her get
Well,
it
well, let
out
me say
because
this.
I
Let
know
me
she
just get
has to
my time
leave.
to speak if I could.
And Basic,
All right,
you frequent my
hold on,
panels. You
Nisha.
know I'm very staunch about and I always speak about my lineage too.
Yeah, let Nisha land, and
All
then
right,
we'll come
brother.
to you,
I'll come
Vovo.
back later. I appreciate your panel. I appreciate. I'll just come back later.
I wasn't trying to argue with
All
nobody.
right,
It's too
all
early
right,
in
Okay.
the
go ahead,
morning.
Nisha.
Yeah, that's weird. And he's weird. Um
Go ahead.
I just cannot take people serious on this fucking app. I'm sorry, y'all. No, so are you just basically saying, like, I know, like, when we're talking about us delineating and things like that, so you're just okay, so what if they're here and they're just within their own communities? Is it okay for them to just be in their communities and be them and within their communities and just leave us completely alone?
I know
Is
they
that
don't
where
have
we're
it.
at?
No, I look at it like this. God gave you, okay, God chose you to be in a place for a reason. He chose you to be on that soil for a reason. And if you're not sitting up there cultivating that land like you're supposed to, shame on you. You're not doing it for your next generation. I understand. I understand. Things happen, change, and everything else. But we stood here and fought. We stood here and fought on our land, on our own land.
But
How
make
many?
it make sense.
Mhm.
But make it make sense. Do you agree with what she's asking you though?
No,
Do you believe it?
I don't agree. I'm sorry if I went the long route around basic.
No,
No,
you're
I
fine.
don't
You're
agree.
fine.
I don't agree because how long we're going to allow? How long we have to be the center of it's just like a balloon. You can get a balloon and you keep filling it up with the same type of people with the same type of excuse. That balloon is finally going to burst. So how long that got to keep going on? Because everybody got a story, but our story is we stayed, we and endured. We went through all the challenges. They want the easy route. See, we went through the cause and effect of everything that had happened here. They went through the cause. They want to come over and get the lasting of our effects, the easy part. They don't have to go through all that stuff.
And you
So
know, and
is
that's
that?
oh, sorry.
But the thing of it is, if they had, I'm like this. What's that Chinese governor that communist I never get his name right.
United
He
States?
had no Chinese
Oh,
Chinese
Chinese.
Chinese.
Okay.
His name was Mao Zedong. I think that's how you say his name, if I'm pronouncing it right. But he said he was gonna, even though he did the most dumbest thing, he went with the one child rule. But he had trained his people to build up a military army, and then they were still sending people over here to America to learn things. What they learned here, they took back and built in their own homeland. These people ain't doing none of that. None of that.
And, you know, I spoke on that. Someone said my pedal's out of control. Let me hurry up and get out of here. I spoke on this earlier. Well, not earlier, but a couple days ago when we were talking about immigration and things like that. And I tell people all the time, when people act like that, we didn't, our elders and stuff didn't lay the foundation and fight for certain things, and then people come over and benefit. I told them, like, the guardrails have been removed, but the problem is when they come over, they're benefiting from the guardrails that we fight to, that our elders and ancestors have fought to remove. So they're automatically directly benefiting from that without any of the forms of oppression that's been put in place for us. So there, it's like you're just basically skating on into everything and being able to reap the benefits of everything that our elders have done and put in place or fought for. Because even though the guardrails, and they've been fighting to try to break those things down, and we're still underneath systemic oppression. We're still dealing with that on the other side, and we've been impacted by that, and there's the trauma with that. They haven't experienced, anybody that comes over here has not experienced any of that. They're able to come in and directly benefit from that.
True.
All right. I appreciate that, Miss Nisha.
Thanks,
Um,
Basic. I just wanted to come over. Let me throw you some gifts. Well, I need to get on my other page. Well, I have to get on my other page to recharge to send you some gifts. Because I just
yeah,
wanted
you
to come
good.
over and give your life some love.
I appreciate it. I'll see
You're
you on your
welcome.
live again soon, I'm sure.
Okay, bye.
All right. Hey, what's going on, Brian?
Man, what's going on, man? How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. Just getting started. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. Let's see. I should have read before I hopped in. I just saw.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, make it make sense. How you doing? I'm walking. I was about to speak to you too. What's going on, Mega and Quant? I don't know, Quant. How is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed? Oh man. Let me. I'm gonna come back, bro. Let me come. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna answer. I'm still here. Let the other two go before me, cause I gotta take this
All right,
dog
cool.
over here. Give me 1 second, okay? I'm still here.
I got you.
Hey,
All
Basic.
right, Quantum.
Hey, Basic, thank you for letting me up. But that's all I had to say. And I appreciate you letting me come up. Brian, you have a
All
good
right.
morning. And y'all have a
You
good,
too.
just drop me down. I'll be down in the comments.
All right, make
All
it
right,
make sense. You
appreciate
be
you
safe. Now
supporting.
I gotta chase my dog. She done
Thank you.
got away from me.
All right, Quantum, can you give us your ethnicity?
Okay. My ethnic background is like Caribbean, but
All right.
I'm born in America, so I'm
All right, got you.
yeah.
You can go ahead and address the prompt.
Okay. How's the diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at FBA? So I honestly believe FBA is stirring up a lot of the diaspora war. I do admit, yes, there are some anti-Black immigrants that I do acknowledge that. But FBA is, I guess, trying to delineate. That's the main people I see trying to delineate and trying to other Black immigrants and say that, like, we're not Black, we don't fight for y'all, and then that y'all want us to be deported, things like that. That's the main rhetoric that I hear from FBA. So I don't think that it's being directed at y'all. I think y'all are the ones actually directing it at other Black people.
All right, so Quantum, when did the so-called diaspora wars begin? Did it begin with FBA or was it going on before FBA?
I mean, honestly, I would say it's kind of mutual because a lot of Black American people, they didn't like the immigrants. They didn't. I mean, oh, sure, they accepted them in the beginning or whatever, but I don't know. I mean, I can't speak too much on the history. I just know, like, from my experience, I was always othered by Black American people, like, since
You were othered how?
that, like, them telling me that I'm not Black and just trying to find like something.
Where was this at? Where did you experience this at?
Just in, like, when I was like a kid, like school stuff like that.
I mean, where? Like what city? What state?
Oh, Florida.
In Florida.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I heard about FBA, and specifically I heard about FBA having issues with Haitians down in Florida, and I actually know the backstory to that. So I do know that a lot of Caribbeans speak about that in Florida, but I also noticed that y'all never actually give the backstory, because when immigrants, when Caribbeans, Haitians in particular, went to Florida, there was actually no issues when they got to Florida. It's not like they were attacked when they got there. There was an issue where a Black American was unalived by a Hispanic police officer, and Black Americans were chose to protest about that. And Haitians in particular, this is the story. Haitians in particular um, were going against Black Americans about over that. Haitians basically sided with the Hispanics, the Hispanic cop who unalived a Black American child, and that is what began the beef with Black Americans and Haitians in particular. So, and I never heard no other Caribbean. So it's not no Caribbeans were mistreated in Florida. It was Haitians in particular who got into a mix up with Black Americans over that situation, and that whole thing is actually documented.
Who are you
But I
talking
noticed
about? Who was unalived? Who are you talking about?
a Black American child was unalived by a Hispanic cop in Florida.
Do you remember, like, I'm trying to look it up. It
Yeah.
sounds honest, like almost like you're talking about Trayvon Martin, but yeah.
No, this was way before Trayvon. This happened in like the 90s, the 80s or the 90s or something. No,
It happened
it
in
wasn't
80,
Trayvon.
89,
Yeah,
89 and
yeah,
91. 89 and 91. It was two incidents like
yeah,
that.
Okay.
exactly. So yeah, I actually posted about it. I don't remember like all the details, but I do have the receipts saved. So yeah, this was way before Trayvon Martin.
Basically,
Okay.
how old is she?
32.
I, okay, go ahead, T Tom.
No, I just want to ask her age.
Yeah. So there's no situation, no documented situation or any type of situation that can be proven that Black Americans began this so-called diaspora war. What I can do though is I can pull the receipts and show that Caribbean people back in the 50s had anti-Black American sentiments before they even got here. They looked down on the American Negroes, and this is coming from the mouth of Caribbean people themselves. I can prove that for Africans as well. So the difference is y'all say a lot of stuff, and the only reason y'all say that, in my opinion, is because y'all do not like taking accountability. Y'all don't want to admit that y'all started this, and that includes Caribbeans. Even though I have a bigger issue with Africans, Caribbeans, y'all in the same boat because, to be honest with you, initially this was mainly us going against Africans because when the whole delineation topic began, the Africans decided to jump in and censor themselves, which had nothing to do with them. And then I noticed a whole lot of Caribbeans just couldn't help themselves, so they had to express their anti-Black American sentiments and jump in it as well. So I think Caribbeans really, to be honest with you, this ain't y'all fight. Yeah, y'all really butting in a situation that y'all didn't have to be in the midst of. But I've heard so much anti-Black American sentiments and just crazy stuff from Jamaicans in particular and Haitians. I don't know what it is with Jamaicans and Haitians, but they got like this real hatred for Black America. Well, I ain't gonna say all of them, but that's what I've heard. Like I've literally heard a Jamaican woman get on here and scream to the top of her lungs about how she want us back in chains, all types of stuff. So and a lot of this stuff was before FBA. So I don't understand how y'all sit here and try to act like FBA started this. It's like y'all just saying stuff and you can't prove nothing that you be saying.
I think it's more because you guys now, like, everybody had like their mutual disagreements because, FBA, like, Black American people, they would make fun of African people, Haitian people, all Caribbean, like anybody from the diaspora, like they would make fun of them for certain things, say that we're like the way we dress and, all types of things.
When your people came over here, they were already talking down on my people. What are you
That's
talking
what I'm
about?
saying. I'm not saying it's just y'all. I'm saying it was more mutual.
Yes, you are, because you're placing the brunt of the responsibility and the blame on Black Americans. You literally just said that. You said that FBA is stirring it, which means that we are the ones who are keeping this going. You are placing the blame on
Well,
us.
right
When
now,
when Africans and Caribbeans actually started it, you can't blame us for responding to your bullshit.
okay, but right now, I understand that. But right now, what y'all, I'm not saying you specifically, but a lot of FBA is doing is
Yeah,
saying,
responding.
right, that they're
Responding to
saying,
decades of hate
Mhm.
and disrespect that y'all still you don't want me to pull no receipts, man,
But to
because
the
I can pull receipts right now because you just made a statement and said that, oh, we're saying that y'all are not Black. So why can I pull up multiple videos 5 minutes long each of Caribbean people saying that they're not Black? And that goes from Jamaica to Haitian, all these different Caribbean people on camera saying, no, I am Caribbean, or I'm Jamaican, or I'm this, I'm not Black, I'm not Black.
okay, if
So
they're
it's
saying
funny to
that,
me how y'all have people who do not call yourselves Black, and you have not historically referred to yourselves as Black until about 3 or 4 years ago, and you're mad because Black Americans are saying that you're not
but
Black.
maybe it's because Black American people told them they're not Black. That's what I
That's
was
not
told
true.
my whole life.
That is not true. See, again, you don't like taking any responsibility. All of a sudden, every time we bring up anything, some type of way y'all were manipulated into doing what you're doing.
Okay,
Are y'all children or are y'all
do you
adults?
acknowledge that Black American people do that though? They tell Caribbean
No,
people,
I'm not going to acknowledge it because
Africans.
Black Americans started the Black Power and the Pan African movements, which all of us were Black under. So how are you
When?
going to say that we started this?
No, I'm saying, do you acknowledge that they tell us that we're not black?
No, I don't acknowledge it because again, we are the ones who started the whole flat blackness movement. We started that. So your people othered themselves. It was not us othering nobody. Everybody was black when it came to the black community in America, and that was because of black Americans. So I'm not acknowledging nothing. You want us to take responsibility for your people othering themselves first.
I don't know.
But Quantum, I appreciate the conversation, but I have to get to more panelists because me and you've been going back and forth for a minute. So if you want to stay up and we can continue the conversation, but I got to get to the other panelists.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Brian, did you want to speak or you want to let somebody else
Yeah,
go
you can
again?
let somebody else go. You can let somebody else go.
All right,
I'm here.
Mega, go ahead and tell us your not your ancestry, but your ethnic group, and you can go ahead and address the topic.
I'm ethnic Black American,
Ancestry.com.
foundational Black American.
All right, you can go ahead.
It says, how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? It's not a diaspora war. I think that we've just come to the conclusion, come to the realization that for so long, like you said, we've been fighting for Pan-Africanism, and it hasn't panned out in our favor whatsoever. And I think Quantum touched on how we are choosing to other ourselves when, like you said, they initially othered themselves. I'm from New York, so I grew up in the heart of multiple cultures. And one thing that I can say for sure is that the Jamaicans, the Haitians, the Nigerians, all of them, they all othered themselves from Black Americans. And at one point here in America, they all said, I do not identify with the term Black. I am this or I am that. And it's the problem that I constantly have when I'm talking to immigrants or first generations is that it is a very disingenuous conversation, and it is a form of gaslighting. They constantly say that no, it's not something that we started, it is something that you started, and you guys said that we are not Black American, when that's simply not the case. There's an act from 1965, the Hart-Celler Act. It's an act that was passed during the civil rights the peak of the civil rights movement, and it was passed because of us, because we were fighting for equality. And in the act, basically prior to that act, it was a very small amount of Black immigrants that were allowed to come to this country. And when they did land on Ellis Island, like in the early 1900s, they were immediately put into some type of forced labor, or they were jailed. And after that act, because of all the fighting that we did during the civil rights movement, they started allowing the Black diaspora to come to America. So it is quite literally off the backs of us that they are even over here in droves the way that they are. So when they say these lies and they say stuff.
Hey, Mega, I think I don't mean to cut you off, but I think the name of the act you're talking about, I think it's called like the Natural Origins Act or something like that.
No, it's the Hart-Celler Act.
The Hart-Celler Act. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So when they make statements like this, it's like we've always been Pan-African. We've always been unfortunately. There are music videos that I see of Queen Latifah, music videos of her repping South Africa during the apartheid. Like, we've always been Pan-African. So it's so disingenuous when I hear them come up here and say the total complete opposite. That's why I think we go back and forth so much, is because they constantly lie. They just lie. You know, there's no truth in what they say when they come up here.
All right, appreciate you, Mega. We got FBAJ. What's going on?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Grand Rising to the room. How is it a diaspora war if attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? The diaspora wars begin with LPA, or was there already issues before LPA or African youth and LPA scapegoats? Everyone just focus on their own ethnic group instead of trying to force racial. All right, let me start with the main prompt question. Um, it's not. It's just us simply responding. This ain't a WAR because let's be real, they ain't even got their money right for WAR. So how they gonna go to WAR when they ain't got no money? You need money. Um, also, they always told us that they wasn't black. They always separated themselves. And they even tell us on these lives from panel to panel, y'all are elite, y'all are elite, y'all are the last one to delineate. We already separated. We already built our own communities inside of your community. They tell us these things. Like they very braggadocious about that. So I don't see no point in unifying with these folks, like at all. These people just want to destiny swap with us. They come over here, they gaslight, they manipulate, they lie, they beg. They do a whole lot of just low vibrational activity, and I don't rock with it. And we ain't never been unified with them people. We just always been their support system. We always been their safety net, financially, politically. Dude, however you want to look at it, that's how what we always been for them people was a freaking safety net, and we tired of saving them. So we've been a safety net for the whole entire world, and we just tired of saving the world. We just focusing on saving ourselves. Shoot, y'all do realize Superman took days off, right? Like Superman said, "If this is, it's more other heroes around here that can save y'all." And Superman, or and being us, Black Americans, we tired. We tired of saving y'all. Really, we realized that y'all was the kryptonite that was making us sick, that was weakening us. So we getting rid of y'all. We telling y'all it's time for us to separate. It's time for everybody to go back home. Basically, we saying y'all need to take y'all little belongings that y'all came over with. You know how when you invite your friends over and your mama tell you it's time to tell your friends to go home. That's basically what we doing right now. We basically letting y'all know that our mama said it's time for y'all to go home. Did the diaspora war begin with FBAs, or was there already issues before FBA? There was already issues before FBA. Like, let's be real. FBA is not the root cause of this, as they try to make it seem like, oh, it's FBA. They're so xenophobic. They just don't like us. These niggas don't think that we are the same, but we are the same niggas. We are the brother niggas. No, we not, bro. Like, we are not the same people, and we don't HATE y'all. We just tired of y'all. That's really what it is. We sick and tired, and we tired of being sick and tired. So it's just time for y'all to go home, man. Period. Point blank. I'm gonna keep saying that. And every time I get done answering the question, I'ma always end it with y'all need to go back home. Are Africans using FBA as a scapegoat? Yes. Yes. Ghana just did it with our reparations. They literally just tried to use our freaking plight and story as they reason for why they should get reparations. But little do they don't know their own history. And that's really what pisses me off about Ghana. Because even though Ghana was complicit in the transatlantic slave trade, they still have a plight with Great Britain and Portugal. And that's who they need to go get their reparations from. But that's for the here nor there. These people just need to go back home. Should everyone just focus on their own ethnic group, or instead of trying to force racial identity? I already answered that. No more forcing racial identity. No more flat blackness. Y'all go back home and fix up y'all homeland. Turn that dirt into some rich soil, and then we can talk. And I land there.
All right, what's going on, Tea Time? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Hey to the panelists, everybody on the panel.
What up, T-Time? How you
Hey
doing?
there, Quantum. I need you to come off the teacup, the coffee cup. Can you? Thank you. Can I have a conversation with her real quick, basic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Quantum. You said you checked black on your application. What makes you black here in America?
So, according to the U.S. Census, they say Black is anyone with African heritage, and that can be anyone, from the Caribbean, Africa, United States.
No,
Yeah,
ma'am. No, ma'am. So your ancestors come from Africa?
yeah.
Okay, so
Where
why
yours
you didn't
come
check?
from?
No, you can't tell me where mine's come from,
No, I
ma'am.
asked you. I didn't tell you.
No, ma'am. You should check other. You cannot move to a country and become those people. You're not Black American. You're other Jamaican, ma'am. So therefore, when you fill out applications, when you fill out financial aid, when you fill out grants and everything like that, you put in Black. So you're assimilating to our culture, ma'am. You're not us. You're Jamaican.
But there's a difference between ethnicity and
But
race.
you're still Jamaican. I don't care
Yeah,
what it is,
Jamaican is my
whatever.
ethnicity.
But no, whatever it is, you're Jamaican. I cannot come to Jamaica and be a Jamaican. I can't do that.
But you're still
My
black, and they are too.
Listen, ma'am. Your ancestors not buried here. Your ancestors are buried over there in Jamaica. So you are a Jamaican, ma'am. You cannot come over here and check our boxes. That's what I don't understand. Like it's like y'all not getting it.
So
You're
y'all
not
have to
black.
change
Hold
the
on,
U.S.
ma'am.
Census.
Hold on, ma'am. That's why we say y'all don't have any morals because you know damn well you not us. It's like y'all finding loopholes to get our benefits and what we worked hard for. That's a disgrace. Like why your people came over here to America anyway?
Because America has the largest economy, so it's easier to make money.
Right, under the term black, correct?
No, I mean, here's the thing. We're all looked at the
No,
same. They
we're
don't give a
not. So
damn
stop
where my
saying
parents
that.
are from. That's a
Listen, ma'am.
fact.
That's a false. My father's a Chicago police officer. Was a Chicago police officer, and he know that what black and what the Caribbeans and what African was. He knew. He know that. I'm in the military. They know that. I was in intel. We know the
Yeah,
difference, man.
black
Hold
people
on,
know.
ma'am. Wait a minute. Y'all falling under the flat blackness. We're not the same, ma'am. You're Jamaican. Cause when y'all win y'all awards, y'all don't say, "Oh, I'm a Black American." Y'all say, "I'm a Jamaican. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Togolese. I'm a Ghanaian. I'm a Puerto Rican." That's what y'all do. So what you need to learn, ma'am, is other for you. I don't care. You can pull all that up. You're not us, ma'am.
But y'all got to change the census. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's according to the U.S., we are black. And I don't understand the need to delineate, the need to separate. Like, what is this all about? Because we can still be Jamaican. You could be Black American.
How don't you understand the need for delineation when you are delineated from Haitians in the Caribbean? That's
Yeah,
a
that's
form
what
of
I'm saying.
delineation.
That
You're
is
separating
ethnicity,
yourselves from other black people, melanated people in the Caribbeans.
and
So
that's
why
okay.
all of a sudden you don't understand?
No, I'm saying that's okay. Separating based off of our distinct cultures. Yeah, that makes sense. But we're all the one race. We're still all
We don't.
black.
We
Y'all
are
want to
telling
separate
you
us.
we are no longer going by race. We are no longer prioritizing race. You do not prioritize race. You literally just said it. Haitians and Jamaicans are distinct from each other. Black means absolutely nothing in the Caribbean, ma'am. It don't mean nothing.
That's not true. That's just
What does it mean? What
it's
does
a
black get you
race.
in the Caribbean?
You don't think
Like
race
if you
is
go,
global?
Okay, Quantum, pull up since you pull up our stuff.
I think tea time, your mic going in and out.
No, people keep calling me. Every time I come on live, people call me. They don't call me no other time until I come on live. But what I want her to do is pull up the census in her country, Jamaica, and let's see what it say for black.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, can we get basic up? Basic just at 8.9K likes, man. Can we get my brother up to at least 20K likes, man? And make sure we get his gift goal going on, man. It's 141 people up in here. And my brother deserved more likes than this now. God damn, 8? And y'all having a great dialogue. We got T-Time, FBAJ, Jamaican Quantum, Fly Guy, Rambo, Solon, Ishmael, and I don't know if I said T-Time, say her name again. We got them up here, man. Let's get these likes up, man. Let's make his gift goal too, y'all. Let's make his gift goal, man. 10.7, we almost at 20K. 146 people up in here, man. Let's get it.
Don't forget to do your daily heart me as well.
Man, I
And,
appreciate y'all.
and basically what they doing is they erasing themselves. As they trying to erase us, they erasing themselves as well. You know what I'm saying? Like
But
you
you know
doing the
what, Tea
double
Time?
whammy.
But you know what, Tea Time? I'm gonna say this, and I don't mean no disrespect to them, but I think it's worth it to them to erase themselves and become us. I honestly believe that
Facts.
they
I
they
agree
believe
with you,
that it's
Basic.
worth it.
I agree. I agree.
They do. They believe
I
it's
would
worth
too.
it because
I
they
do the same thing too
believe.
if I'm from Jamaica. I'm a nigga.
Shit, I would too if I was a Nigerian. I am not Igbo. I am not. I am a nigga. I'm
Yeah,
nigga.
I'm telling you, boy.
bro, we are literally fighting people that are trying. They are literally trying to justify a destiny swap right in our face. You know what I'm saying? Like they sitting here trying to force race when race is not relevant nowhere except America. And then on the flip side, you know, the people who are pushing white supremacy are y'all because y'all push race when race was invented by white people. So y'all are the ones who are pushing white supremacy. We going against that. We literally up here going against race, and you trying to make us um operate in race, and we saying no, we gonna operate based on ethnicity. You can get more done with ethnicity because the white system can tell you every time that no, race is unconstitutional, so we reject your motion every single time. And I think y'all know that, but y'all use that to your advantage.
No, they definitely know that, basic. See, this the thing about these folks. They don't want to be themselves. The reason why they push white supremacy and race so hard is because they don't want to be Jamaican. They don't want to be Nigerian. They don't want to be nothing that these white people named them, but they refuse to get up from up underneath white people. It's an oxymoron if I ain't never if I ever seen one. Like if I ain't never seen an oxymoron before, that's definitely an oxymoron.
Quantum, you couldn't find it, right?
Yeah, I can't find a
Right, because it
census
doesn't
like this.
exist, ma'am. That's the reason why I asked you that. I'm 50 years old, ma'am. I know what I'm talking about. It
Okay.
doesn't exist.
All right, I'll concede to that, but I just know in America, Jamaica, like I know a lot of Jamaican people, and
So y'all
Y'all,
see what I'm saying? She just bogart and crowbar their way into our lineage. You're not us because you're not that in your homeland, ma'am.
y'all notice that every time they come up here, they always got a baby crying in the background. Or am I just tripping?
Appreciate you, Neo. Well, look, let's go ahead and get Fly Guy in here. Don't go on teacup. Fly Guy just called you. What you doing, man?
Nah, my bad, my bad. I was pumping gas.
All right, you need a minute or you ready to speak?
No, I'm good. I'm ready.
All right, go ahead, give us your ethnicity and go ahead and address the prompt.
Oh, I'm Black American. And with this here, I say they always start with us. You know what I'm saying? And I really came up here to address Quantum because she say in Florida. I'm from Florida. I've been here all my life. You know what I'm saying? And when they came over here, boy, they still do it to this day. Them and the Haitians, they got a disdain for Black Americans like a motherfucker, bro. They always putting us in some BS. Or they go to talking they mess and switch up from English to their native language. I can catch the Jamaican stuff, but that Creole I can't. But you know what I'm saying? I be on that like, bro. We I've been on this like I felt ever since they came over here. I felt like we should have been delineated from all of them because they had already delineated themselves from us. You know what I'm saying? And all that disrespect that they do towards us, I've been sick and tired of it. I was just waiting for this day to come.
okay, and you really don't see it on the other side. You don't see Black American
No,
people.
y'all come at us.
Oh,
We the reason
okay,
y'all can't. We the
that's
reason y'all can come
disingenuous.
over here. Let's not forget that we the reason y'all can come over here. We fought in blood and dead and unalive and got unalive.
Yeah,
Y'all ain't do nothing.
I feel like we acknowledge that
Okay,
though.
ma'am, if you don't like the way we do it over here in our homeland,
Go
Go
home.
home.
Well,
And
here's the thing: most
right,
Black
right. Hold
American
on.
people
We
aren't
could do
like that.
whatever we want to because this is the
Yes.
grounds our ancestors paid for us. We could do whatever, whatever. Go home if you don't like it and fix your own country up.
Yeah.
Most
And get
most
them
Black
Chinese
American
up
people
out of there. Get
aren't
them
like this.
Chinese out of your country.
You
And,
can't
and
speak for most Black Americans. You don't know how they feel.
I don't know. I interact with them on a daily basis, and they don't have this mindset.
I mean,
This is
you got a coon buffer group in every class.
Right.
So the ones you probably rocking with
They
is on
not
that side.
right.
you said
You
a
So
got
And
coon.
Black
we
hey,
exile them
hold on one
motherfuckers.
second, y'all. Hold on one second. So quantum, this is what I want you to look up in your spare time. And this is by one of your own people. He's from Trinidad, and he wrote this back in the 50s. His name is Lennox Raphael. It's called the West Indian Syndrome. This your own people
I'm putting
writing
it up
about
right now.
the anti-Black American mindset that your people had a long time ago. So I'm not sharing in the blame like y'all want us to. Y'all don't want to take full accountability for the mindset that you came over here with. Your people had this mindset before y'all ever interacted with us. So you're not about to try to make it seem like y'all came over here with this mindset and you wasn't moving like you didn't like us,
Okay.
because that ain't true. Your people came over here with an anti-Black American mindset, and your people wrote about it. This isn't new. This isn't new. So when y'all came around us, you think we couldn't tell? The first time I was ever physically around some Africans, you think I couldn't tell? Like, they didn't even speak. They looked at me like I didn't belong where the fuck I was at or something.
Mhm.
And they was in a Black American city in some apartment complexes, and they was all cooped up in one little corner. They all had got apartments together or whatever. They was all over there together. And when I walked by, the motherfuckers looked at me like is this nigga lost? So y'all, I mean, I guess y'all think we slow or
But
something.
here's the thing: like, we call out that anti-blackness. A
No,
lot
you
of us
don't.
do. Like,
No, you
I
don't.
do. I personally do. I know. I mean, hold on a second. I'm reading. I'm reading what she said. I
All right,
can't
well,
find. Okay, what is the name of the actual essay or article or whatever it is that this man wrote? Because I
the West Indian what is it? The West Indian syndrome.
syndrome, and I looked that up, and it says something about to be or not to be an American Negro. Is that what it
Negro,
was?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So yeah, you can read that in your spare time. But Fly Guy, did you land? All right, we'll just come back to him. Rambo, can you give us your ethnicity? Are you there, Rambo? All right, we'll come back to you. Solani, how you doing?
Hey, basic.
What's going
Okay.
on?
So y'all know I'm FBA. So how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? Um, Yeah, it's not a WAR. I just feel like we was never part of the diaspora. When they come over here, they side with white supremacy. They also they don't have our back for anything. Like, we have literally fought for every group to be over here. And once they get over here, they don't fight for us. They don't speak up for us. They don't benefit us in no way. So it's just like, now I see why everybody is delineating. And to be honest, we should have been doing this. So that's all I have to say about that.
I appreciate that, and I agree. We definitely should have been delineated, which is why I asked my New York brothers and sisters why they didn't ring the alarm way earlier than they did. Um, who we got next? Ishmael.
What it is, what it ain't, fam. What's up,
What's going
Brian?
on?
What's up, Ishmael? What's up, T-Time? Sulani? What's good? What it is, what it ain't?
What's that, bro?
Yeah,
Jada.
what's up? So, yeah, growing up in Miami, because just like Fly Guy, I'm from Florida, you feel me? And I grew up with all these different cultures. So, you never know what a tax is really coming from. That's the messed up part. Like it's crazy. It's WAR fair. Like they really started it in the first place. Like gaslighting. They was doing gaslighting before gaslighting was a thing. Like it's crazy work, man. Fake unity. Like I always thought those individuals like was my dogs. You feel me? Like, and they are, but in a different light now. Like they just, they who I rock with, but I can't fully, trust that they not conspiring against me. Like it's sad. It's unfortunate. We was the original people that believed in Pan-Africanism. We believed all these individuals, La France and Baba Dada Tunde and all these other individuals was us. Like we had all these tours talking about Africa, raising money for Africa, all these telethons and stuff. Celine Dion, all type of people, or whoever did the song, like we did all that and got nothing in return. Absolutely nothing. Just people conspiring against us while we just trying to find our way in life. Cause we different spiritually. Like you feel me? It's just a different energy over here. Like the more I conspire against someone else, the less time I got to build myself up. So they dug this. They created this trap for themselves. They set their own trap. It's over with. They done got used up. Now it's time for them to go. And now they trying to put the blame on us. Negative. And I'm gonna land up.
All right, man. I appreciate you. So let me address something real quick. We got sister D Sahara. So I'm assuming Miss D Sahara is from New York. So this is not no disrespect to New York. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all be sensitive when somebody mentions New York, but this is not no disrespect to New York. What I'm saying is when I be in these conversations and I hear the older New Yorkers give their experience about how these foreign cab drivers wouldn't even pick them up. They used to say slick shit back in the day. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying if these things were going on, which we wouldn't have no knowledge of, why didn't they ring the alarm if they was being disrespected? That's all I'm saying. Um, and you said that, to be honest, if all of us had voted differently, they wouldn't be here. That's facts, but that still is a deflection from the point. We were going based off of race. That's what we was indoctrinated with. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have the experiences that the New Yorkers were having because they were basically elbow to elbow with these people. So we're saying that you can't really blame us if we didn't know that they were up there disrespecting our people. That's all I'm saying. Um, what's going on, Miss Ish?
Trent Basic, how are you? Peace to everybody in the room,
Pretty
Brother
good.
Brian. Tea time.
Hey, what's going on?
Always
Hey,
wonderful to see the family. Um, this is a great topic. I'm actually really glad that you are doing this topic. Yeah, I mean, you guys know where I stand. It's, for me, this started with the whole Nicki Minaj, Michael B. Jordan Juve thing. I know that it started well before that, but that's where it started for me personally. The hypocrisy of her telling him that he can't use Juve while she's been all up in hip hop culture is absolutely insane. Um, the other thing is, I think that people who do this weird thing where they act like we don't have conflicts between our community and the African diaspora because we're not a part of their diaspora. They over there and we're over here. We're North Americans. But this whole weird thing that people do where they, act like we don't have conflicts with them and that there haven't been conflicts with them. I mean, they have conflicts with each other. I mean, you're either a liar or you're living under a rock. There's really no other way to kind of say this. I mean, these people are literally joking about using our children for ritual sacrifice. They're on reparations task force, undermining our politics. I mean, they have been involved in helping to erase and eradicate elements of our identity, like the Austin Chenge dude who said he was going to get rid of Black History Month. like the two Caribbean people who renamed Ebonics from Ebonics to AAVE. That's a little receipt for y'all. Please stop calling it AAVE, because that's some tether shit. It's actually Ebonics. And again, I want to go back to the reparations task force, California, New York. They tried it here in Minnesota. I mean, I don't know how much needs to be proven, but I know that for those of us who have eyes and a brain, and logic, we can see that there are issues between our communities. So anyone who's being like, no, it's all cool, it's all great, like your anecdotal experience is it doesn't matter when we're talking about this conflict. And I'm not trying to be rude at all. I'm just calling it what it is. Um, it's not just the attacks; it's the history. In my opinion, the this started with the precedent that was set. Is that we're dealing with people who come and cosplay us while screaming in our faces about YT supremacy. But some of these people are the descendants of people who do the exact same thing and exhibit the exact same behaviors of the people that they're screaming about. Selling slaves, commodifying human life, normalizing the commodification of human life as if we should just get over it and let it go, and then destiny swapping. It's literally the same thing. They do the exact same thing. They're hypocrites, and we're dealing with hypocrites, and we're dealing with people who gaslight. And I'm just tired of it. I don't want to be too long-winded, so I'll land there. Thank you for letting me speak, Base.
Of course. And I'm glad Ish brought up the whole Juve thing. I hope Quantum was listening, because that's a prime example of the Caribbean people delineating from Black Americans over a word, a so-called Caribbean word that he wanted to use for his brand of I don't know if it was some type of alcohol or something. But you know, Nicki Minaj came out, disrespected him, and and of course the Caribbean people jumped on it, talking about cultural appropriation and all this other shit. Like your people do that, and y'all, and you, I'm pretty sure you're gonna say that you wasn't aware of that whole situation when it happened, but it happened, and it was a whole lot of anti-Black American sentiments coming from the Caribbeans, just like when that hurricane happened in what was it, Jamaica, I think, and there was a Caribbean woman who got on TikTok and she was like complaining and shit. And the Caribbean people thought she was Black American, but she wasn't. So they got on there and it was just anti-Black American haven in that motherfucker. Like it was all types of disrespect. And then when they found out she was Caribbean, there was no we apologize. There was no nothing. There was no acknowledgement that y'all have this internal hatred for Black Americans, because they didn't turn that venom towards her or where she was from. They didn't have anything to say when they found out she was Caribbean. It just got quiet. And that's what I'm talking about. So there's not this same energy for nobody. It's always a heightened energy for Black Americans, because a lot of y'all have some type of internalized hatred for Black Americans. And whenever it is a Black American, y'all take it to the 10th power. And when we respond, y'all try to gaslight and manipulate the situation and act like, oh, well, it goes both ways. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because if it went both ways, we would have never jumped on no plight in order to get your people to able to come over here and do the things that y'all are able to do over here off of the backs of my ancestors. We allowed that intentionally.
Okay, so
Calling us ethnic slurs, literally having words in your language for us that are derogatory to our ethnic group.
what
And
word?
then trying to compare that to us calling you tethers. A tether can be anyone. A tether can be a YT person. A tether can be somebody who is racially classified as Black. A tether can be somebody who's Latino, Hispanic. A tether can be anyone, and anyone can use that word for a person who is literally cosplaying their culture. So that's not an ethnic slur. But y'all will literally make false comparisons, say the weirdest thing. You got people like Cardi B using the N word, rugging men, and laughing about it. Um, you know, uh, all types of just the weirdest
And,
shit.
and
What
is
ethnic
And the
don't
slur?
forget
audacity,
Wait, I want to hear about this.
the
ish.
audacity of Nicki Minaj to tell this man that he can't use the term Juve when yo nasty plastic filled ass has been in hip hop for over 10, 15 years as a guest in the culture. Hip hop is not Trini culture. It has nothing to do with the Caribbeans. But I'm gonna
Well,
land my plane
that's
there.
not true, but
And and don't forget about the young lady who said, "Oh, them dirty
It's
black
not.
Americans." Did you hear about that, Quantum? When the young
hmm?
lady said, "Oh, them dirty black Americans."
No, who said that?
Okay, you don't know
Oh,
nothing.
yeah. You don't
I
know
feel
when
like
they
I've heard
attacking
about
us.
the
Oh yeah, that was
Juve thing.
that,
That sounds
she
kind of
she
familiar.
She was Haitian,
she
I
was
think.
Haitian. She was Haitian.
Yeah, she went on that podcast and said that.
Nothing like the founding fathers of hip hop had, nothing they did had anything to do with Caribbeans.
But they did.
Facts.
No,
Not
Nah.
like, when you talking
sh-
about like people like
We have a
James
music
Brown, you talking
scholar.
about like people back in the 30s, like that was really
the
like
Caribbeans
Yes.
rapping.
have so first of all, the Caribbeans have nothing to do with hip hop. I don't know what this delusion is, but I know that YT people have
Great
emboldened
delusion.
the Caribbeans to believe that. And I'm saying this as a music historian. Hip hop is a subgenre of a subgenre. And as someone who's been
Right.
classically trained and musically trained and professionally trained, ain't nobody who, if you don't have that, then you cannot talk to me about who invented hip hop because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Hip hop is a subgenre of a subgenre, which means that it is predicated on the genres that came before it, specifically blues, jazz, funk.
Right.
Those are the
All that.
genres that those are the amalgamative elements that make up hip hop, or you don't have hip hop. So the founding fathers, the five pillars of hip hop, you can each be traced back to a Black American artist. Daryl McCray for graffiti. Okay, James Brown for breaking. In fact, Crazy Legs literally credits this man. For those of you who are hollering about DJ Cool Herc, first of all, that man has publicly admitted that he did not start hip hop. That the only thing that he did was participate in park jam culture. He did not start hip hop. What was happening in hip hop was already started before he got there, and he has publicly admitted this. So people need to continue. People need to stop with this lie. The Caribbeans have nothing to do with hip hop. YT people have nothing to do with hip hop. Africans have nothing to do with hip hop. In fact, some of our people, like Dizzy Gillespie, who is noted as one of the founding fathers of Afro Cuban jazz, went over to the Caribbean and taught y'all how to play our music. So if you don't have credentials, we're not having this conversation because you don't even have the range or the qualification to know what the fuck you're talking about. Let's move on. That wasn't even the point. And the conversation is not about music. The conversation is about diaspora WARs. Thank you. I've landed and I'm happy to leave receipts.
It's good
Okay,
that we include this in there for sure, because
that's fine if you
this
don't
is
want to
important.
talk about it. But
No, I don't want to
I
talk to
did want to
liars.
ask.
Go ahead though.
Yeah, I did want to ask you guys. So I acknowledge that yes, Caribbean, African people of the diaspora, the African diaspora, we can be anti-black. I acknowledge that, but I'm curious, what is the goal here? Like to delineate, how does that actually help Black American people?
Can I answer that, please? How does it help you checking black on the
I don't
Afro?
think you should
Hold on,
worry
y'all. Let me.
about that.
Can I? Is this is how it helps us, ma'am. Oh, let me mute him real quick. Okay, this is how it help us. It forces Fly Guy. You gotta go on mute. You got a bad echo. Okay, Quantum, this is how it help us. It help us because it forces y'all to go home to build up y'all homeland. It just distinguish us from y'all. Y'all, like you said, you come over here and check black. We've been doing good before y'all came over here. We didn't need y'all. We were just trying to help y'all. But now see that our people back in the day that help went in vain, and y'all so narcissistic and y'all braggadocious that y'all can go back home. Let's see what you do over here in America. Let's see that same reciprocation in your homeland. Do what you do here in your homeland and build your homeland up. We don't need y'all. You asking us how it's going to help us. Leave. How it's going to help you for being us. That's why I agree with Basic and Brian when it says that it helped everybody to check that black box, assimilate to us and erasing y'all culture to take over our culture. Y'all trying to erase us and y'all trying to destiny swap with us.
Okay, but this is what
That is a fact. And just so everybody knows, just so we're clear, because there's 160 people in this room, delineation isn't new. The Caribbeans delineate, the Africans delineate, the YT people delineate, and they do this amongst themselves. But to be very clear, delineation has been talked about in the Black American community and really in history, at least for the last 40 to 50 years. Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics, and he literally says that delineation protects political and economic power. It also helps to establish group boundaries so that people who are outside of our ethnic group cannot readily just come in and extrapolate resources and then leave our group desolate, which is exactly what has been happening. People have been participating in economic castration of our people. We see this with why is it that the Somalians feel emboldened to steal $18 billion, mind you, from special needs people and children? Okay, that money could have went towards reparations for Black Americans. That money could have went towards the Rondo Black Americans who had a highway built through their neighborhood here in St. Paul decades ago and were never ever compensated for that. That's where that money could have went to, but it was stolen by immigrants who shouldn't have been here in the first place. So delineation politically protects us, economically protects us, and culturally protects us.
Exactly. All right, so hold on. We're gonna put a pin in that. Let's go to Miss Nikki. She been waiting to speak.
Hello, Basic. Thank you for allowing me up. Hi, everyone on the panel. And I'm going to say some of the.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
I don't know who's in the chat, so I'm going to say hi to some of them. But I don't know. Okay. So this is the thing. How is it a diaspora, WAR, if the attacks are mostly directed towards, I'm going to say Americans? I'm American. That's how I identify. So my question, I came up because Quantum has this screenshot on her profile right now, and it intrigued me to ask this question. Why? Okay, let me ask this first. Quantum, does the U.S., the United States government, treat us Americans some type of way? Is it good or is it bad? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She dropped where they at.
Yeah. Damn, she
And that's
abruptly
all it
dropped.
took. Mm.
And see, I
That's
asked this
wild.
question because we know that the US government is not for us, right? We know that they don't really do anything for us. So, why would a people come in and side with the US government to go along with race, knowing that we have been targeted based upon that? You guys have made excellent points here. Some of the things I was going to say, as far as like, why would you erase yourself when you know you come from a certain people? Why would you want to take on another person's ethnicity? They say race, but really they're using the race to take on the ethnicity of the people. And also, I would like to say, people always come up here and say, "Well, we were attacked, when we were younger. We this, we that. Y'all treated us bad." But this is the thing: if thousands of us moved to your island in your neighborhood, what would you do to us? We are on our land. We are home. So I don't understand why us being home, people come here and complain about how they're being treated when they're invading our spaces. I also want to correct something. I know it's in quotes or whatever, but the diaspora thing, we need to throw that away. That word needs to be thrown away because we are not those people. They are not us. So we're not attached to any of those people. Um, in a sense of like, that's who we are. So diaspora, no, we can get rid of that. But that's all. You guys said everything I wanted to say, but I really wanted to know, why would she come and side with the U.S. government? Using that, oh, well, it says right here, race, this, that, and that's my race. No. And that's why we can't have these people speaking for us or in our spaces, because they don't understand. No, I think their level of understanding comes from the need to relocate for resources. So I think they're always going to behave like this. Thank you. That's it. It was nice meeting you, Basic, and I appreciate you. Hey, Brian.
What's up, baby?
Problem.
How you doing, Nikki? How you doing?
Great. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you for stopping by and participating. Brian, you ready to speak now, man?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm eating basic. I ain't gonna lie to you, but
This
I
nigga, you
know,
sound
man.
like you under the covers again, man.
I know, man. Listen, man. I done broke my fast, man. I'm eating something I shouldn't be eating. I ain't gonna lie. But I agree with everything everyone said on the panel, man. There's nothing really I can say to back up anything these people said. You know what I mean? Hold on. Yeah, there's nothing really I can say, man. Y'all done said everything, so I ain't always eating, bro. Y'all be tripping, bro. You see what you done started?
Hey, bro. Hey, I
That's
heard
fucked
you.
up.
I heard you
That's
sit,
messed up, man.
bro.
You what?
You was laying, bro. You was laying down and eating, bro. Because I heard you when you set up.
That's some fat nigga shit I did too. You ain't lying. Let me mute up.
Hey, but look though. So the thing is, these conversations they cool, but at the same time, I can't remember who said it, but is kind of really like a waste of time to even like engage in conversations that include the Caribbeans and the Africans at this point, because we what 5.5 6 years deep, and they still come up saying the exact same thing they were saying when it all first started. They not really add nothing. There's no progress. There's no nothing. It's still going to be stagnant because these people refuse to actually take any accountability. They want to share in everything. They feel like we supposed to take some of the blame in the shit that they started, and it's never gonna happen. Not with a nigga like me. Like, I understand that it's a bunch of Pan Africans out there who willing to take all the blame and do all that goofy shit, but that's not me, and I'm not moving off my square. So I want y'all to understand that when you come to my space personally, because I don't do it for the numbers or none of that. You like, I'm not finna get ready and have no long drawn out conversation and try to compromise with you. That's not happening. We're not taking no accountability for shit. Like, I don't owe you accountability for responding to disrespect. That's like me apologizing for knocking a nigga out that came up and put his hands on me. I'm not apologizing for nothing. So I think y'all wasting y'all time coming up here saying the goofy shit y'all saying and trying to act like you are oblivious to the things that we're talking about. It's funny to me how we can speak about a lot of viral situations, like shit that went viral on social media, and ain't none of y'all came across it. Every time we bring up a situation like the Juve shit, like the Jamaican situation, like the Haitian situation, they always be like, when did that happen? That shit's
Agree.
so funny to me, man. It's crazy, and I'm just like, dude, you and y'all motherfuckers have already gotten y'all reparations anyway with all this goddamn aid and shit y'all be getting, and all the stealing and shit y'all been doing, and y'all
Mhm.
leaders is over there wasting away the resources and selling y'all out every other day, and y'all want to come and talk to us about it,
Facts. I agree.
and
And
y'all
then
want to
they
come and
shouldn't
take
even
from.
be getting that shit from us. They shouldn't
Hmm.
even be getting nothing from the United States. Like none of these other countries. Like
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, hey, basic. So you made a good point. I was listening, right. This is my dog too. Hold on. Get back. That's enough. That's enough. It's gone. You made a good point about like why other states, black people in other states with these immigrants didn't warn us, right? Doing back in the day. And it's kind of funny because even when I went out there as a young kid, went to New York, been to Miami, as a young kid, 'cause I had folk out there. Um, I saw it, but I just always look past it because you know how you got that mean black neighbor. You know what I mean? That mean black neighbor said don't walk on her yard or shit like that. So I always took it
Yeah.
like that. And do you think the black people on like in New York or in Miami, you think they looked at it? You think they was blind to it? It took someone to point it out, like, hey man, these people are anti-black. They don't really fuck with us. Because
So
the reason why I say this because when we have East people from We have people from the east or the west, or even parts of the south that come to Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, and places like that. We tell them about these white folks. We tell them how these white folks are. We tell them, hey man, you know they gonna smile in your face. They gonna have some hospitality, but they don't like you niggas. Don't get fooled with that. You know what I'm saying? We give them the game, but I notice when I go to these other places, they never gave me the game. So what do you think they was? They was what, under a spell too? Also,
Yeah. So this comes back to the religion of Pan Africanism, because when we talking about Pan Africanism, it's about African supremacy. So when people are indoctrinated with Pan Africanism, they see Africans as a superior people. They see them as the pure original people. So they gonna let a lot of shit slide. They gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like if a fucking Pan African can go over to Africa right now and have a bad experience, they not gonna come back and talk about it. They gonna remember the 2 or 3 good things that they remember happening over there, and they not gonna speak on the negative. That's what happens when you indoctrinated with Pan-Africanism or anything else. You know what I'm saying? If somebody indoctrinated with anything, any type of ideology or religion or whatever it may be, you know what I'm saying? They're going to defend it, and they're going to keep the secrets, the bad secrets of that ideology or religion. And that's what Pan-Africanism has done to our people. You know what I'm saying? That's why you get these Pan-Africans on TikTok now. They will sit up and disrespect their own people before they hold an African accountable for anything. They gonna deflect, they gonna blame white people, and they gonna blame themselves for what's happening to Africans based off the ideology that Africans are superior people. They the original people. They the real black people. We the diet Negroes. We the diluted Negroes. So it's a low ethnic self-esteem that you have when you are indoctrinated with Pan-Africanism, which is race-based as well. We got to get away from this
I
race-based
agree.
bullshit.
And they address that, hey Brian, nah, it ain't that, Brian. We check it down here in the part of Florida I'm at. I don't know about all.
I know y'all do. I know y'all. I'm saying what I was saying is like, you know how people know. How can I say it? Just like it was like a warning, just let us know, like, hey man, even back, I'm a little old, so back in the 80s and 90s, like it would have been good to know that Africans is a problem, you know what I'm saying, or Jamaicans was a problem,
Oh,
especially people like me or basically that grew up in areas where we wasn't around them folk like that, you know what I'm saying, and we thinking that they all right. You get what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
We thinking they all right because of the skin color or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So it would have been dope if they would have warned us pre, because a lot of people
Oh,
find
okay, okay.
it's amazing that a lot of people are finding out like these folks don't like us. Every day we see it every day. Like I didn't know they thought this about us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, we got Byron up here. Can you give us your ethnicity, please?
Leo Solos was next, basic.
Oh, my
Yeah, she
bad. Shit,
didn't speak yet.
I forgot I had
I
moved it.
can
Go ahead,
wait.
Neo.
I ain't rushing. I can wait. I'm
My
literally
bad.
sitting here just listening to the live at my desk. I ain't doing nothing.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
Byron.
right. Right. Yeah. FBA from Detroit.
All right, you kind of glitching out a little bit. Just to let you know, I think you got a weak signal. But go ahead.
Oh shit, my bad. I mean, I'm just trying to make it quick. Hopefully, y'all can hear me. Just to speak on that, it's not a diaspora war. It's tough love. You know what I mean? We try to passively, lead them into the fold of being over here, and they didn't really want to listen to us, and a lot of them, they got superiority complexes because when the colonizer came over there, the colonizer had a superiority complex. So, you know what I mean? The apple don't fall far away from the tree. They copy a lot of what they saw because even though what happened to them was horrible, when you put people in charge,
that's doing things to somebody else that look just like you look like, hey, these MFers, they doing us dirty. They're not looking at it like that. So they got this weird mentality of, they hold the Europeans up on a pedestal and they look at us like we're unrefined. And they think that they're refined because they're colonized. So they got to get this tough love. 60 plus years of us trying to do it the easy way. They don't like that. We gonna have to give them tough love so they can get back to their humanity, because that's what's missing in the puzzle piece. Their humanity. Everything that they do, ego complex. And I land.
All right, man. I appreciate that, Byron. All right, Miss Neo, you ready to go, or you want to wait again?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go.
All
Um,
right.
so how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? It's not a war, or WA, sorry. It never has been. What it is we got a group of people who have tasted what it's like to be us, and they want to stay in that. They want to become us. They want to take it over and make it their identity and forget where they come from, and go basically not worry about going back to fix home. And they're gaslighting us and trying to tell us that, oh, it's your government, this your government did that, your corporations is over here. Mind you, like somebody said in the comments, we don't vote for corporations. You know what I'm saying? Your government making bad deals, whatever. Your leaders is pocketing money that's supposed to be for y'all. I'm like, we don't owe y'all anything. Like, y'all need to just let it go. And to sit up here and talk about we're having a WAR on y'all because we're now putting our foot down and saying enough is enough. Because, in the beginning, our people were uh too kind to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because they understood, the suffering and everything, that has been done to melanated people, by white supremacy. They took it for granted. And now they're not able to stand the fact that we're like, okay, cool, that's how you feel, kick rocks. They want us to turn the other cheek. Oh yeah, well sorry, but we could still be one. And oh, you need us. And I'm like, sweetheart, we don't need y'all. Matter of fact, y'all in the way. Y'all are keeping our wages low. Y'all are taking from us. Y'all are double dipping in funds, immigrant funds, and then turning around and claiming to be Black Americans. Like y'all doing X, Y, and Z, and y'all act like we don't see y'all. So when we call you on your BS, now all of a sudden we're being xenophobic and we got this. I'm like, no. I'm like, you've overstayed your welcome. You ain't know how to act. And then you sit up here trying to tell us who we are. And real talk, most of them don't even know who they are, but they're trying to tell us who we are. So it's like, now it's time to go. Like, you had an opportunity, you blew it. It's too bad, so sad. And I really feel bad that our ancestors, our elders were so kind-hearted, and that, we as Black Americans, as FBAs, are a very kind-hearted group of people, because we'll help people, a lot of times when we shouldn't help them, but it's just because we are the way we are. And I feel like that right there alone has caused us to really kind of end up in this situation. But I'm like, we turning we not turning the other cheek anymore. It's time to let that go. And people are tired of it. We're tired of it, and we have every right to say, "Hey, enough is enough. This is our land. We are not going to your countries and taking over. Y'all are begging us to come there. And when we come there, most of the time we visit and we go home. We don't try to become one of you. We don't try to take over your ethnicity or your identity. So, enough is enough. Like, focus on your own shit, get your own shit together, and stop trying to convince everybody that we need you, because we don't need you at all. And I'll land there.
Appreciate that, Neo. I completely agree. I think our people, we believe that there will be strength in numbers, but we learned that with too many people, especially people who are not of the correct mindset, it just creates chaos. When you have a whole lot of people who are not on code, who are moving differently, it's just a lot of chaos and confusion. And right now, Pan Africanism is still selling this idea that there is strength in numbers, even though they'll tell you that the small hats is basically running the whole world. This is a small group of people that's doing this. But according to them, it's strength in numbers, even though it's small amounts, small pockets of Asian people go into Africa and do whatever the hell they want to do, while there's 2 billion Africans over there.
And they
So I
can't
need
even
them.
unify on that.
Exactly. There's no unity in these large numbers of these people for whatever reason. I don't know the reason, but they don't unify in Africa, and the Caribbean people don't really unify like that either. I mean, I feel like the Caribbean people are unified more than Africans, but there's issues everywhere. I just feel like everybody is trying to use Black Americans as a scapegoat and act like we the root of all these problems that's going on, which is crazy. And I feel like this is a doing of the people who are actually the root of the problem, which are the Africans. So the Africans trying to make us the scapegoat, because if you look at all the people having issues everywhere, I feel like the root of it is the African people. Over in Europe, I've been seeing these lives where the Caribbean people in I guess it's the UK. They over there having back and forth with the African immigrants now, because the African immigrants doing the same thing to them that they doing to us, basically trying to steal their identity, their culture, and all this other stuff. So these is Caribbeans over here in Europe, and now they see what we're talking about, which is funny, because my thing is I'm not I'm not finna have no pity on nobody who was talking shit until it happened to them. So you can't come back and try to be like, man, we see what y'all talking about. That's cool. But don't try to act like you no ally, because you wasn't no ally until it happened to you. You wasn't willing to listen to where we was coming from and actually do some research and realize what we talking about is real. It had to happen to you for you to get it. So I be seeing, some FBA go over there and support them folks, but all I'm gonna say is don't be no fool. Because I feel like Black Americans have done enough for all these people to actually be heard and taken seriously when we say something. So if we say it's a problem, at the very least, y'all should look into it and not act like we just talking just to be talking, when we the ones who ring the alarm on every fucking thing. So, the Caribbeans that's over there dealing with what they dealing with, good luck. And I land there.
You know what's really crazy about that with the Caribbeans? They got CARICOM, but they won't let Haiti be a part of the CARICOM. And I'm like, but ain't y'all all Caribbeans? Like, make it make sense.
I think that's so disrespectful. And I don't even care for the Haitians like that. But I really think that that's so disrespectful because, and let me just say, if we're going to talk about diaspora, in my opinion, Black Americans, we have our own little thing going on. The Caribbeans have their own little thing going on. The Africans have their own little thing going on. We're not the same people. But here's what I will say. The Haitians, they love to tote that 1804, and to be clear, that ain't got shit to do with us. But that shit did set the precedent for a lot of the liberation movements in the Caribbean. And I find it to be so disrespectful for them to exclude Haiti, which out of all of them little Caribbean countries is the only country that uh, is notorious for actually being like, nah, we ain't afraid to be unalived for freedom, and we about to get it out the mud, even if it was just 1804. So this idea that they're not including Haiti is so, I just think that's so disrespectful. But it's funny, Neil, because I actually talked to my dad about this quite a few times, and he said that part of the reason is because Haiti has essentially been politically blacklisted, and so nobody wants to touch them. And a lot of it does have to do with the 1804 thing. Some of it has to do with, you have a population of them who participated in unaliving the people um, who were leading the rebellion as well. So there was kind of there was contention there as well. And there's a lot of history there, of course, them paying the French and, their dealings with the Germans and how we had to go over there and help them with the problem with the Germans. So I think that's a large part why nobody wants to include them is because they've literally been politically blacklisted. But I feel like, where is I mean, y'all talking about black unity and all this shit. Where is your grit in that? Why don't you have, any allegiance to quote unquote this global blackness that you claim that you want to be a part of? Why would you? I mean, it's CARICOM. Haiti is in the Caribbean. Why would you not include them, even if they are quote unquote politically blacklisted? I just think that's very weird and very disrespectful, but not my plight.
I didn't even know that. So yeah, I agree. I think that's crazy that I didn't know that. Like, I wonder why Haiti isn't like more vocal about them being excluded, because we usually bring up the fact that the AU rejected Haiti when they applied to be part of the AU. And I think that happened back in 2016. And then all of a sudden the AU turn around and make this fake sixth region and put us on it or whatever, even though it's symbolic and we don't have no voice or no power or nothing. you know I think that's crazy, but those are the things that don't get addressed. They would rather sit around and talk about, like, why are black Americans delineating, because
That
we would
part.
rather be we would rather be responsible for ourselves, like the good, the bad, all of that. That's the difference. We would rather be held accountable for things that we actually do. We're tired of being held accountable for other people. Because I feel like this is how I personally feel. If there's going to be, let's just say, black Americans came to the table and we started talking this unity shit with these people, I ain't agreeing to no type of unity unless black Americans running the whole show. I'm talking about all leadership over everything. All the decisions gonna be made by black Americans. If y'all ain't with that, then it ain't finna be no unity. Cause I'm not allowing none of these folks to make no fucking decisions for us.
I agree with that, because especially if it's on our home turf. Yeah, y'all not. Mm-mm.
Oh, that's definitely where it's gonna be, because they don't even want to be in their home. I damn sure don't want to go to their home. So, any unity is gonna be happening right here.
Ooh, my bad, basic, but that was funny.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, there would be no sense, like, scenario where I would want to, like, move to any of these people's homeland no time soon. They got a whole lot of work to do before there would be a consideration. Like, it's so much work that needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's coming to America for a reason. And I feel like a lot of people take it for granted, but we are in a position where a lot of people will swap with us in a heartbeat if they could. You know what I'm saying? No matter how your life going, you feel like you ain't where you want to be in life. I promise you, it's millions of people who would take your problems over theirs right now. So I think, with the last question, I think that is the solution. That's what delineation is about. And I don't think people understand that, overall, that's what everybody should be doing anyway, especially if you claim that you love your people and you love your homeland and all this other shit. You should want to delineate and prioritize your own group, your own people, your own land, and get shit rolling for your people back home. Get shit rolling for your so-called motherland. You from Jamaica, Haiti, or any of them other islands, or if you from Africa, like, y'all need to refocus, worry about your own problems. And that's what black Americans are about to do. We getting on board to start worrying about our own problems. Like I ain't got time to be worried about whatever the hell is going on in Africa, especially since we don't have no say anyway. What the hell is like it's no use in us worrying about what's going on somewhere that we don't have no say, we don't have no power, we don't have no voice. That shit over with. And I ain't giving y'all no money, no nothing. Y'all got all the resources and all this land, but y'all always broke. Y'all always need some fucking aid. I don't get it, man. I don't know what's going on with Africa, because my understanding was always that Africa was so abundant in a lot of shit, but it's like I don't know, man. Like it's like, bro, y'all need aid all the fucking time, and whenever I see these videos, like it just be looking like dumps over there. Like y'all ain't growing no food, y'all ain't doing nothing. Motherfuckers hanging out, wearing weird ass outfits like goddamn corduroys and suit jackets and sandals and doing stupid dances and nothing. Just a whole day of nothing. When there's plenty of shit that y'all could be doing. So it may sound harsh, but it is what it is, man. Like I think y'all just really need to focus. And my thing is, how the fuck is y'all doing so much scamming? It's like I don't understand where the money be going with these people. Y'all be doing so much scamming. Y'all scam us. Cause I can't tell you how many fucking inboxes I used to get from all these African accounts. All these African men was owning orphanages and helping the kids. Niggas posting videos with 100 kids talking about some help us feed the kids. Like, where's all this money and donations and help and aid and all this stuff that people be doing for y'all? Like, where is all this shit going? Because
I
Africa don't
remember.
look this shit like it's I don't see no progress. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all still got the same problems. All this hunger going on, trafficking children. Y'all got kids over there as slaves. Y'all making kids like dive in little dirty ass water to like fish and it's goofy as hell over there, man. Like it's so much goofy shit over there. So I don't blame y'all for wanting to leave. I just blame y'all for the conditions that make y'all want to leave because y'all got to man the fuck up, man. And I'm done with my rant. If somebody else want to talk,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop back down. I got a little situation I gotta handle here, but I'll be listening. And
all right,
thank you for having me up.
no
And
problem.
thank y'all for
Appreciate
the
you.
gifts.
And I remember when I was a kid, they had the 10 cent a day to feed the kids and stuff. Like, wonder where all that went.
Yeah, I mean, from what I hear, they were saying that it was all a scam. Majority of the money wasn't going to them, and I don't know. I don't know where none of this stuff be going. All I can tell you is it's funny how they blame their leaders for everything, and they say that their leaders are corrupt. But when Ghana's leader came over here and did some corrupt shit, they was acting like it wasn't corrupt. All of a sudden they siding with their leader, even though when it's time for accountability, they want to claim that the leaders are doing all this crooked shit
And then they
until it's
blame
up.
America too. So my thing is like, if you saying that we did all this to y'all country, why is y'all coming over here then?
Man, I don't know. Well, I know why they coming over here. They coming over here to benefit off of what we've done. That's why they coming over here. They'll like to dress it up and say that where we're over here because of what your government is doing to our people, blah blah blah. But I mean, from what I can see, your leaders are making deals with America and shit. Just like Burkina Faso just made a deal with America. Ghana just signed a deal with the EU. Like your leaders are making these deals, they're getting money and resources or whatever the fuck they getting out of these deals, and nothing's changing for their country. I mean, the Ghanaian dude come over here talking about justice for slavery and shit. Meanwhile, in Ghana, you got children who are enslaved today. Like, you know what I'm saying? The nerve of these people is crazy to me. Like, Africans have more audacity than any fucking body.
And Ghana wasn't even a country yet. Like, they didn't become a country till like the 1960s or something. Slavery was over by the end.
Black Americans saved Ghana too, because you motherfuckers was about to go bankrupt until that year of return shit, where y'all tricked a whole bunch of Black Americans to come over there and invest in Ghana and shit, and been and turned y'all damn economy around, and now y'all the debt is being erased because of Black Americans. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's crazy how we contribute to these people. We save their countries, we save them, and they ain't offering us nothing but a job to come over there and work for that country. They don't offer us no power. They don't offer us nothing. And our people so indoctrinated that we run over there and we accept that bullshit. These other people are not going over there and accepting it. Asians, white people, all these people, when they go over there, they not accepting no bare minimum bullshit. They go over there and they get and they straight up, they basically sovereign over there in Africa when they go. But Black Americans, man, like the ones indoctrinated with the Pan-African shit, we don't demand that when we should. Like, you want us to come over here? We need land. We need autonomy. We run our own shit. We not governed by y'all. None of that need to be going on. How y'all gonna fucking govern us?
And you see they trying to get people to come over there and celebrate Juneteenth this year in Ghana.
Yeah, I saw that shit. Talking about some spend. How much that shit cost? It was
Like
like
$4,000 or something.
$4,000. Yeah, I'm like, bro, I wish I would spend $4,000 to go over there and get 15 vaccines and fuck around and be sick the whole time. And for what? I wouldn't spend no 4,000, nigga. Like, I hell no.
Money grab. I bet it be some of our goofy ass people going over there too.
Yeah, it's gonna be some goofy folks go their ass over there. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have some celebrities to promote that bullshit, you know. But hey, it is what it is, man. We just got to keep on, exposing what these people are doing, and the delineation movement is going to continue to grow. It's growing and growing, and that's why they are more and more upset, because one of their talking points is that, oh, it's only a few Black Americans. It's not the majority of Black Americans that's like this or whatever, which is a lie. It's constantly growing, which is why y'all cannot stop talking about FBA every single day, all day long. Is FBA. Like, any topic that they having, even if they talking about what's going on in South Africa, they have to bring FBA into it. FBA is literally at the focal point of African discussions. We on these people mind more than shit. These people think about us more than our own mamas think about us. Motherfucker, wake up, go to sleep talking about us. So with the whole diaspora thing, I think you know we gonna have to, we just got to continue to be strong, because I know some of our people, man, like, when people come at us and call us names and say we hateful and all this other stuff, it can get to you. But we really just got to stay strong, because you have to believe that you're on the right side. I don't believe what we're doing is wrong at all, so I don't mind. I don't mind the people coming at us and saying all this bullshit and calling us divisive and shit. Like, it don't bother me, because I know what we're doing is right. So don't let these people have y'all thinking that what you're doing is wrong. Danny, can you give us your ethnicity? I don't know what's going on with you. All right, Danny, are you
Hello,
there?
good morning. Yeah, I'm
Yo,
here.
what's
I'm
up?
here. Uh,
Where are you from?
I'm African, especially
All right, go
basically
ahead.
from Cameroon. So I've been on the line for some time. I've been listening. And there are some points which I totally agree with, and some points which I don't. So I just came up to give my opinion.
All right, you got the floor.
Like, okay, like I don't agree with. I believe that when we speak with my friends and all that, I believe that when you go to somebody's country, you respect their history, you respect their stories. So I'm not into the diaspora war and all that because Black Americans or African Americans, they have their history, they have their fight, and they know their stories better. So I believe that anybody that move from one area to another, learn the country history, learn their stories, and try to respect that, and vice versa. So I will not come in and say I'm not in the fact of minimalizing and all that. No, Black Americans have done the work. They have fought to the best of their abilities. They're still fighting. They want to get whatever they want. I don't think any African anywhere should minimize that in any way. Those who want to identify as Black Americans, good. Those who want to identify as African Americans, good. I'm speaking because I have cousins that are African Americans.
How?
I was
Can I
born
ask
in
how?
Africa. Okay, I was born in Africa. She was born in US. In US, our great grandfather from slavery migrated to the true slavery, and they met with my grandmother and all that. So I can't discriminate her history and say, "Oh, you're this, you're that." I don't
But
think
but that doesn't make her African American though. You
she
do know that,
identifies
right?
as. It's like
All right,
taking. It's
all right,
like
hold on. Let her land because it's hard to understand her. So I want her to get it all out.
she identified
Go
as
ahead.
that because she can't discriminate or she can take part and say, okay, her great grandfather or our great grandfather did not migrate and meet my grandmother over there. I don't know, it will be very weird for her. I'm speaking in my case or in my experience. I'm not saying it's for everybody. I don't think it should be forced on somebody. I just think those that want to identify as that, good. Those that doesn't want, I don't think somebody needs to come and force them to identify as that. No. In another factor, you spoke about African bringing nothing and all that. On that part, I'm not really for that. I'm not really for, in terms of trade, in terms of business, in terms of resources. I think we contribute, but some Africans need to also realize that our leaders are doing not much regarding that. They can protect us the best way we can. They can help us and our infrastructure, our countries, one way or the other. And let me talk about my own country. I know, like here we have a problem with French people, some American companies as well, but I can't put the blame on like the foreigner because they come, we have the resources, they come, they give the money. If the government want to put it behind, or they feel like, okay, we can go behind and handle it with this government and they're going to take the money and we're still going to take the resources, that is on our government to put the people first. So we can't blame, go on the victim side. We also have to face our government because they're not doing enough for their people. And I think you talk about the migration. There are American companies here, there are France companies here, there are Lebanese, Chinese flooding here, and everybody does what they have to do in terms of business. I think in the trade world, that's how it happens. Now, it has to be controlled, obviously, and the rules and regulations have to be respected. The same way African has to go to US and respect black people and all that. I can't take an encounter I have here from a black American and then I generalize it that all black Americans are like that. It doesn't happen like that. Like here, for example, 2 years ago, I was working with some partners, black Americans, white. It was a mixture, but one specifically individual, not all of them, feel like there's a form of superiority complex or some like so superior. And my colleagues were saying like, oh, that's how Black Americans are. That's how. I say no. Say this is how this person is. This is this person. You do not meet the whole of Black Americans to say that's how the whole of Black Americans are. This is your experience. There are other Black Americans, they did not behave like that because there were three of them. And I would say two of them really behaved like poorly. And I don't know, like it was very, very disrespectful, talking like they were superior to us and all that. But why only
Hey,
focus
so
yourself on
Danny,
the
so
negative and
all
not the
right, Danny.
positive one? Yeah.
All right, Donnie, hold on, hold on. All right, so let's just make a couple of points because you saying a whole lot, but I don't really think that you're addressing the topic. How is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? So with everything that you're saying, um, um, Ishmael, you funny. With everything that you're saying, the question is, why is it that Africans in general seem to generalize, just like the example you just gave, where you said, "Oh no, don't generalize. Just talk about that one specific person." Why do Africans do that when it comes to Black Americans in particular? And don't have a long answer. You got to shorten your answers up. Go ahead, Danny.
Okay. That understood. Let's say African. I can speak about all Africans because I'm not all Africans. I speak about my country, where I'm from.
You from,
I can
dude?
speak about the whole
Dude,
African.
where you
She's from
from?
Cameroon.
I don't know the whole
Oh,
African.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm from
Cameroonians are
Cameroon. So I'm
Africans.
speaking, that's why I specify I'm speaking about my country. I can't speak about the whole of Africa. And I'm speaking about the situation
Is your
that I
country,
was in.
are the
That's what I'm
people in
saying.
Cameroon, hold on, Danny, are the people in Cameroon Africans?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so that's the point. It doesn't, I'm not, of course you can't speak for all of the continent, but I'm talking about whoever are Africans, whether they're Cameroonians, Ghanaians, South African, it doesn't matter because it's widespread all across Africa. Kenyans, Ethiopians, Somalians, all these different Africans have that in common. They have a lot of negative stereotypes when it comes to Black Americans.
And words
So when
specifically
we have
created.
these conversations, all of a sudden y'all want to delineate every single time we're talking about Africa as a whole. Now all of a sudden y'all do a lot of delineating. Why do y'all delineate in these conversations, but you're mad when we delineate?
I think we're coming back. Yeah, I want to answer to Ishimle. Yes, we speak mostly French in Cameroon, but we also speak English,
Okay.
but
I
Britain
thought so.
English.
I can hear it in your
Yeah.
diction.
We don't speak
You're
American English. We speak mostly Britain English. So I'm trying to,
So Queen's
uh,
English, well, King's English then, right?
yes.
yeah, yeah. So which is why you feel the differences.
Oh no,
No, no,
I
no. But
was hearing everything you were saying because I've heard your accent before. I think I've heard you on a live also, and I've spoken with people from Cameroon before. So I was hearing everything you were saying. It was a bunch of BS, but I was still hearing it.
Okay, no
Well, the
problem.
reason why I say it's a bunch of BS, and I'm gonna be honest with you, um,
Okay.
a lot of Africans, and I'm talking about from different countries on the continent of Africa, a lot of those who immigrate to other places, they always speak on foundationally Black Americans and what we so-called never done, right? Never achieved, never done anything. We're uneducated. We're all of these things that like to be said about, specifically about us, foundationally Black Americans, which are all white supremacy talking points and stereotypes that a lot of y'all, I'm not going to say you and you yourself, but a lot of y'all Africans like to do that. That's what he's trying to figure out. Like, how is it a diaspora war when majority of the things that are being said is towards foundationally Black Americans, man? When we start responding, now it's a diaspora war. when we were just sitting back and letting y'all say all of those things because we specifically infantilized y'all, meaning that we was like, okay, they're ignorant, they don't know too much. You know what I'm saying? They're not well versed on our history. They're not well versed on us as a people. So we just kept infantilizing y'all. But enough is enough. We took those rose colored glasses off, my love. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
Okay. Okay. I see the we are talking in general. I think from the conversation I've seen in diaspora, both Americans and Africans, they were going at each other. It was not
How did it
just
start? Hold up.
Africans,
No, Danny. How did it
from what
start?
I've seen.
Danny, how did it start? Let's talk about the beginning, not just the middle or the end, okay? Because guess who never had a term for Africans? Black Americans never had a specific term for y'all. You know why? Because we didn't think about y'all like that. But Nigerians got a kata for Black Americans. They're also in East Africa call us Jareers. They have all of these different names. Even
Hey,
the Caribbeans call us Yanks. So come on, they've had these sayings, these terminologies, specifically derogatory terms for Black Americans for all of these years. Now that we're finally responding back, now you're saying that it's both sides. Come on now. Like I said, tell the truth, shame the devil.
I am telling the truth. I'm telling
no, you're not. I,
my
I came
truth.
back up just to clarify a
Maybe it
point.
doesn't
Your cousin is
resonate
from Cameroon,
with
right? You got Your cousin has Cameroonian
yeah.
parents. Your cousin is not an African American. She's a Cameroonian American.
No,
African American is a term that
okay.
was nah. I'm talking. Hold on. African American was a
Sorry.
term to identify people who are descendants of American chattel slavery. It was never meant for immigrants. So please don't do that. You have a country of origin, which is Cameroon, and then she's born here. That would make her a Cameroonian American, not an African American. You cannot be birthed into our ethnicity.
As
That's
I
all I
said,
had to say.
I think you didn't hear my speech. Maybe me, I don't understand the history.
No,
You
you don't
educate.
understand. And I heard you clearly because I was in the
Let me,
comments.
yeah, let me
That's
re-explain.
why I had
She's
jumped
not
off
born.
mic when
She's
she
not
said it.
born. She's not born in Cameroon.
She's
My
born in
great
Doesn't
America.
matter. She's born
America.
an American,
My
but she
great.
does not have Black American lineage, so she's not an African American.
That's what I'm trying to explain. Our great great grandfather, when they migrated
It don't
to,
matter. You
okay,
said she was an African American. She's not. She's a Cameroonian American.
but her parents are black and African American.
You said her
Oh, so
parents were
she's
from
by
You
ethnic?
just
Cameroon.
said they were
I think
Cameroonian parents.
you don't get me.
No, no, no. You
No,
said that her parents were Cameroonian. Now you're trying to say that
No,
her
I think
parents are by
no,
ethnic?
no, no. I think that's
This
what
is
I'm
why the
trying to.
term African American gots to go. Like,
exactly.
All right, how is she? Hold on, how is she your cousin if you're Cameroonian and her parents are
We
so-called
have
African
the
American?
same great grand. We have the same great grandfather during
Great grand.
slavery.
So your great grandfather was a slave here.
Yeah,
What year was this? How old are you?
I
I
doubt
know
that.
I know when
I
slavery
highly
stopped.
doubt that.
And I
Hold
know
on,
this
how old
y'all.
my
Hold
great
on.
grandparents are.
Hold on. Let her answer.
which of the questions because there was like
All
three
right. So
different.
you said okay. So your great grandfather was a slave where?
I'm telling the story based on how I was taught. So that's how
Answer the
I don't know
question.
why. Okay, during slavery, that's how our grandmother told us. During
What
slavery,
year, ma'am?
Do you know what year your great grandfather was born,
You
ma'am?
guys, I would like to remind you that they don't. No, no, let me not help you.
Oh, Ishmael,
Yeah.
you
Don't
know
don't
we
worry
know
about.
they don't know, but we know.
Yeah. Hold on. So Danny, do you know what year your great grandfather was born?
I need to. I forgot, but I need to check. Let me check. I'll ask my
Can
sister
I
to send me
ask
the.
why there's corn in your profile picture? I just want to know because that's been bugging
No,
me.
sorry. I deal with. I'm a physiotherapist and orthopedist, so that's why I.
Okay, I'm just curious. That's all.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to try and ask her so that she can send me the. I have forgotten. Look, I'm not. It's not a war. If you have to educate
I
me. You
have
have to
my
educate
person up
me.
under me.
Because how she identify as African Americans based on our great grandfathers, as my grandmother, the way our grandmother told us the story during slavery. When they reached in America, he met my great grandmother, and they had kids, and it continued. So based on that, she said she can forget her African history and just grabs the American, even though her parents, the both parents, are from there. So I don't know if it's how history works there, but if it's
Do
not,
you
then
have
yeah,
Do
I'm
you have
open.
any
I'm open to
paperwork
be
on file?
educated.
No, no, no,
Here's
Danny.
why.
I'm just trying to ask if you do you have any paperwork? Do you have any documentation to substantiate? In fact, let me ask this question: how does your vital statistics office look in Cameroon? Do you have a vital statistics office, ma'am? Do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
we
Do
do.
you know? Oh, okay. The next question was going to be, do you know what the vital statistics office is? Okay. Well, you have one. Okay. Um, can how long have you had it? And how many records? How long do the records go back? I just want to know.
And our president, since our president was in power now, if I remember clearly, but it has not been. It was not really
19.
regulated. So it came into like a more structural form in the 2000s.
Okay. Well,
To be
I
honest.
land my plane. All right. I just needed to ask. All right. All right.
I,
I'll
I
pass it
have a
back
I
to
have
you,
a
Manny.
question. I have a question for you, Danny. You said that your enslaved grandfather married a free African.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
No, no, no. He married an American, but she was Black American there already. I
Okay,
don't know
so
if I'm
who
explaining
was
it.
who was the Cameroonian? Who was the Cameroonian that married in? That's what I'm trying
My
to figure out. So you
grandfather,
saying
my grandfather, my grandfather, my great great grandfather.
he was a slave in America?
Because slavery, they migrate. I don't know if you
I,
see, they
I know
migrate.
all
They were
about
the French.
slavery. Answer my question. Because slaves didn't migrate; they were sold, sweetheart.
Yeah, sort. Yeah, that's
So
a
I need you.
that's the
That's
thing.
that's why your math is not mathing because them
No,
people were
ask her a
not
question
free
real
to
quick.
move
No,
around.
no, 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 no. Ask her this real quick. What year did slavery stop?
In my
Don't
country,
want, no, 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 no. I do not want that answer given until she can tell us when her great grandfather was born.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's the
Yeah, but
answer.
if you gonna give her the answer to
No,
if
I'm
that
talking
answer
about
comes
Danny. I
out,
wanted her to answer that.
who?
That's what he
Danny.
talking about. That's what he talking about. Until she can name the time frame, don't ask her.
Yeah, I don't even want that brought up until we know when her great grandfather was born.
okay, slavery started in my country in I think 17th century, mid 17th century, so
All right, so that
1472.
so Danny, hold 1 second. We gonna stop right there, because I want to get to the new panelists, and if you can let us know when your grandfather was born and what state, that would be great. So we're gonna move forward to Coach T. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening, Retreat? Just for shout out to the whole space tick, the moderator. Just for context of the conversation, Cleaniest Tree to year 1815, Pamlico County, North Carolina, USA, on my paternal side. 1897, Gulfport County, Greensboro, North Carolina, on my maternal side. My parents have since passed on. They met each other here in the city of Philadelphia. He's born here in the city of Philly. I'm 55 years old, Generation X. I'll be 56 next month. The prompt. How is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational black Americans? Uh, it's no, we're not a part of anybody else's diaspora for one. We have our own diaspora here on our ancestors' USA soil. So that right there clarifies that. We've helped that world through resources, intellectual property, through military service. We've done the globalist work. There's a whole airport in honor of our family ethnic lineage tree, Tuskegee Airmen. But you would think when Africans come here that they would say that. They get amnesia. Oh, you never do nothing. What? How we got a whole airport over there honoring our people and we don't have no culture? Go look up and see who the Harlem Hellfighters were. We've helped the world. Listen, I can remember as a child, my parents denying us stuff at the grocery store because they had to buy food to cook, to sell dinners, to get the money to Reverend Leon Sullivan, who started OIC in the city of Philadelphia in the 60s. That still exists today around the country, around the Caribbean, in the UK, and on the continent of Africa. You can fact check me on this. We have helped the world. And I wasn't raised no red, black, and green panty anti Pan African. My parents are from the South. So anybody that had melanated skin, we helped. We saw the flies on the big baby bellies and we felt empathy. I've personally given money, supported Live Aid here in the city of Philadelphia and all around the country. So for people to get on here and have amnesia and talk about some WAR, no, this is a response to disrespect. It ain't no damn WAR. We're the reason you here. 1965 Hart-Cell Immigration Nationality Act was advocated by black Americans. You can fact check me. Go look on the Library of Congress and type in year 1965 Hart-Celler Immigration Nationality Act. There was a major congressional debate on whether to let melanated people in the country. There was a quota. We welcomed everybody here from Africa. Hell, we championed Africa. And I come from hip hop, break dancing, boom boxes, Kangos, Adidas no shoestrings in them. We bigged up Africa so much. Hell, Roots, which was a lie by Alex Haley, ran for a week and ABC was in on it. Anytime a troglodyte Neanderthal under the U.S. Census classified as YT European Mafia peasant reptilian criminal said Africans sold black Americans. We beat they ass to defend y'all. They wrote a book called The Bell Curve. But they took the aptitude and intelligence of Africans and applied it to us, and we fought. Anytime somebody got any kind of trouble, had melanated skin, we was on the scene. That whole situation, I'm Diodalo in New York City. No Africans was out there. The hell? That child up in Bensonhurst was from Guyana. When that small hat hit him. No Africans or Caribbeans was in the street like us. So don't get on here and talk about no WAR. How you gonna have a WAR with people who welcomed and wanted you here? Because we felt empathy. We never said we was Africans, which is a misnomer anyway. We felt empathy. Gave y'all passes because y'all wasn't even on our radar. Melanated people been fighting melanated people for centuries on their ancestors' soil. We have not. We've been fighting troglodyte Neanderthals at different times and stages and centuries that they came here. You haven't even fought the people we fought on your ancestors' soil. You can't even tell us how to fight. We see y'all got a whole statue of a YT Jesus on the continent of Africa bigger than the one in South America. Y'all need to pump y'all brakes and go back and help y'all folks. That let me know that y'all don't give a damn about y'all people like we do. We never needed no Red Cross to send us a message whenever something happens around our ancestors' USA soil. Phones already ringing, people getting tractor trailers together. We got a meetup spot. We dropping off Pampers, Similac, food, blankets, money, and we on the move to help our folks. We've all we've ever had, and we've all we ever needed. And now we want to say we need to focus 100% on our people to preserve our culture because it's gotten too far out the way. Baby mama and baby daddy is not our culture. It comes from Jamaica. It's jacket paternity fraud culture because they don't know who the father is. So that's why they just say baby daddy. That's not our culture. We know our parents' names, nicknames, our grandparents' full names, nicknames, our great, 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 great grandparents' full names, nicknames. Stop using that. We are self-correcting. And that go for me too. Speak my peace, love y'all.
We love you back, Coach.
All right, appreciate you, TP. Um, let's go to Rufus. Can you give us your ethnicity?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I am FBA. My grandmother's family, my mom's family, they're from Shaw, Mississippi. My dad's family is from Montgomery, Alabama. I was raised up in Boston, and I currently live down here in Maryland. And I was I was just listening because I'm listening to this woman, Danny, who's claimed that she has I guess, a great grandfather or somebody that was born who married into FBA culture. I'm not sure how long she's been in the United States, but it's the math is not mathing on my end. Okay, it's not mathing. And I agree with Mr. Coach above me because it's too many times where, and I'm gonna say this: my mom, my grandmother, my grandfather, they all was in the civil rights movement. They were down there fighting, and they would tell me stories about what happened to them and some of the white tea people also that had fought with them. The sheer fact of the matter is that these people come down here and have the vitriol and the nastiness towards FBA is astonishing to me. Not only that, this has been going on after the 1965 movement. And it started down there in Florida, down in, we have a lot of Haitian population, and I'm sure in New York, Jamaica, and whatever. And, we have a big Haitian population up in Massachusetts. I say that to say this. Today, they're fighting because of the Supreme Court has listened to the arguments of trying to end TPS. They have not, none of these people, I don't care if you're from the Caribbean diaspora, the Black and Brown Coalition, whatever, y'all have done absolutely nothing, zero to ride with us. You only thing you wanted to do was divide. You come into these communities, you live up under us. You buy up houses. You talk about you better than us. You talk about I got a car, I got a job, I this and that and this and that. If it wasn't for my ancestors, you wouldn't have nothing. You would still be in your dilapidated homeland where you need to be to fight. But no, y'all come over here and y'all look at us and you're looking behind the curtains and you're like, well, where's all the FBAs? We're tired of fighting for y'all. We're tired. And I have a great aunt who's 120 years old. And she said, I regret by fighting for other people instead of looking out for us. Because she said we thought we had allies and come to find out we have enemies among us. I said that to say this. I just don't understand the disrespect. I've heard it a couple of days ago where a Jamaican guy and also a Haitian guy got mad because they reside down in Atlanta, saying to FBAs down there, why don't you play reggae? Why don't you play dance hall? Why don't you play this, play that? They were like, no, this is our town. This is our state. How dare you go to down south where FBAs had fought, got unalive, hosed down, everything we had done to us. And you're gonna come down to the Mecca of FBA? I don't care if it's from Florida all the way down to Mississippi. You're gonna come down there and gonna try to tell us what to do? Absolutely not. And I'm so proud of us because now we're standing up and we're telling y'all where to go, which is back to your homeland and our land.
All right, I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody in the room. Y'all help me get up to 80K on the likes. Y'all do the heart meter if you haven't. Appreciate everybody on the panel. It's open panel. Anybody got something they want to say?
I'm still waiting on them dates from her.
Oh yeah, Danny, did you ever get the dates on your on your grandfather?
I want to know too.
Yeah, I just want to say I definitely appreciate y'all.
Hello. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think I want to something. I heard some people saying she has been listening to the live, writing online. I came here and said the truth. I said how things were, and I said how things were told to me by my grandmother. Now,
Ma'am, where
there's
are
an
the
education
dates?
purpose.
Do
That's why I
We don't
said,
want to hear that.
okay,
Where the dates at?
okay, no problem. So my grandfather, Chinda David, he was born in Cameroon in the on the 11th of June. On the 11th of June, 1 minute, my sister is sending me. Okay, on the 11th of June,
somebody in?
1920s.
All right, thank
All
you so
right.
much. That's a lot.
He's an immigrant.
Slave.
She not an African
Yeah,
American.
slavery was over,
I'm
my dear
talking about
lady.
Cameroon. I'm not talking about.
Like,
Wait.
stop
I
it.
think
He
you
was
did not
not no
All
understand.
right,
slave.
I
hold
think you did not
on.
understand me.
I
I'm
just
So
not
want to
talking
ask
Danny,
a,
about.
Got up
ask
here and
a
did all that
question.
damn lying.
so Danny,
God damn it.
I want to ask
Danny,
you a
the
question,
fact.
Danny, if I can.
Wait,
So you,
somebody in the chat said she
Uh,
looks like a profile picture.
so where
I'm
are you
sorry.
located? Are you located in the U.S., ma'am?
Oh Lord, forgive me, y'all. We
No,
gotta.
look.
Danny, where are you from? Are you in the U.S. or are you in Africa right now?
No, now I'm on vacation in Africa.
Ma'am,
No.
you said that you had cousins who are Black American, and then proceeded to give us dates
That
for
is
when the
why,
person was
guys,
born in Cameroon.
please.
Hold on, Danny. Hold on. Pipe that third world shit down now. I'm trying to get some clarification up in here. She asked you for your dates, and then you proceeded to give us dates. First of all, after slavery, let me just say. But then you also proceeded to tell us that this individual was born in Cameroon. So we still trying to connect how you got Black American cousins. How is that possible, ma'am?
From the beginning, this is what I said.
Oh my God.
You
My
You
said
did.
grandma
So
he
you did.
married
went
an enslaved
to
woman. You said he married an
Yeah,
enslaved woman.
Danny, it's okay. Your
no,
people are
he wished
Cameroonian.
when they were slaves. Wait,
No,
when they
Danny,
were
Danny, listen,
Oh, I
listen,
thought she
listen,
said her
listen.
grandpa was a slave.
She did.
Did,
She
She
said
did she
did.
her.
say that?
She
She
said
did
her
say
grand.
that.
She
She
did. She
definitely
said her.
said that.
And then she turned around and said, no, he married an enslaved woman. So that's why I was like, what's the
no.
dates? He wasn't
Okay.
even
So Danny.
born
Thank
during the
you.
Right.
time of
Right. Hold
slavery.
on.
It's
Well, hold
crazy.
on, y'all. Hold on. So Danny, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, I should have
You
known.
are
I should have asked you that first.
37, ma'am.
27. She
Girl,
Twenty-seven.
27.
bye.
27. Okay.
Yeah, so I honestly should have asked you how old you were from the beginning, and that would have just you 27. There was absolutely no way your great grandfather would have been born into slavery or in no America. Now, if you would have said he was an African slave, because y'all still got slaves over there now, but the
That
fact
would have
that you
been
talking
cool
about
though.
That's
this
what you don't
dude,
understand. Wait, I think
okay,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
explaining well. I
Go
think
ahead.
if you give me some time to talk, maybe you're going to understand.
We
Okay, Danny,
did.
Danny. Hold on,
No,
y'all. Danny. I'm about to give you a timer. I need you to stay focused when you speak though, because it's like y'all talk in circles a lot and y'all say a bunch of stuff that we don't need to hear. I need you to just get to the point. Go ahead.
okay. From the story that my grandmother said, my great great grandfather, when there was slavery here in Cameroon, that means Portuguese, then the Biafra, from the Biafra they were moved to uh, America. Then he married a woman from American, a black American. So when I asked from the perspective of my cousin, based on her perception, she said no. She identified herself as African American because in relation to my great grandfather, which is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that I know the history, I know everything, but I'm saying what I was reported. And based on that, I call her African American because that is how she sees herself based on the history. Now, I might be wrong. That's why I said it's not from a lying point of view. I'm saying exactly what was said to me, and I say exactly what they know. Now, if it's not it, I'm open to understand. But I'm not lying. That was what was said to me, and that was the conversation
All
we
right.
had.
So Danny, all right. Thank you, Danny. So if what you're saying is true, if this man that you're talking about was born in 1920, he was not no
Yeah.
slave over here. Um,
Okay.
and the woman that he married was not no slave over here. They were not
Okay.
slaves. Um, the woman that he married, was she from Africa or was she over here
No, she was over there.
in Africa?
No, no, in America.
Oh, you're in Africa right now. Okay, gotcha. All right. So and the lady that he married, I mean, what is she? Was she a descendant from of slavery in America or was she from Africa as well?
Now that is why I said it's an educational phase because from my grandmother's side, I don't have a lot of history. I don't know if uh, the people that consider slaves are those who were slaves in America or those who that were migrated to become slave in America.
No. So anybody that migrated, we're not talking about them. They're not included. That's why we're saying that your great grandfather, whoever he was born after the fact. If he was born in the 1920s, he is an African. He's not the so-called ethnogenesis and all of that took place way before he was even born. So what we're saying is he is an actual African. She's not an African American if unless the lady well, I don't know your lineage. Just going off that dude that you're talking about, no. So
Okay.
I think your cousin, I don't know if she has some misunderstanding or she's just trying to force herself into an ethnicity that she doesn't belong in, but she's not an African, so-called African American. We call ourselves foundational Black Americans. We don't go by African American because not all of us. It's not even a whole lot of us that can prove a lineage to people in Africa.
So Black American slavery deals with those who were enslaved in America. if I
Yes,
understand
those
correctly.
who
Can I
have
jump
you ever
in,
heard of
That
the?
is
Basic?
correct.
Yeah, so give me 1 second, Neo. I'm about to land.
Okay.
So yes, our people, some of us, it was a small amount from what I'm seeing now, came from were slaves from Africa. The majority were enslaved indigenous people who were already on this land.
Okay, those who were enslaved from Africa and then moved to America. Now, how do they classify? They classify as African
Why
or
do
African American? That's what
when
I'm
you
trying
say
to.
they move when you say they
I
moved
mean,
from
they
Africa?
paid. I mean, they were bought.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
they were sold to America.
sold. Yeah, because there were three Portuguese. I mean, from the region of my country, there were three Portuguese, Britain, and America. But the majority were gone to Portuguese and Britain, and some, like I think, only 10% were sold to Americans.
Less
So
than
now I don't
10%.
understand
Let
how they
No,
Danny,
classify
Danny,
themselves
it was
less
about
actually.
than
3%. I think
Danny, less than 10%, less than 5% came to what
it
is
was
now the
about
United
3%.
States. Yes, it was about 3%, and that number is fluctuating because they've just reopened to look at the numbers and the manuscripts for that, and they're finding that it's not the around 400K that they thought that it was. So it was 3% or less actually.
And Danny, you also have to understand, a lot of your people don't understand that there were black people already in America. And if you look this up, you can look this up on Google. It'll tell you that the indigenous people of America were enslaved on those plantations, and they outnumbered the Africans that were brought here probably about 1 to 20, if not more.
That is a
So
fact.
there were way more indigenous people who were enslaved than Africans. So our people, based off the numbers, if you just do simple math, we are way more indigenous than we are African, if we are of any African lineage at all. Because with the indigenous outnumbering Africans that much, you could have some people who are fully indigenous. They probably don't have no African in them.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you for the education.
No problem. I appreciate you listening. Anthony, unless I'm sorry, Neo. My bad. My bad. I forgot. Neo told me she wanted to say something. Go ahead, Neo.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on most of what you touched on, but I also wanted to ask her, her cousin, did they stay here? Your grandfather, your great great grandfather, and his wife, did they stay here and continue to marry Black Americans, or did they continue to marry Africans?
They continue to marry Black Americans, and then it stopped with my the mother of my grandmother. Actually, she married an African.
Okay, yeah, that
But
just confused me even
my
more.
grandmother is married to a Black American. So that's why I'm a bit confused because sometimes when it's been said, so I don't. That's why I say I'm not arguing. I'm trying to understand.
Oh no,
Actually,
I'm not arguing with you. That's why I was asking you for dates just to get some clarity. Because like Basic was saying, you guys aren't taught our true history. You only know the transatlantic slave trade. You don't know about the intercontinental slave trade that happened here. And the fact that, we were reclassified at 9 different times here. A lot of our stuff was taken from us. Um, and the reason that a lot of people started coming here at the turn of the century when they opened up Ellis Island is because they were trying to increase the white population over the black population that was here. That's why they were only letting them in and not letting melanated immigrants come in during that time. So this country has done a lot to change the dynamic and makeup of this country to fit a very keen and pointed narrative when it comes to Black Americans. Now, there are some of us who have African ancestry, but there's a lot of us who have little to none. I am one of those people. I've only found one person that I can for sure say was enslaved in this country. That's it. But that does not make me an African. We have a ton of other DNA, other lineages, and that's what we need y'all to understand. We are not African people. We may have some African ancestry, but we are not Africans. We are Americans. And that's what we want respected. And I'll land there.
Appreciate that. Anthony, can you give us your ethnicity?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm an African
From where? What's your
All right, what's
ethnicity?
your
African is
ethnicity?
not an
from
ethnicity.
uh, I'm I'm from Liberia, West Africa.
All right, all right, Anthony. While you're walking, can you stop kicking the rocks or whatever it is? Because are you eating or is that your feet? Come
No,
on,
it's the
man.
airport I'm using, I guess.
Whatever that is, cut it out. All right, go ahead.
But it's okay
God,
now.
goddamn, bro. Yes, man. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So I must say this. I give thanks to those of our black brothers in America that stood firm and maintained. Some came back, probably forcibly or the other way around. If you check the history of Liberia, I'm part of that lineage um, from Prosper Hill, Mississippi. If you check that, there where my forefathers came from. They was enslaved there. Yeah, but we settled in Liberia and stay here. So I just stopped by to say thanks to you guys for holding on to the culture up there and thanks so much. If there is any question, I'm free to answer.
So what
Anthony,
now?
did you want to go ahead, Ish?
No, that's all I had. I just
All right. Okay, Anthony, did you want to answer the prompt or what? Because we're talking about. Have you heard of the diaspora war or the
So,
issues?
so yes, I do. Yes, I do. What I saw that brought me up is an African using the FBA as a scapegoat. So African being mentioned, that's why I really got up.
hello.
Can we can't generalize that.
Anthony, did they just turn the Wi-Fi back on? What's going on? Well, I just we it's real difficult.
It's like the host is yeah, it's like the host is receiving a call. I guess you heard it phone sound, the ring sound.
No, we
No, it's
stopped
not from my
hearing
end.
you. You went out. We didn't hear you. Repeat what you said.
Internet
I
must be
said,
out.
All right. I don't know what happened with Mr. Sandals, but apparently he's one of the people who migrated to Liberia. I don't remember when it happened. I think it was in the early 1800s, if I'm not mistaken, or after. I don't know. Um, but y'all are definitely African now, my brother. You don't sound nothing like us.
I wanted to ask him how are they treating him based off of that.
And they would have been the minority over there,
Yeah, because
because
I know they unalive a lot of them.
for
yeah, it
real.
was like 10,000 of them that came from here, and a few thousand that came from the Caribbean. So yeah, they would definitely be that y'all Africans now, man.
A lot of these people are frauds. I actually talked to somebody in the Midwest. A lot of our people came back, y'all, after that ACS American Colonization Society debacle. They got unalive, like our sister said. Like these people through this panty and red, black, and green mythical back to Africa nonsense. They are claiming that they are Americo Liberians, but they ain't got no paperwork to back it up. And nah, these ain't our people. And like you said, a lot of them came from the Caribbean also. They never want to attach that to the store, to the ACS. Y'all know why? We're the only country on planet Earth with a Second Amendment in our Constitution. You can fact check me on that. These people are cowards. I don't care where they come from. Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, South America, Latin, Central America, Caribbean, Canada, and Mexico. They're not willing to do what our ancestors were willing to do. They scared of their military and their government. Period. All this better life. We come for education. It's all smokescreen. Y'all cowards. Don't try to tether on to our achievements, our struggle, our legacy. Now that the smoke's cleared, the house is built, table set, food served, and now you walking in the door and want to sit down and start eating. Yeah, we done with that. Cause y'all wasn't even on our radar. And yeah, it was on Twitter in 2018, 19. And then when Clubhouse audio app happened in 2020, we was all in the house. We could really hear the disrespect. I actually resisted the information when I heard it first. I cussed out a lot of people in this space right now when I first heard it. I was like, where y'all learn this cracker shit from?
They was holding slave auctions, wasn't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got the receipts. We got all the receipts.
Listen, they would, and Coach, forgive me for interrupting you. And I'm only laughing because it's kind of nostalgic. Coach used to cuss us he used to come in and literally cuss us the fuck out. And then the Somalians started doing mock slave auctions on Clubhouse where they would and I'm laughing because of it. It's so fucking diabolical.
What?
And when Coach saw that shit, he was just like, fuck this. I kid you not. They would come into our rooms and get pissed off and then take our profile pictures and auction us off in mock slaves auctions on Clubhouse. They would do it on Twitter too. I kid you not.
Get
And then
the
they
fuck
and
out
then
of
and
here.
then they would dox you. They would dox your kids. They would auction off the kids in these slave auctions too. This is when I was radicalized long before they started doing this because one of the first rooms I went into was where they were talking about using our children for ritual sacrifice. And I absolutely do have the receipts for that. But when I tell you, Coach, when he first started coming in, he was just like, y'all motherfuckers is crazy. Like we used to get cussed out every day. And then slowly he started coming up and was like, okay, now I understand what is going on. And the greatest thing about Coach is for people who will say, oh, some of the elders, blah, 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 blah. That's not true. We have elders who are incredible people who, are really give them the scholarship, give them the information, give them the tangibles, and they will truly do something with it. And where we this is why everywhere Coach goes, he is highly respected and will always be highly respected because not only did he take that information, but he has become a powerhouse and a power source of information for the last 4 or 5 years, 6 years. So, I mean, he's become a driving force of quantifying and bringing information into the culture and for the purpose of the work that our people are doing. So I just wanted to give him his flowers and say that.
Yeah, listen, y'all. I receive that, but listen, that's why I stay in the 17, 1800s. We're doing absolutely nothing new. Every generation of our family at the Gleany Tree honored our ancestors' legacy on the USA soil. We coin family reunions. We're doing nothing new. Before and after the Civil WAR, our ancestors looking for our folks. And that's all we doing is tracing our, our lineage, looking for our folks, honoring our ancestors' legacy. Listen, melanated foreigners, go back home. We're telling. Listen, you got all the education. Y'all in politics. Y'all doctors, lawyers. Go. Y'all got the information. Go structure a HUD housing. Go structure rehabilitation, medical facilities. Hell, go structure to where we can trade with you dumbasses. For instance, Haiti is not a poor country. They just discovered oil, y'all, in the last 18 months on the northwestern part of the Dominican Republic. Do y'all not know that in a minute they get ready to discover oil in the northeastern part of Haiti? Haiti got a whole damn fishing industry we could trade with. But they people over here done abandoned after the earthquake done Brazil. And then they ran here during the Biden administration talking about we gonna stay here. Go home and help y'all people, yo. That's what really upsets me about you melanated foreigners here. Cause y'all not like us. There are some family members we don't even like in our own families. But there's somebody in the family that we love. And when they call us and tell us, listen, I know you don't like your cousin Jimmy, but do this for me. I need you to go down there and do this and that. And we be like, I damn well I wasn't gonna do it, but since you said do it for you, I'ma do it. And we don't we not messing with y'all. If y'all don't care about y'all people, we don't care about y'all over here on this soil. I got 3 businesses shut down. I call ICE on a regular. I got a whole email ICE. I'm calling OSHA, building code violation. I'm doing everything in my legal power to get y'all back home to help y'all people since you're so educated. You want to go back home and wave your blue passport and brag to your people and tell your people they smell like poverty. Y'all diabolical and your people are listening. That's why I don't talk against people that's on their ancestors' soil. I got a problem with y'all here on our ancestors' USA soil. I got no problem with nobody on their ancestors' soil advocating and fighting and loving on their folks. Y'all over here doing nothing, hiding out in homeless shelters from ICE because you don't want to go back home talking about you going to unalive yourself if they send you back. Y'all see what just happened down in Atlanta? That Nigerian, he allegedly just unalived himself after unaliving people because he didn't want to go back.
Did
That's,
he really?
yo,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, these people are not us, y'all. A lot of our cold cases will never be solved because these melanated foreigners been coming in here doing damage to our people and going back home. And for the people that of our lineage talking about ICE is going to deport black people. Listen, one young lady came up on a panel. She said, "Hey y'all, we gotta ride around with our birth certificates, social security cards." I got on panel. I said, "Excuse me." I said, "We got fingerprints." I said, "We got vital records with our baby footprints." Like, what are you talking about? She's like, "Oh, I forgot that." I said, "See, stop listening to the news. This is the news, y'all. Our grassroots. This our media. Shout out to Basic and everybody else that's holding lives. We are the news, the grassroots black Americans. Stop listening to Fox, CNN, ABC. You will lose your mind talking about walking around with your birth certificate. If you worked on a job anywhere, you got your fingerprints on file. It ain't
That's a
no two
whole
people.
setup. You gonna walk
Yo,
around with your documents so somebody can take them?
you know what I mean?
Steal your shit. Steal your whole
Man,
identity.
here's what I wish they would understand. We get it. You come here, you that's nothing wrong with getting education and all of that. But don't sit up here and tell us about what you did here when we know you didn't do nothing here. That's not the flex you think it is. I got a car, I got a house. So do we. But we're in our home helping our communities. You're not doing that. But then you want us to come to your countries and build your country, spend our money there. So the year of return, if you look it up, we literally got Ghana's government out of being in the red and into the black just doing the year of return. So we have the global spending power and they want it, but instead of them taking what they've learned here and going back and doing better, they want us to come do it for them. And that ain't finna happen. And if they do go over there, they finding out the hard way that it ain't all kumbaya like they thought it was. People going over there buying property, getting it repossessed out from under after they done spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then people come up here on the panel and act like that ain't happening, like they ain't unaliving us after they ask us to come there. So I need people to be for real, like seriously.
All right, we got user. Can you give us your ethnicity, please? User, unmute and give us your ethnicity. You got 3 seconds. All right.
Nice.
All right, Danny. Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, Danny.
Okay. The diaspora war, as I in the beginning, as I was saying, I hear people say I'm recording. I'm not recording. I don't have time for that. From the videos I was saying, I don't know much. I've seen a lot of video insult this year insult. But my question is this: is I thought the problem was that Africans, I'm now talking in general, right, were coming to America and not respecting the country laws and the culture. But from many comments and from many from the different views, I feel like it's more deepened. Or because me, that was my point. It was like you come to a country, you respect you respect their country, you respect their culture, and you do what you have to do, and you stay quiet. But from the different views or the different things I'm getting, it's like it's it's more deepened than what is on the surface than my understanding.
Yeah, so it's a deep situation. A lot of times when we have the conversations, depending on who you run across, they may mention things that are surface level, but we have people within our lineage who can go much deeper with the information, who've dove deep, and they go political. They can tell you what these people have done in politics against our community. These are African and Caribbean people who come into the country, they get in positions of power, and they undermine Black Americans. So this is not some surface level stuff, and this is exactly why the delineation movement is just continuing to grow every single day. Is more and more people who are waking up, they're seeing these receipts, because the thing is, we can actually prove everything that we're saying. We can prove that there are I think he was an African, I can't remember, but it was a couple of Africans who got in positions of power and were claiming that they wanted to get rid of Black History Month. You had one dude, I think he was down in Florida, he was Caribbean, and he said that he's not going to support Black Americans getting reparations because his people wouldn't be eligible for it because he's not a Black American.
Who is that,
So
Byron
we
Donalds?
yeah, Byron. I thought it was Daniels,
Daniels,
Donald's, whatever
yeah.
that nigga name is. Yeah, him. So we have a whole lot of things that we can actually present, but the problem is, whenever we do that, you're gonna have your people including the Caribbean people, and they're going to try to minimize it and say, well, that's not all of us. But the thing is, no, the only people speaking up about it is us. Whenever something happens to y'all people, we're going to speak up with you. We're going to unite with you, and we're going to attack the problem. But when it comes to us being attacked, especially when we're being attacked by Caribbeans or Africans, nobody stands with us but us. The Pan-African community is 99.9% Black Americans, and all they do is sit around and defend Africans all day long. That's all they do. Their whole objective in life is to defend Africans. I ain't come across a group of Africans yet, and I'm talking about two or more that sit around and defend Black Americans from any type of hate from anybody. There ain't no Africans sitting around defending us. There ain't no Caribbeans sitting around defending us. The only people that defend Black Americans are Black Americans.
Okay,
So
my other
no,
question
so
is in
go ahead.
what is stopping, because I've not been in the US for long, so I come and go. I don't really, and I have a short limited of time, so I'm trying. What is stopping the FBA from entering into politics to make it really change? Like,
Well, it's a lot of different reasons why Black Americans with the mindset to delineate are not in political positions. First and foremost, us being in positions of power with this type of mindset is not something that YT people would like. And you have other people that they weaponize against us, like immigrants, who don't like the thought of Black Americans being in position of power either. It seems like everybody wants Black Americans to be underneath them. So that's why your people don't mind being a buffer class, because it places you above us. So your people will come over and claim to be Black, claim that we're all one people, you know, but they don't actually practice that with their politics at all, because none of these African or Caribbean politicians, you can go do your research on this too. Go and look up the backgrounds of these Black politicians, see where they're from, and see what they've done for the Black American community. They don't do shit, none of them. And if you know any Africans, regular people in the United States, see what they do. What Black American businesses do they shop at? None of them. I live in a city where it's primarily Black Americans. When I go to a Black American owned business, I don't see no Caribbeans, no Africans, no nothing in there. The only people I see in there is our people. But when I go to a African restaurant or something, I'm gonna see Black Americans in there. I can show you a page right now on Facebook of Black Americans that promote African businesses in Memphis, promote their restaurants and shit. Talking about go over here and support this Ethiopian restaurant, all this other bullshit.
I just want
That's
to
the
know what.
difference.
Sorry.
it means that what Black American needs from him, like black, let
Well,
me say
hold
black
on, Danny.
immigrant.
Danny. Here's the deal. Like, I have a problem with what you just said because us being in politics has nothing to do with. It's not mutually exclusive to. Let me not use big words. Us being in politics doesn't have anything directly to do with the way that y'all come over here and disrespect our people. You shifting to politics is a deflection and a problem because it don't got what we do over here politically ain't none of your business. To be honest with you, I shouldn't be coming to Cameroon and trying to tell your people what they should and shouldn't be doing politically, and you shouldn't be coming over here or entering into conversations with my people, telling them what they should or shouldn't be doing, or even remarking on it. Especially when we're talking about the way that your people treat my people. But when I say your people, I'm saying Africans, and I'm only referring to the Africans that this applies to. Okay, just to be clear, because some of y'all don't get context. But I just want to be clear. Black Americans have been doing politics in this country for longer than this country has been a sovereign nation. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you need to maybe do a little more history. However, that has nothing to do with how disrespectful some of your people are. And the greater problem, which Brother Basic has already stated, so I don't really need to reiterate, but I'm going to, is that y'all come over here and you're very disrespectful and you don't check your own people, even though you know that shit is not okay. That is the problem that we're having. See, I could see if you were in your homeland talking shit, right? Because it's like you in your homeland. So, I mean, I get it. You know, people gonna talk crazy. That's just what people do. But you are coming over into our homeland to talk crazy. And I ain't talking about you, Danny, because you over where you supposed to be. But I'm just saying that is a problem. And it's even more of a problem when you, one, don't check them and don't publicly denounce that. And two, then ask us to come over to Africa to spend money with y'all. Very disrespectful. Also, I would love to see more of you address the fact that not Ghana, excuse me, Uda Benin is building a slavery-themed amusement park and expects Black Americans to come over there and spend their money at the slavery-themed amusement park. Why y'all not saying nothing about that? Why y'all not telling them people over there how disrespectful that is? To have a slavery themed amusement park. Look it up. It's called the Marina Project. It's in what used to be Uda Benin. And let me tell you why that's even more offensive. Because Uda Benin is where they used to do the drinking water rituals, where they literally used to make people walk around this tree and drink water from the base of the tree to separate them from the culture, from the land, before they sold them to Europeans. And now y'all building a slavery themed amusement park because you want Black Americans to come on over and spend our money. But you can't speak up. You can't do something for free and speak up and tell your people when they've crossed the line. So, absolutely not.
I want to say something right quick to that point. You also got to realize, Danny, that it's a lot of y'all. Most of them, when they come and they run for office, they pretend to be us. They hide their immigrant background until they get into a position of power, and then it comes out X, Y, and Z. So they literally pretend to be us, and then when we find out, oh, they're not. You know what I'm saying? It's always the duplicity. And there's a lot of FBAs in politics, Black Americans in politics, to sit here and say, act like we're not. We are. It's just that we got some of y'all that are pretenders that get into positions and then immediately turn against us because it doesn't benefit their people, or they can't get a piece of the pie when this isn't their country to get a piece of the pie in.
Facts.
Okay, I'm going to answer Ishmael. I did not mean to be disrespectful. It's like you come to me, or maybe there's a conversation, and then you want to know something about maybe my country. I'm going to tell you. The host spoke about something that has to do with politics. He talked about immigrant going to politics, and I think Teneo really answered that question. The reason why my question came up, because if immigrants are entering into politics more than the Black Americans, I'm wondering why. So I think she answered the question perfectly. It didn't come from a point of disrespect or something.
I just think that when people who are not from the lineage or any sorts of imagination to ask, what are we doing? It's like I find it kind of like disrespectful. Like Ishmael said, I can't go to any country, Cameroon or whatever country, put up my American flag, plant it, and say, hey, I live here now, and get into your politics, get into your business, and I'm just visiting. I'm coming over there and I'm asking y'all a question. Well, how come you guys ain't, having Americans into your politics? That's evasive, and it's just being very nosy, but I have nothing to do with that. You see how that sounds, right?
I completely understand. But to me, in all honesty, you will not disturb me because it's a question. I don't know, it might be different maybe in culture, but to me, it would not personally disturb me. I know that I'm seeing a comment that I know about Camila running for presidency. I'm talking about having more of the black American. My question was directed into that sense because he spoke about immigrants, like people that fake, like the tenor said to be black Americans, enter into politics, then later being discovered they are not black Americans. But to me, from an outsider point of view, when I see like a black person, maybe in politics on TV or BBC, I will immediately think, okay, this is a black American. She's black, and I immediately think, okay, a black American is into politics there. So if the host is telling me, oh, they are not black Americans, they're immigrant, instead claiming to be black Americans, I think you'll be, I don't know. I feel like it's very free, open to me to ask why they are not entry, because to me, from my point of view, I thought maybe when I see on TV, BBC and all that, I see maybe a black woman in the office or a black American in the office. I think, okay, this is a black American in the office. So when I'm being said it's not really a black American, it's an immigrant claiming to be a black American, obviously I don't know if it's bad to ask.
I'm gonna tell you this. Depending on where you live at, there are a lot of immigrants. So say like for Florida, they caught that Haitian woman who was, I guess she was the mayor or the councilwoman or whoever she was. And the problem is that when you guys do come into politics and you come into these spaces and they claim to be black or whatever, and they come in here and they have this scam mentality, and then they try to put us in the box. That's why we're delineating. That's why we're saying, no, we need to know who these people are. For example, the 15-year-old boy that got shot, they tried to say that the boy that shot the 15-year-old was a black American. He clearly wasn't. He was Jamaican. So we nipped that in the bud. So whenever somebody has a victory or something, they say, shout out to Benin, shout out to Haiti, shout out to this, shout out to that. But as soon as something goes wrong, and as soon as something happens, the first thing they're going to think that, oh, this is a black American. See, black American did it. That's why we're delineating. We're saying, no, we need to look in the background of these people, also in politics and everywhere else. We need to know who these people are. That's why we're delineating. We're looking into the backgrounds. Understand that we are tired. We are tired of people that come into our spaces, come into our towns, trying to take over, trying to finesse. And we are tired and we're not taking it anymore.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. My bad. I stepped away, y'all. Did Hiwa get to speak? Go ahead, Hiwa. My bad.
How you doing? How you doing, host? How you doing, panel? Black American from the South. So, and I know that we're not trying to stockpile on Danny, but also like it's with your seeing with like what everybody's already touched on most of the points. But what it is we've always been doing this, and so as much as you can't believe it, we can't believe it either, because when we saw people coming over, we thought that they were our allies. Like, as someone who voted for Obama twice, I hope for an ally. And it's the pattern keeps getting repeated that like, no, we are not the same. And delineation is important because of everything that everybody else has said. Like, we hope for allies. My dad still believes in allies, and he was one of the kids on the bus who got like beaten up with signs and stuff because they integrated schools. Like, he hoped that we had allies, and we're seeing that it's not. And I also want to make mention of like all of those folks that are in our politics could literally do that at home. Like, I saw a flyer for like the new Nigerian American class of politicians that is going to run, and I'm like, why are you not in Nigeria doing these things in your country, in your home, instead of trying to be that class here. And so something else to add to your honeydew list of studying, Danny, is wondering why your people in these different countries, because I know you said you're from Cameroon, because I know that there's a lot of Cameroonian people here. Like I just found out that there was a whole like Cameroonian population that got dropped off in Kentucky, and they were like having their own conversations because their kids, so the people that migrated from Cameroon to Kentucky, their kids are now having conversations trying to figure out why, like with their own like things happening within their community. And me as somebody and other folks are like, how did y'all even get in Kentucky? Like most of the immigrants and stuff go to like the big cities like LA, New York, da 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 da. Like how did y'all even get to Kentucky? Like even Atlanta, like there's a whole lot of folks in Atlanta. Like how did y'all get here? And they're like, oh, our parents brought us here. But then in the same time, like they're only sticking with themselves because how did no other black people in Kentucky know that you were here? Like you've had a whole generation and you're birthing another. How did none of us know you were here? It's because you're not reaching out to the people in Kentucky. You had no idea of who we were because you decided to stay within your own bubble.
Or they pretended
And
to be us.
or they pretended to be us. And it's just such a huge to do. So it's like, so there are levels to the disrespect because it's like, again, like, you know, like, heck, so where I'm at, like we're having the Kentucky Derby, right? And so one of the things that they do is like, we have all these different people come and selling stuff. We even had like a World Day. And so like, we've, you know, there's always been like a handful of different folks. Like, I didn't meet someone that was from the continent until like I was in my 20s. But like, you know, they would sell us the black soap and sell us shea butter. And so I was like, oh, okay. Like I go and try to sell my little, you know, bring my little happy dollars over there and da 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 da. But what made it crazy is I was there and I was like, hey, here's $20. I see that's what the soap is. And the African dude would not sell it to me because I was a woman. And I'm like, do you know where you're at? Like, do you know what country you're in that you don't want to sell? You don't want to buy, you don't want to sell your words to me because I'm a woman? Like, that's such weird stuff. And if that you feel that way, then go home, but you won't go home. And we also had like, it's just a huge, like, again, like the levels of disrespect of it being, it's like, dude, like, I'm not gonna go and keep, you know, my money's green no matter where I go. And the fact that I wanted to give it to you because I knew that you were out here struggling and hustling for your family, because I knew that this $20 was going to feed your family that night. I knew it. I knew it in my spirit, but you were like, nope, I don't sell to women because I'm a man and this is what we did in our country. And I'm like, but you're not in your country. You're in Kentucky. You're in the South. Like you're here. Like you're benefiting off my taxes, which I didn't mind giving because I thought I had an ally and I was helping somebody, like, you know what I mean? Like, but we don't have those. And that's another part of the sad part of the morning when it comes to delineating is that having to mourn the loss of relationships that we thought we had. Like a lot of us are in mourning because it's like, dude, I thought we had friends. We don't have no friends. And that is sad, but that does not mean that it is impossible for us to move forward because we're amazing. But so anyway, to circle back to like the whole political thing of like, we have people that run, we have people that go, we have people that are doing the thing. But again, the system is set against us. And the folks that are coming here are happily being part of the system. And since you're being part of the system, get out of our way because we're here to fix that. We're here to break the system and build it accordingly. So, but yeah, so thank you. Thank you for listening to all that. Sorry, I got kind of rambly.
Hey, Basic, I'm going to drop
All
again.
right,
Sorry. I know I'm up and down.
you good? I appreciate you, Iowa, for speaking. Um, and I agree. There are certain people within our lineage who are mourning because you know they have relationships with people from the diaspora or whatever. Me personally, I'm not in no mourning. I don't have no relationship with you motherfuckers, and so I'm good. So I'm gonna come off a little different than a lot of people because to be honest with you, it doesn't bother me personally because, like I said, I didn't grow up around these people, so you know it's easy. This shit is easy for me. You know what I'm saying? Like my people said, we delineating, cool. I've been delineating. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I bought some African soap or whatever. I went to a weak ass it was an Ethiopian restaurant because they serve like this big ass plate, and it got like a bunch of different foods. That shit was trash. So yeah, I'm good. I went to a Jamaican restaurant once, and that was actually pretty good, to be honest with you. The food that I got there, but the African food, that shit was trash. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. So I'm cool. I eat regular nigga shit. Let's go to American. You can go ahead and give us your ethnicity, and you can go ahead and address the prompt.
Thank you, host, for having me, everybody on the panel. I'm FBA all the way, straight from the dirty South, land of H trade, Port Arthur, Texas, born and raised. We have the largest refinery here in the country, and I'm proud to say that I'm from Port Arthur, Texas. That's where PMC is from. So yeah, how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? Right. There have to be a war, you know what I'm saying, coming from the other side, because you flew here. You all flew here, you came here, you thought your bridges were high and stuff like that. Y'all came here looking down on us and talking crap about us. And to say, I want to answer that lady's question. She said, how come there are more immigrants in politics than Black Americans? That is a damn lie. We have brother Marcel Dixon in South Carolina who was running for office. We have rap legend Willie D who was running for office down here in Houston, Texas. We have Dr. Claude Anderson, who is the only Black politician in history to appoint 3 Black federal judges. And his family, before integration, owned 500 buses where he serviced Black folks and white folks all the way from New Orleans to Memphis. So our track record in politics is strong, and it's one of the main reasons why you dirty motherfuckers are able to come here. And I did try to help out Africans myself, right? I tried to help out Africans myself. I gave this African woman 10 cents when she asked me for it, because there are a lot of homeless African people out here in Houston. Maybe 10 cents is not much in America, but damn, she could have flew back home and turned that fucking 10 cents into a metropolis back where she came from. So y'all come here, right? And y'all talk a lot of crap about us with them flat heads and them hollow brains, and y'all don't have enough sense to go back home and make sense of where y'all came from. Y'all go on permanent vacations, right? Y'all go on vacations, y'all be like, God damn, America is nice. Look at all this food, look at all these restaurants and stuff like that. And then y'all never go back home. Y'all never go back home. Y'all hide. Y'all go in the sewers. And you know, it's 23 of you in a household. So all 23 of you just be hiding in one household. Y'all apartments be smelling like Ghana and Nigeria and all of these places. When y'all be living among us, y'all be walking around in blizzards with flip-flops on, with them ashy feet, making it look like you got white socks on. And then y'all old stringy head old. No, y'all don't got stringy. Y'all got that 4D shit. Y'all don't even have 4C hair. Y'all have 4D hair. So y'all come here, right? And y'all talk about us, and y'all get in our politics. And let me tell you something. The reason why you don't really see FBA politicians like that is because FBA are more than likely going to fight against white supremacy, right? We're going to more than likely fight against white supremacy. They're looking for a more docile group of Black people, you know, a group of Black people who come from places like Kenya, where the Asians go there and bust them upside their head and stuff like that, and take over their homeland and tell them what they can't do when they own shit. And then y'all come straight over here, get in our politics and vote against our reparations. Y'all come over here and say that y'all flew here by plane and we came here by chains. I got a video of an African guy saying that, showing out for that white woman. Y'all come here thinking that it's all peaches and cream and y'all can't be touched. But let me tell you something. That Jamaican guy thought the same thing. And if you know about anybody who's in Black American society, we know not to go on no camping or hunting trip with white people. They took this guy on a hunting trip and they Swiss cheesed him. And they brought him back to Jamaica with full of hoes after he was warned not to go. So y'all come here and y'all talk all y'all crap and y'all think that y'all can take over and replace us with this African takeover at HBCUs. It ain't happening. What y'all need to do is go back home and build roads. What y'all need to do is stop all of these countries with the sanctions on them so that they can develop. There's still 13 African nations being being controlled by France. They're forced to use the francophone. 65% of their revenue is taken over by France, making France a first world country. Without them 13 African nations, France would be third world. But y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all want to come here and focus on us calling ourselves Black American, right? Because we have a strong line of fighters. We have Sojourner Truth. We have Harriet Tubman. We have Coretta Scott King. We have Dr. King. I mean, however you feel about him. We have Frederick Douglass, who beat up his slave master in order to get his freedom. And then he became the most prominent black abolitionist in U.S. history. We have Michael Jackson, who is the greatest entertainer of all time. So much so this man been unalive for 17 years. And they was just put on the news that they were having faints at this man movie. People are still fainting because they're going to see Michael Jackson in the movies. People are not fainting when they see Africans unless they get too close and they raise their arms up and that armpit be too strong and they fall out. That's probably why they faint, but we're so prominent over here, right? People are fainting. You know what I'm saying? Black American culture is the most appropriated culture this world has ever seen. And we're 45 million strong. What does that tell you? 45 is more prominent than 1.2 billion Africans. And you have to come fly 4,000 miles to be able to come study at a school. Meanwhile, all I had to do was drive 2 blocks up the street to go study it. And then you have to start over because your degrees in Africa don't mean shit in order to study for that degree that you didn't already had in Africa. And African currencies are toilet paper over here. Nobody even take your currency serious. So there's a lot of things that you need to fix. And ask yourself, how come I come from this vast continent and it's poor and I have to come fly all the way to the United States to come stun on Black Americans, even though that ain't getting you very far, when I can be doing this back at home? Because your success is measured off the opportunities that Black American pain afforded you. Without Black Americans putting in that work, there would be no Africans over here. You would be back at home in your little third world country and nobody will care about you. And I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, especially you old dirt cake eating cooking. I mean, Haitians and you Jamaicans who call us Yankees and y'all come over here too. You know what I'm saying? And to the Haitians saying they won that war in 1804, let me tell you something. You win a war if you're able to continue on without having to pay the very people who you claim that you destroyed billions of dollars just so you can be independent. And they put hella sanctions on you too. That's a hell of a position to be in. But I'll stop right there.
I gotta say, busting you upside your head was my favorite part. You are so funny, brother American. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got, but I wish to answer to Highway. I don't know if I've pronounced her name very well. She asked some questions about like some people over there that
Hold
she
on, say
didn't
her
know.
name. Hold on, Danny. Say her name correctly. Listen, I can't tell y'all.
That's
No,
why I'm
we
asking
not
if I'm actually
okay.
saying it correctly.
Yeah. So then ask her what her name is.
Okay. Please, can you tell me the correct form to pronounce your name?
Thank you for asking. Heywa. So like hey wa.
Okay, Heiwa. Thank you.
Of course.
So to answer your question, I think from the Africans I spoke to, some like Nigerians, Kenya, and some other colleagues from Ghana, when they were here, or some of the colleagues that were in America that came here, uh, regarding mixing and all that, from what they told me, they said it's cultural differences. They don't get you, and I'm being honest. What was being said, I'm answering honestly because we're not sugarcoating. They don't get you is they painted a picture that wasn't really favorable. I think there was one Nigerian that told me they behave like, I don't know the word that she said. I'm trying to remember, like fools. That I asked for more explanation on why they are saying that. They said because of the cultural differences, they don't realize the the opportunity they have, and most of the times they claim about jobs being taken, but those are the jobs they don't want. So we come and we do those jobs and they complain. So reason why, and they say the mentality, reason why they don't mix. Now in this panel, on this panel, I'm actually getting another side of the story, another view, another aspect.
I just want to
So I'm glad.
respond to you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, because I know Basic, I know Ishmael, what you're saying is not a new talking point that's been said. What is told is a lot of folks that when they do come over, I know that you are in your home country, that part of the paperwork that they sign and that they go through with them is to put up that negative experience so that they don't communicate with us. And so the stories, so the people that you're talking to, listened to YT talking points and held on to it instead of actually reaching out to the people who were already here. So they decided to listen and hold on to YT instead of finding their own information. So everything that you said is not nothing new that we've heard. They all say that, you know, because even the guy in the office right now was saying that immigrants were taking BOK jobs, and that doesn't make sense because there is no such thing as a BOK job. Like, my brother-in-law is a physicist and my sister's an RN. Those aren't BOK jobs, those are jobs. Like, that's not the thing. So again, I'm saying that to say that those folks that you're talking to that are giving you those answers are giving you YT talking points about us because they never, for whatever reason, they did not reach out to the community of people that were here. Because if they had, then they would know us. And they would, because I've met people that have like gone, like that are, that immigrated here that are like, yeah, like, BOK folks here have done nothing but show love, or they've done this, or like whatever, because that's the kind of people that we are. And so the talking points that you're getting are getting YT talking points that those folks swallowed and kept to their chest instead of understanding the people that were here. Um, so yeah.
Can I say something? Danny, I was listening to everything you were saying, and then the part where you said that a lot of those who do immigrate from those countries that come here say that Black Americans don't take advantage of the opportunities that we have over here. See, Black Americans have already done the things that y'all are trying to do here. You understand that, right? Black Americans were the first Black nurses, doctors in this country because guess what? We had to break down those barriers. We had to fight for those things to happen. That's why y'all get the opportunities to come over here and do those things, okay? So when I hear this a lot, because I can sit back and listen to a lot of different Africans from different places having these conversations specifically about Black Americans, okay? A lot of them say, well, y'all don't cherish the opportunities that y'all have over here in America. But see, the opportunities are because of the ancestors that our ancestors fought for us to have that y'all get the benefit off of. Okay? So please, I just hope and pray that you never utter those words again, because I understand that that's what somebody said to you, but please don't say that again.
I'm sorry if I offended. I was answering that question. Actually, I'm grateful for this panel because I've had the opportunity to really get the other side of things, the depth, because people are saying this Google, but even in Google, it doesn't go that deeply. It's better to get from people that are there, people that experience it, so that you actually get what they're going through. That's why I prefer the experience of people than just googling, because there's a lot of informations and you don't know which one is real. So I'm grateful for this panel for actually giving me the other perspective of stuff. So next time or
Oh, Danny,
time.
quick question. Do you watch American TV shows?
Sometimes
Have you
BBC.
ever watched Bob Hart's Abishola?
No.
It is a Watsi man who falls in love with a Nigerian woman, and she works as a nurse in a hospital next to a black American woman who has been working as a nurse for a very long time. And she had the audacity to tell that black American nurse on that show. Now, mind you, I've heard this in person, but she told that nurse that y'all don't work as hard as Africans. She told that to the black American nurse, not knowing that the black American nurse actually did the thing that she wants to do. She wants to be a doctor. Okay. But that black American nurse who went through the process was a doctor, got her doctorate, and was pushed out because of white supremacy in this country back in the day. So she had to start all over again. Now, Abishola didn't know that. That character didn't know that. But a lot of Africans spew that nonsense towards us when y'all come over here. I know you're in Cameroon right now. And, I'm not saying you personally, but a lot of them decide to talk down to us as if we have never done the things that they're doing now. You see what I'm saying?
I see. I understand. I understand better. My view was very, very clouded because I mean, from experience, from talks, from people talking. But now getting it from the real people on another perspective, I think it kind of enlightened me. So I think next time if we're having a conversation, at least I'll be able to debunk with a bit of facts. It's a bit difficult to just say something without actually getting from the people themselves. So now I clearly understand a little bit way more. So I'm grateful for it.
We don't want
Danny,
you to
Danny,
parrot
can I,
talk. We don't want you
Danny,
parrot talking. We don't want you parrot talking. Go do the research for yourself. Go
yeah,
cross reference for yourself. We over here
Danny,
debunking parrot talk. We don't need you parrot talking. Listen,
Danny,
in 1909, go look this up. In 1909, African misnomer came here during the Missouri World Fair. While our ancestors was dressed to the nines, had fur coats, our women had gowns, pearls, hairs laid, our men had wing tips, three-piece suits. Y'all know Africans came here with loincloths and was sleeping outside in mud huts, and you can fact check me on that.
Lord Jesus, who?
So don't tell us we African. We felt we never wanted allies. We felt empathy for these people around the world, y'all. And that's not accurate. We know it wasn't. Africans are on video over in the UK. They came up with the term "stay away from the Akata." Aki, he down in Maryland. He turned the comments off his YouTube channel. He will not perform that song nowhere in the United States of America. They ain't heard none from the YT people. These people practice tribalism. They they assume that we were another tribe, just like they deal with their own people, and they thought they was gonna bring that here. They wasn't even on our radar. Damn it, we was helping y'all. We felt sorry for y'all. We
and I
saw
stopped.
people. We were not looking for allies. We saw people walking around, and you could see their skeleton through their skin. We wasn't looking for no allies. We bad all by our damn selves. We are generous people, and they know it now. Even our weak then traitors of our lineage, we got to deal with, cause they the ones who brought them here, not knowing and vetting them that they practice tribalism. They practice FGM. They practice cannibalism. They practice unaliving twin babies because in they primitive minds, we don't practice nothing like nobody else on planet Earth. I don't care if you believe in the upside down cake, cabbage head, Allah, Jesus, Jehovah Witness, Buddha. We don't culturally practice it like nobody else because we don't drink human blood. And that shout out to our ancestors during the Rutherford Hayes Compromise when the Republican coward decided to remove the Union soldiers out of the South that were protecting our people. And a lot of those Union soldiers were them Ellis Island Tammany illegals, bounty jumpers who came here from Europe, and they unalived our people in Natchez, Mississippi, and there were multiple Devil's Punch Bowls. Our people chose to be unalive through starvation than rather cut up their dead loved ones and eat them and preserve themselves. That's why we don't even drink the blood when we bust our nose. We spit it out. We ain't like no other people on planet Earth. These troglodyte Neanderthals eat people. They had a whole TV series called Cannibal on NBC. They tried to normalize it. It's a delicacy eating humans. We know what time it is. We know Africans do the same thing. South Americans, Caribbeans, Asians, Canadians, we don't eat people, y'all. And I stand on that. None of these people can say none of they people have never eaten people but us. We ain't like nobody else on planet Earth. Speak my
Coach,
piece.
Coach. So does that sure the fact that we as a people have never done that, that to me shows that we are literally the only ones who have a soul. Because if you are eating people, that is soulless activities.
Okay.
That's a
I
fact.
think
Thank you for saying that, Eureka.
Delectable Negro. I actually got it on my account. My
Oh yeah,
account
you
is
talk about the
private.
cookbook, how they used to cook us.
Yes, but
Africans do the
it's
same
not just they
thing.
used to cook us though. It's that shit is not it's that see, here's the crazy part. The craziest part about that is it's not just the cannibalism. It's what they did with all the other stuff, making furniture and pillows and mind you, those are just the YT people, but you think if you guys have never done the research, and forgive me, coach, for interrupting you, but look at what they're over there doing to the albino children. They literally have to have secluded areas for those albino children because they hunt them as kids and unalive them and grind their bones down and sell it as magical powder. This is a
Yep.
whole practice that they do over there. It's demonic. Like it's evil. We could never have come from that ever.
For real. I actually told the last person I was in a relationship with, he had albinism and he was like, you want to go somewhere? He pointed at Africa. I said, hell to the no. You ain't about to come up missing and be somebody magic powder. I told him that 4 years ago. Uh-uh.
okay. I need to go now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Danny, thank you so much
Was it too
for
much,
coming up
Danny?
and
No, 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 no. Actually, it was. I think it was educative. I take the good sides and I learn. That's all.
yeah, all right. I appreciate you coming up, Danny, and contributing to the conversation. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Oh, we had to create a law in the state of Florida for the Haitians exhuming our military hero graves. Are y'all aware of that? These people are
I
dying.
never knew that. Can you go more into that?
You could actually look on my page if you're able to follow me, and I'll follow you. It's a law we had to create. They were exhuming. Where you think all of this Santeria and this ephod and all of that stuff is attached? These people bring their cultures with them when they come. We just looking at the physical features of these people. We would never exhume our ancestors' graves to, just like Sister said, crush their bones up and wear them. We are our ancestors. These people could never. See, it ain't on you, it's in you. I'll say it again. It's not on you, it's in you. If you don't come from us, you'll never be us. I don't care if you digging up our ancestors' graves and crushing their bones and putting them on you. It ain't in you. You can dress like us, get your hair done like our women, aesthetics, get your hair cuts like ours, get your dress like us, live in the same houses we living in. It ain't in you. Cut it out. You really looking like a fool right now. This is not 1980. This is not 1990. This ain't 2005. This ain't even 2020. The jig is up. You really look like a fool right now. See, this is why I love being around millennials and Gen Zs. I'm Generation X. Took me 50 years to get here. But however, I'm rewinding my life experience and understanding why certain things didn't work out. Because it wasn't our lineage we was messing with. It's like, oh, damn. Like I told Ryan's Caribbean Cafe here in Philly, up off of Broad Nominee. I ain't ate there in probably like 7 years. This before I came into this information. Because I was looking and I was going there, lying around the corner for years. And, I'm looking, but nobody Black American behind there, like, working. And I never got to make macaroni and cheese because I had it one time, it just wasn't it. And now I know why. I said, Ryan, why you ain't got no black Americans working in here? Oh, come on, brother. We all brother. I said, man, cut that shit out, man. When it come to breaking bread, building business, making money, y'all don't fuck with us like that. I said, I'm getting all my people to stop coming here, man. Y'all think y'all was able to navigate this foreign soil without our help? Without us showing y'all where the hookups at, who to go to? Cut it out, man. Like the jig is up. Like we respect you standing on your square, and if you still got the disrespect and same energy, keep it. We don't respect cop and please around here. Cause we don't respect rats and traitors. In our own family tree. You ostracized. We get away from you. You harmful to the community. And now we know you harmful to your own people. Your own people are listening on these apps. They hear y'all disrespecting us, but when y'all call them, y'all be bigging us up. They hear it. Y'all phonies. I'm going Richard Pryor in the Wiz. when they found out that Richard flew in there from Jersey on a hot air balloon. Everybody finding out y'all phonies, yo. Y'all are phonies. Y'all telling people y'all helping them with the barrel culture. Hey, listen, y'all, we need to stop donating clothes to them bins we see in the shopping centers because they take them out the bins and wash them in a laundromat and send them back to their people in barrels. That is disrespectful. And they people think they getting the hottest clothes in the world and they getting rags. We would never do that. See, our name our name means something. Our family tree name means something. We ain't giving nobody no damn hand-me-downs that ain't representative of who we are. We gonna give them the finest threads. Even if they are hand-me-downs, we gonna send them to the cleaners. We gonna make sure they straight, cause we still gonna wear them, and we pass it down. We ain't passing down no damn rags. This is why we ain't none of these people, y'all. They do some of the unheard of mistreating things to their own people. That's why I don't even look at it through our lens how we move culturally anymore, because it's very frustrating. I just see how they move culturally. That's why we know more about y'all cultures than y'all. Cause now we looking at, oh, they do FGM. Oh, they can't do that here. Y'all know we had to pass a law in the United States of America in 2020 during the first Trump administration. Go look up HR
Yes,
6130.
the Stop Act. It was
Go look up HR
actually it was
6130.
2015, Coach. I think they actually introduced it in 2015. Oh, I'm sorry, Coach. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was asking you because I saw something about the Stop Act. It was called the Stop Act, and I saw something about it actually being introduced in 2015, which is a little earlier than the administration, because that actually coincided with, and y'all don't be shocked when I say this, but so it was two things. It was they were coming over here bringing FGM over here, and what exasperated it was they were importing monkey meat, right? So there were all these little things. It's called the 2015 Stop Act, and I'm gonna double check to make sure that that's a thing. But it super highlighted thing. It was a shit ton of controversy around the actual FGM piece, and then controversy on top of that with them actually putting old moldy monkey meat, like actual parts from the animal, in suitcases and trying to ship it through American airports. I'm just gonna leave that there, and what y'all do with it is y'all prerogative.
Alrighty. Appreciate that, coach. Appreciate that, Ish. Let's get 100. Can you give us your ethnicity?
Hello, hi. I'm FBA.
All right, you can go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay, this is how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? Yeah, I think everybody kind of expected us to just take it. I mean, because they were going in really, really hard on us last year, and we kept saying, hey, y'all back up, mind your business. We're not thinking about you guys. Do you? But I mean, the attacks never stopped. So when we clapped back, now everybody's feelings are hurt. Now everybody's running and hollering xenophobia. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. How can you come into the country and we have been the most friendliest people, most giving people of our culture to everybody, and you fumble this bag? I don't understand it. I really don't. But then you made us to the point that we're so mad that we don't even want to be associated with you. That's how bad it got. Because the hate was coming from the other side. But then to get here and lie and say we started it takes it to another level. It just proves that you just can't trust nobody. We cannot trust anybody but our own people. And that's it. And some of our own people, even though they're not claiming FBA, I'm thinking that the Boule class, they really dangerous because they just cannot get past of the Democrat shield crap with them. It's all about pleasing those white T folks on that side. So I don't know, just my thought, guys. Thank you though.
All right, appreciate you. We got Boot. Go ahead. Hey, what's up? What's up? Uh, I think when I left the United States, we were blacks. We were preoccupied in the gender wars with
what's that guy named Kevin Daniels, wherever the hell
Could
he
you give us
was.
your age and
We
ethnicity,
were
please, sir?
I'm like I just turned 40 about a couple months ago, and I'm FBA all day, and like I said, I when I left the states, we were occupied in gender wars. Now we occupy in diaspora war, and and I think when you get on when a black American man and woman get on an airplane and fly 24 hours or 30 hours away from the United States, when you get off that airplane and walk into that airport, you are the number one black person in the world. When people when those people recognize your English accent and your style, your walk, you are the number one black person in the world. In the world, it is beneath us to keep to keep this diaspora shit going. Those people are beneath us. Why are we occupied with that? The Jewish community set the blueprint for political power in the United States. We have to buy our politicians. We have to set them in Washington D.C. to do our business. Okay, that's what I think the Jewish community is 6% or 3% of the United States population, but that's what they do.
Can you, Dr. Luke?
They, they set the
Could you please say the small hat community because we don't want to get the live restricted, please, sir.
but I'm speaking of the Jewish community in a positive light.
I'm
Okay.
saying to you that you cannot say that because they will flag this
Okay,
man's live. Thank
small hat
you.
community. They set the blueprint for what we should be doing. Why are we preoccupied with people who are not even citizens? If you go throughout TikTok and you go to all Black Lives, we are talking about people who are not even citizens. You would think that the CIA sent them brought them here to America to preoccupy us. And more importantly, I'm sitting here in a developing country. I'm 4,000 miles from Iran, and I'm saying these Africans are not even coming to the United States now. Trump shut that shit down months ago. So why are we still debating these people? Drop them. We should move on to other things. For example, what the small hats have done in the United States for the past 70 years. We supposed to have reparations. What 50 years ago? Had we took on the small hats blueprint, we would have reparations 40 years ago. If we had politicians, especially YT politicians, pushing our agenda. We got to get away from this diaspora war, gender war, and all this bullshit. We have to recognize that we are the number one black people in the world. I've been all around the world. I've been to India. I've been to Saudi Arabia. I was stuck in the airport and Doha airport for 13, 14 days coming back from France because of the war. But we are the number one black people in the world. And the Africans know that because they are international. They travel. They know that. That's why they're jealous and they hate on us because they know in their heart, Black America is the most respected number one black people on fucking earth. They know that. That's why they hate. We got to get past those people and move on to bigger and better things. I land with that.
I don't see it as necessarily a diaspora war because I agree with the things that you're saying. The issue is that we're facing here right now is that the people that are here, the second generations that are here, are hindering us from progress. So when it comes to where we're at now collectively is repurposing how we do our political strategies. And so it's not that we're going down and punching down on anybody that's doing whatever. It's whoa, we need to make sure that FBA is recognized as FBA so that we can move accordingly. Because up until now, we have been infiltrated by a whole lot of stuff. And so in order for those of us that are here, we have to repurpose and restructure the way that we do and move here. So we're agreeing in that, yes, as Black Americans, we need to move different because we're not the same. We know that we're not the same. Our issue is that in order for us as Black Americans that are still here in the States, we need to know how we're going to move differently. So we're collecting who is our people versus other folks so that we can move the way that we need to move. So,
And I agree, Queen. But check this
So
out.
let me
Check
address
this
this
out.
real quick.
Can I
Let
say this
me
in land?
address this real quick.
I got to
Hold on,
drop.
boo.
It's
Hold on,
almost
boo.
9 o'clock over here.
All right, go ahead, boo.
I see where you're coming from, Queen. But if we had the political power, if Black America had the political power, if we had followed the blueprint of the small hats, guess what? This bill, this thing that's going on with what's that thing that's in the Supreme Court? Uh, uh, what's that? What is that bill that they're debating in the Supreme Court? The Second Amendment, not Second Amendment, but
Birthright citizenship.
dealing with. We could
Birthright
push that
citizenship.
if we had political.
Birthright
You know something?
citizenship.
If we had political power, we can get those second generation Africans out of here. We can get them out of there. We can get them deported if we had the political power, the same political power that
Dr.
small
Booth,
has.
Dr. Booth, it's Coach
What's
TP.
up?
I'm in Philly. I'm 55, Generation X. Are you currently living in the United States of America?
Man, bro, I've been going since 2019, bro. I've been going since I just earned my doctorate. I just earned
Okay.
my doctorate over here,
Listen,
researching their
fantastic,
go ahead.
fantastic, fantastic. We boots on the ground here, bro. Like you can't tell us, you
Boots on the
can't
ground.
tell us, you
Here
cannot
comes
You have to let
tell
the
people
us,
academic.
respond. Dr.
you can't
Boot,
tell
you
us,
have to let
you
people
can't
respond to you,
tell boots on the
please.
ground where you not, that what's happening should stop. Like you out of pocket for that one. I thought you was over here. You ain't even here.
I don't want you
Don't
know
tell
something. The
us.
shit that's
Don't
going on
tell
don't
us.
really want to be there,
Don't
bro.
tell us what's going on in the house and you ain't home.
Brother, you know something, Coach
You out of
DT.
pocket.
I'm shocked.
You out
I'm
of
shocked that
pocket,
you
yo.
a grown man and
You
you don't
out
have
of
no
pocket
insight.
for that one. You
No,
out of
brother, you
pocket.
just local. You just local. You just a local state, brother. Okay, you just
You don't
local.
need to take
Listen,
personal.
National.
you're
You
a
don't need to
clown.
take
You're a
personal shots,
clown.
Dr.
You're a
Boot.
clown.
But he's
It's not.
being
I
It's
would
local.
not
He's
never
being
tell
nice,
necessary.
calling me a
somebody
clown.
that
You
ain't
don't
Coach,
have
home.
to
you're
take
local.
I would
personal
never. I'm
shots.
gonna let you go ahead. You
Okay, sister.
We
moderator.
can have
I
a
just
respectful, Dr. Boot. Dr. Boot, we can have a respectful dialogue without taking personal shots. We don't have to agree with each other,
okay.
right? But disagreement doesn't necessarily mean disrespect. So, like,
And
maybe
you're
refrain
correct,
from that,
Queen.
please.
Okay, you're correct, Queen. But when a black man
You also have to
call,
allow yes, but you have to allow, Dr. Boot, you have to allow people to respond to you because nobody interrupted you when you gave your summation. Please allow
okay,
Coach to finish what he was saying, and please go on mute and stay on mute until he is done. Please. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I just need.
Coach,
I
please, please.
thank you, moderator. I just needed clarification on whether you were here living currently in the United States of America. Because I'm boots on the ground. I've been outside since our ancestors chose me to be out here advocating for our people since April of 2021 here in the city of Philadelphia, born and raised, working my 10-block radius. I've been in political spaces, even in the suburbs, South Jersey, Delaware. Like I've been around, even on the West Coast. So that's why I asked a clarifying question: were you here in the United States of America? Because you were talking like you was here putting in work, and you're not. So you got to stand down. You got to
I mean,
stand down. You got to
and I'm
stand down.
standing up because
You got to stand
can I
down. You ain't
respond?
even here. You're
Dr.
not.
Boot,
You're
go on
irrelevant.
mute.
Your talking points are irrelevant. I just said this ain't even
You.
2020. We in delineation preservation, political group economics, powernomics.com. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, our ancestor Cali Guy House. We are in this motion right now and it ain't stopping. It's just picking up steam. and you just late to the party, and you're not even here. You don't know what's going on politically, economically, cooperatively. We're building around here. These are just informational spaces. But we doing a lot of work offline around the country that we won't discuss any strategy on these open platforms at all. But I never hear people talk about British, the colonial globus, who in 1791 Alexander Hamilton took the advice of Europeans to help start the Federal Reserve that been in our politics and our economic system. They want to talk about some damn small hats, and they don't even know the history. Britain's been our enemy. Shout out to our ancestor, Christmas Atticus. Britain, you're our enemy. You've been our enemy. That's why we got a Second Amendment in our Constitution, because of y'all. But don't nobody want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about Britain destabilizing their country. You know why? Because Britain still run their country, along with the hidden hand of France. But they want to come over here talking tough, because we ain't stood up. Now we standing up. A lot of us really want this shit to jump off. We've been practicing. We had a whole civil WAR on this soil, and we ain't left yet. We had a royal revolutionary WAR on this soil, and we ain't left yet. We had over 300 enslavement revolts on our ancestors' USA soil, and we ain't ran yet. We are so battle tested that y'all ain't got a damn clue. Talking about some Trump should be over there in Iran, because you know these Iranians, they born, they tough. Why they got bulletproof glass in stores in our neighborhoods all around our ancestors' USA soil? These fucking cowards. And that's really me on the avatar. I'm outside 25th and Allegheny, City of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19132, with a bullhorn. We can have a cup of coffee, exchange information, or we can debate. Or however you want to get down. Speak my piece. Love y'all.
Thank you for that, Coach. Appreciate
Can
you.
I respond
Hold on,
briefly
hold
because
on,
it's
hold on,
late.
hold on,
It's late
hold on,
over
Dr.
here.
Boot. Dr. Boot, I understand, but you actually interrupted the host who wanted to respond to you as well. So please yield to the host because it's his room, and none of us would be able to speak if he didn't open it.
All right, so I appreciate that, Ish. So I'm gonna say this real quick. For me personally, if somebody is disrespecting our people, I don't care who they are. I'm tired of this thing where we're supposed to always take the high road, and all of a sudden we're above addressing people. I don't believe in that. I don't give a damn if it's a community of people in wheelchairs. If they disrespect my people, they ass gonna get it, and that's just what it is. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. You don't have to participate in these discussions. But the small hat people complain more than any fucking body. Every time I turn around, they calling somebody anti small hats or something. You can't say a goddamn thing on social media about these people. We got to call them small hats. So these people, I mean, but if you've done any research on the small hats, you know exactly why they have power, and it's not because they use political power. They use way more than that. It's a lot that goes into what those people did. So it's actually not even a good example, in my opinion. So we're going to have these discussions. We're going to continue to have them. We're going to have different topics, and we're going to also put the work in, because I know a lot of people think that, for some reason they think we can't multitask. We can't have discussions and put work in. But we'll see how everything is looking in the next few years. So I want my people to continue to do what we're doing, continue to get involved politically, as well as out in the communities. Continue to put in the work and continue to come through in the spaces and have the conversations. I'll land there.
Can I respond and drop, please? Just what? What 60 seconds, a minute and a half or something. But seriously, I understand and I appreciate Coach uh, work in the community. But again, these are 1990, 2000, early 2000 arguments. Okay, this is 2026, and this is 21st century, and it's. I mean, I know white tea people over here. I own a building over here, apartment building over here. I know a black, white.
All right, Dr. Boot. You over there, you got a building over there, so you worry about over there. I'm not even finna
Right,
go
you
do
don't
that.
even
So
go here.
yeah, it's 2026 and a Ghanaian president just came his ass over here into our land and he put reefs on our ancestors' grave and went to where you go to the United Nations to speak to them about reparations on behalf of what our people went through. Like, no, we're not finna do that. It's 2026. As long as they keep doing what they're doing, we're gonna keep turning up the heat, regardless of whether you like it or not. You in Africa, dude. You're in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So to be honest with you, like, bro, you come off kind of like you're op. You favor them, and you know, if I'm not mistaken, I think you told us that you got a African woman and your kids is like half African. Like you over there with a whole African family, bro. What are you talking about?
He anti-American when he starts speaking that rhetoric. Like, you don't even go here, sir.
I
So
just want to know
I
how the
don't know.
small hats created the blueprint. I want to know that. The last time I checked, Black Americans have been rallying for reparations in this country for 300 years. And we were the ones who set the blueprint for politics in this country, for redress in this country. The small hats didn't know shit about reparations. In fact, Black Americans are on record as being the first to sue on the basis of reparations. So, considering that they're an entire population of people who are not being G-sided, and we are, I kind of am confused how we should follow the small hats, how they're the blueprint when the small hat community is participating in economically castrating our people through the music and media industries, literally, while they also abuse children. I'm not following that blueprint. No,
And they
thank
be
you.
committing fraud too, because they just did a segment up here in New Jersey about them doing welfare fraud.
Yeah, it's not gonna be me. I'm not sure. I mean, I just, there were several things that he said that I just thought were crazy, and I never want to be disrespectful to any of our people, but that was very, I mean, what we said earlier, and many of us kind of spoke on this about, them infiltrating Reparation Task Force. Like, you don't think that that's weird for them to be coming over here talking about they're going to get rid of Black History Month and they want reparations to be race based? And you don't think that we should start talking about that? You don't think that we should at least be talking about how that's a problem and educating people on how that's a problem? I'm just so like, how did we get here type shit.
I mean, that's what you call the behavior of an op. Now, Dr. Boot, you in the comments talking about you about to go and buy a building or something. That's fine. You're talking to people who don't care. And to be honest with you, if I had a choice, if they was like, you know what, you can move to Africa and you can own a whole apartment building over here if you move to Africa, or you can stay in America and move and you'll just work at McDonald's. Nigga, I would be tomorrow putting goddamn mac sauce on everything. So that shit you talking about don't mean nothing to me. Like you're not making nobody jealous or nothing, nigga. You had to move to Africa to do whatever it is you're doing, and you contributing to the people that you be coming up here and like trying to talk slick shit about. I think what it is, I think you got like this thing where you like African women, but you hate African men for whatever reason. Who knows why that is? Maybe you got bullied by them or something. But I think that's what you're dealing with. You like African women, you just hate their men. So you come in here and try to like get your frustrations off, even though you don't like your own people either. So we got Uncle Steezy.
Greetings, family. Hello to everybody on the panel. Hello, Ish, beloved. I watched a compilation of some videos this morning from Sejahito, and it was pertaining to that police officer female who went on that racist rant. And it was also intertwined with a lot of the responses from her community that was embedded in that video. And a lot of that response was things like, how dare you people think that you could just create a word and have other people bowing down to you, and they can't say that word, and all these things. That was a lot of the general consensus from that community. And I find it strange that the small hats have done the very same thing, and they can simply label you as that when you speak upon them, when you challenge anything about their ideological standpoint, they can throw you under the bus and label you as that, and then you're ostracized throughout all these different communities. We have a lot of power as people, and I know that when we fight, we will win, and it's good to see this fight that's happening. The brother that was just speaking up here, about being in Africa and things of that nature, I agree with the rest of y'all. If you're not here and you're not really taking part of what's happening here in this culture, you know what I'm saying? It do come across obby when you talking on what we got going on over here. It does come across very obby. I had a stepfather 20 plus years ago who was of African descent. He was an African man. And I tell you, he had a lot of disdain for Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? It was very evident. And I don't wish anything bad upon him or anything like that. But when it's all said and done, we have each other. And I'm very proud. I'm very happy of the delineation movement because it was extremely necessary. And I just hope and pray that we move forward from here. I'll land my plane on that.
See, the problem with people like this, and Uncle Steezy, always wonderful to see you. The problem with people like that, they don't understand that having these materialisms that you have, that means nothing if your people are suffering. Like, something that our people have never forgotten is that we're nothing without each other. Like, me, I own my own home. I'm in my 30s. I'm a homeowner. I have a great paying job. I have my own I have 2 side businesses. Okay? That don't mean shit. That means nothing. Where I went to school don't mean shit. My education don't mean shit because my people are suffering. They're in an ethnocide. So how many cars I have or the fact that I own my house means absolutely nothing because there are people of my ethnic group who literally went and served this country and they're homeless on the street right now. And meanwhile, I got bobblehead ass light bulbs walking around who have stolen $18 billion from the community. So I don't care how many businesses you own or how many buildings you bought or who you're in congruence with in terms of business. That means absolutely nothing if your people are at home struggling. And might I add, by no means of their own. Simply because other people outside of our group will not just simply leave us alone. It's very weird to me for that to be the argument. It's very weird for people to keep making this argument that Black Americans have to allow ourselves to be mistreated, and then we have to take on the onus of the responsibility and the accountability of why it's happening. Y'all have so much energy for the people being victimized by demonic behavior, but do not have this same vitriol for the perpetrators. And I'm fucking sick of that. I don't give a fuck how many buildings you own. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how many shoes you have or what brands you buy or any of that. What have you done for your people? Did you buy from a Black business this month? Huh? Did you invest any money that can be circulated back into the community? Did you take any of the revenue that you made from your businesses and recirculate that back into the Black American community. Did you help a Black American today? Did you ask any of the old folks, did they need their lawns mowed or their groceries bought or their cable bill paid? Did you? Before you got your ass up here and started talking shit? Because if you didn't, shut the fuck up talking to me and my people. Respectfully, if you woke your ass up in somebody else's country and then got on the internet and talked about what you have while you're living in someone else's country and your people are literally being ethnocided, please shut the fuck up talking to me. That shit pisses me off. And this is the reason why I know Coach went off the way that he did, and everybody else felt the way that they felt. Because what we have means absolutely nothing without our people. I couldn't have any of the shit that I have if the people who came before me didn't die for it first. The fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about for real? And I really don't have to tell any of y'all this up on the stage and most of you in the audience. But this is a basic concept that people outside of our community don't understand, which is why they leave their countries to come here. They don't care about stepping on their own people because they don't care about their own people. And that is a reflection of how they feel about themselves. Bitch, I love me some me. Fuck is you talking about? Okay? And I'm going to reflect that in the way that I love my people. So I'm not understanding it. The small hats are the blueprint? Baby, since when? Since when? And most of them people are converts, but I'm going to mind my business.
Yeah, I think that like it was something that I saw like well I heard somebody say that, like again like talking with like material stuff like okay you have a car but if you can't afford to put gas in it or if you have a mansion and you can't afford to put lights in it or if you have like this huge fridge but there's no food in it, what's the point of those things, you know? Or if you have all those things and you have nobody to like give it to, pass it to, do whatever you need to with it, then what's the point of those things? Like things move, things change, things, you know, like none of that matters. Like, and I think that that's another thing that goes along with our people. Like, we're not doing this necessarily for us. It's just our turn. You know what I mean? Like, we're setting it up for the next folks to do what they have to do. And again, I know I'm accepting that my heart is soft, right? So I have to put it in like a steel case. But it just makes me sad that it's just kind of like, how could you be so wholehearted to your own children and to your own folks when I know what I would do behind mine? And the fact that you won't even look in your own folks' direction to take care of them wounds my spirit because how could you not? Like, how could you not do that? I can't foresee myself not doing nothing for mine. You know what I mean? Like, y'all get my last whatever. Because again, it's not about me. It's about those that are coming after me. It's the same way that the folks that came for me set it up for me to be to where I'm at right now. And it like I said, it just again I gotta put iron around my heart because it hurts my spirit when I come onto these and I see this in that level of self-hatred because that's what it is. It's like any of the arguments that we have, it's like, oh they're like, oh well, our politicians. Okay, well I know what I would do. You know what I mean? Like when you're like, oh well, they're gonna take you back to whatever, they can take me, but if they send me with a can of gasoline, the whole state's on fire. Like, you know, because that's how I feel about it. But if you're like, oh well, you know, how could you know? Like that's what it is. But you would rather cower. I don't understand. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting ready to crash
No,
out. Let me
listen, I can't wait till they deport my ass back to Natchez, Mississippi. Please deport me back to Natchez, Mississippi. I love the South. Deport my ass back. Fuck is you talk? And let me also just say that is the important part out loud, Haywa. You should want for your children to have better, do better, and be better than you. And that requires some work.
absolutely.
That requires some sacrifice. That requires you to care enough to say, hey, look, I can't do this because I have to do that so that the people the children, We ain't even got to focus on the grown folks. Let's just focus on the kids, okay? I want my grandchildren and great grandchildren and great great grandchildren and blah, blah, blah. I want them to have the world on a silver platter. Absolutely. Because that's what they deserve. So if that's not the way that you're moving, there's so much work to do than to be coming up in spaces telling Black Americans that we have no right to sit in our country and talk about people who think it's okay to come here and violate us, knowing that we've already been violated, and choosing to continue to not only perpetuate, but to participate in that. So you want us to let you be us and pretend to be us, and so that you can scream about how you've been quote unquote violated because we all black. But then when we tell you that you're also participating in constructs and behaviors where you're doing it to the people who you're pretending to be, then we should just shut up and let you do it. That is textbook narcissism. That is demonic. And if you don't care about your children enough to say, I'm not going to let you do this because I want my children to live, because I want my family tree, I want more branches on my family tree, something is fundamentally wrong with you. And that is not just a Black American thing. That's a culture thing. That's a culture thing if you don't care about that. See, the problem with a lot of y'all, and by y'all I mean you others, is that you don't care about that. You don't care about your children. You don't care about your women. You don't care about your future generations. You just living for yourself, and that is not how we are supposed to live. Black Americans have always understood that you cannot be afraid to be unalived for freedom. That is the fundamental basis of what our culture was built on, which is why collectively we don't flee, we don't run. And when we have people who be on that type of time, the vibration don't be right. Y'all be mad because we be cutting folks off. We cutting them off because we already know, we've seen this. We know the script already. We're tired of hearing it. I'm tired of people telling me that I don't have a right. Who I will remind people to read, if you haven't read it, Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God. If you are silent about your pain, they will unalive you and tell everyone you enjoyed it. So be loud, scream, and never stop screaming.
All right, appreciate you, Ish. As always, we got Mama Ani. I know she been waiting for a while. Let's get her in here.
Hey y'all, thank you Ish for that, cause that's fire right there. Like everything you were saying is straight fire. As we just really talk about everything that's occurring, the prompt, how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? It's only a war now because we're fighting back. Or sorry, WAR. I love TikTok shop fruits and all of that. A WAR takes two sides. We were not fighting before because we didn't know, and we understand that. But now that we are fighting back, all of a sudden, everyone's going to do what the people have done before because we know they take YT points of saying they're now the victim. They're having those YT woman tears. They're saying, no, we're all the same, all these other things. At this point, the war for us, we have to be more strategic. We have to be considerate of what we know what they're doing and see what they're doing and no longer play chess with them, but we got to take it to backgammon. Now, I don't know if many people know how to play backgammon, but my grandma and my great grandparents used to play that. I know I never really learned it, but I know a lot of them knew how to play that. I was talking to my mom the other day, and I was like, everyone always be like chess to checkers, but I remember my grandparents used to play backgammon. Like, what is the point of backgammon? Like, how does that game play? And she said that is a game of not only strategy, but it's a game of like, I don't know, like a conscious stealth. Like it's more than just this one ideal. So we have to really start saying, we understand where we're at. We understand we're at this WAR, but how do we now start moving forward for our next generation? How do we start preparing our kids for this next part of it? Now that we have woken up, how do we warn those who are ready to listen, but prepare our kids? So every day I'm sitting here wondering, how do I prepare my kids? We live in the city. I'm second generation city born. My grandparents and everyone was from the South. One thing that we lost was swimming. We lost some fishing. We lost little assets like that, sewing. I'm now making sure my kids learn a lot of those steps in terms of being able to do those things that our grandparents did, whether it's the root work, just learning how to live outside of convenience. Because as we know, the corporation of America is convenient. It's convenient for everyone to come in, scam. It's convenient for everyone to take. It's convenient. We are never been a people of just convenience. So it's teaching the kids, the next generation, how do you live outside of that world of convenience, learning these different little things, whether it's strategy, having them read the books that have been banned, even in HBCUs, because some of those books from our um, people have been banned or removed from the curriculum. So it's making sure that all of this stuff is being taught, is being given, and being sure that we create the communities, because a lot of us may not live with around each other, creating these communities so that way we can be able to come together and reinforce so people don't feel in solitude or people don't feel like they're alone, like really just coming together. So at the end of the day, we understand the WAR is here, but our goal is now pushing forward as a community to survive and get and be on the other side as victors, and making sure that our kids and our kids and all of them have that. So I land my plane.
All right, appreciate you so much for that. All right, we back to open panel. Did somebody have something that they needed to say?
I just wanted to say I have to tap out. Thank y'all so much for the panel. Thank you, Basic. Thank you, Ish. Thank you for everybody. Thanks for listening to me. I hope everybody stays blessed today.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you for coming through.
I think that we've got
Question.
a big
Just wanted to clarifying question to Sister Mama Ani. Do you have a list of the books and the titles that been banned at the HBCUs? Am I correct? You said that.
I can get it for you. So basically, what's occurred? So like at the HBCU I went to, Spelman, there were certain books that they have started pushing that are more Afrocentric, and they removed certain ones from like our English literature classes and things like that. So I'll get the list. I can get the list together that shows the difference from when I was in college and then what they're showing them and doing in the honors programs and things now.
All right, we definitely need that list. Absolutely. All right. I think Uncle Steezy was trying to say something. Go ahead.
you have to come back to me. I'm about to do something real quick.
All right, got you. All right, Original, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How's everybody doing? Yes, I would like to know what that list of books that were banned from HBCUs too, because see, here's the issue. Now, I didn't hear the entire conversation, but I did hear the individual saying that the small hats are the blueprints. No, they're not. Anytime someone tells you that another demographic is a blueprint for you to follow, run in the opposite direction. I mean, look at all the Black Wall Streets we built around this country. Our people were thriving. They were governing themselves. They were providing everything that they needed for themselves. They're not the blueprint for us. They never have been. They have never. They have. They have been nothing but an enemy to us. They founded the NAACP. The NAACP don't fight on our behalf. They never fought. Ida B. Wells was at the founding of the NAACP. And she wanted to specifically advocate for us. Guess what happened? She was kicked out. So no, they're not a blueprint for us. I don't know if anyone raised that issue or not, but I just wanted to raise that issue because I'm tired of people telling us that another demographic is a blueprint for us to follow. No, they are not. They never have been. We've always done for ourselves. So stop trying to get us to go out here and follow someone that don't like us. That's insane. We are the blueprint for ourselves. No one and no one else. That's the reason I say that is why we have survived this long, because we all, as Sister Ishmael said, we've always advocated for ourselves, and we knew that we had to support and protect one another. We are the blueprint and no one else. Stop saying that. I mean, anytime people tell you that, basically they're telling you that you are worthless. You're not worth anything. You have no value. You need to look at someone else and see how they value themselves because you don't value yourself. That is dangerous rhetoric. And people need to stop that. Now I don't know if someone addressed it that way, but I just because I'm at work and I had to kind of get away for a minute and get in my car so I can talk freely. But no, the small hats are not a blueprint for us. We are the blueprint. And here's the other issue. Look at how we are. Look at how we are imitated around the world. I went to a company function. They honoring us for our years of service at the company last night, and they brought in this little uh uh these young people. They were not of our lineage, and they was trying to sing. And so I sat at this table with this sister. I said, "Yeah, I know. I've seen you before too." And so when they started trying to sing, she and I looked at each other, and y'all know how we can look at each other and don't have to say a word. Like, do they really think they're singing? That's who we are. So I just want to say that and say that people, just ignore people when they're telling you that you are nothing and that you need to follow someone else instead of following what your ancestors have done. And I land.
All right, appreciate that, original. And I agree. You know what I'm saying? I think our people need to we can learn so much from our ancestors if we just, do the research. And like it was mentioned earlier, we built a whole lot of our own self-reliant cities and towns. And we did it ourselves from the ground up. And guess what? It didn't look nothing like those little shanty towns and shit that I be seeing in Africa. It ain't look nothing like that shit that they be building over there. You know what I'm saying? Um, but that's just the truth. I ain't really. I try not to take too many shots at them people, but it's just the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I post a lot of those videos and stuff on my page. I post a lot of it, back in the 40s and the 30s and the 50s and shit like that, just so our people can see what we were actually doing before these people came over here. You know what I'm saying? Because there's actually a lot of our history is well documented in this country. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that I love is that our history is well documented. So a lot of the things that we talk about, we can actually show and prove it. A lot of these people who have this disdain for us, they just have an oral history. All they can do is tell you some shit. They can't show you nothing. They can't show you nothing. They want us to show them everything though. We supposed to be pulling receipts and doing all the things that they can't do when it comes to themselves. So I mean, to be honest with you, like an African can't really prove his lineage. He can't really prove his history. He can't even fucking prove he an African, to be honest with you. So anyway, did anybody else have anything to say? We're not getting
My,
too many people up today. Got a lot of people that's viewing it, but not a lot of people want to get in on a conversation.
it's definitely a delay. But yeah, like I just want us to really start continuing. We're doing nothing new, y'all. Every generation of our family, I think, lineage tree has done what we're doing, which is honor our ancestors' legacy on the USA soil. Listen, below the Mason Dixon line, and we all know this, we all experience it. Whenever there's a funeral procession of our family ethnic lineage tree, traffic stops in all directions. I don't give a damn you late for work or not. You just gonna be late. That's our culture. These melanated foreigners and these other foreigners have come here and poisoned and perverted our culture. We don't be pum-puming at no damn funeral processions. Traffic stops. all directions. We get out our cars, take our hats off as men, and honor our ancestors. The hell? That's why we in delineation preservation. We are preserving our culture. That's the only reason I'm actually shout out to a real one, Cool Water. I wasn't coming on social media no more. I'm a threat. They've taken down all my social media accounts. That's why this one private. You got people telling me, "Oh, you got your account private." Trust me, I probably have 100,000 followers. I ain't on here for that. I'm on here to be educated by my people, educate my people, and educate ourselves about our ancestors' legacy and heritage. I ain't on here to get no money. I ain't in here to meet no women. I ain't on here to get none of that. And if you on here for that, other than honoring our ancestors' legacy, it ain't gonna work out well for you. If that's your number one motive, to be on here to meet a woman, meet a man, that shouldn't be your number one motive in this delineation preservation political group economics powernomics.com. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, our ancestor Cali Guy House movement. We're creating the environment for that to be conducive. That's going to automatically happen, organically. But if you on here manipulating and in people DMs and disrespecting our people, we are living and recorded our heritage. All our voices is on somebody's device, somebody's server. Listen, my obituary is not going to be, and no disrespect to my grandfather, my father's dad, because I know the history. He was a spoiled brat. Because his grandfather, which we still got land in the family, spoiled him. They had to make up stories to make up his obituary, and I have it in my possession. My obituary ain't gonna say that. My son, who's active duty in the military overseas right now, my grandchildren, my siblings, my cousins, my parents, my obituary ain't gonna read that I just lived, finger popped, and then I'm unalive. Nah. That's why we all been chosen, y'all. That's why so much is coming against us. Cause we had critical mass, y'all. We had critical mass. We're at, and to point out the benchmark to know that we have critical mass. To the people that was on the melanated foreigners on Clubhouse, you had no power. This is the white tea man country. You did not bring us here. The white tea man did. You just baby mama, baby daddy. You on Section 8. You get snapped in the pits. The reason that indicated we have critical mass, we impacted the presidential election of the United States of America. And now we at the local and state level. We running grassroots candidates, y'all. We have a strategy in the next 15 years. See, the Somalis did it with our wheat thin trader help and these Ellis Island Tammany illegals. In 30 years, they got in positions of political power and a congressional seat. These people are illiterate. And we seen that just the other day, Somali Ilhan Omar in Congress, in front of the congressional seal, y'all, representing our ancestors' USA soil. And she had the nerve to read. She don't even know how to comprehend or read or interpret Roman numerals. She said WAR 11. confidently. That's how incompetent these people are. They culturally practice incest. And so do a lot of Spaniards. Hispanics do too. That ain't in our culture. Tap into USARedemptionParty.com. We making some shit shake around here. We got the Underground Railroad 2.0 going on. Tap into TBATHQ.com. Number one thing I tell you, trace your family lineage tree. It's going to do two things for you. It's going to connect you to the soil or it's not. Ain't no gray area. You ain't got to get up here like the young lady and you know, she remind me of, you ever go into a room that you ain't never been into and the lights go out dark and your hand be, you just be out reaching and trying to find your way. But can you imagine if the lights go out in your house, you still able to move around in the dark? Because you know that's your house. That's what tracing your lineage does for us. That was the whole red, black, and green panty Annie trick, Black. Make sure that these people, I don't care what you do, make sure they don't trace their genealogy to this USA soil, pre and post USA. Just make sure they don't do that. We got to get them on this mythical back to Africa or everywhere else. Yeah, I got a little Brazilian in my family, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I got a little Panamanian. Just have them on that. Yeah, my people little South Korean in us. Like anything but here. Yeah, we a little exotic. We got some Samoan and some Chicano and what I mean? We just Afrocentric. We all, what I mean? We are the gods of the earth and all this mythical bullshit that you can't prove. No, we got enough cemeteries in this soil. You want to talk about DNA? It's enough DNA in this soil. Not no spit in no tube, send it in the mail on a plane somewhere. Now, we got enough documented cemeteries. We know where our people at. The hell? We coin family reunions. Every year we adding who done transition, how many babies born, add them. Like you said, Brother Basic, we the most documented people on planet Earth. And that's facts. That's why I don't want our people giving none of these people our ethnonym talking about some black immigrant. Can you show me where it's documented on our ancestors USA soil a black immigrant? There ain't none. And I don't want to hear about no interpretations. No, BLACK, document. Not no noir from Haiti. I don't want to hear that. Not more. I don't want to hear that. I want to see documented BLACK. Not no interpretation. Speak my peace, love y'all.
All right, appreciate you again, Coach. All right, did anybody else want to speak? Did anybody else want to come up? Because
where it says, how is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? It is not a diaspora war. That's the perception management propaganda. See, from the start of this, now we all know, I don't know if this has been said before previously, but they started this, and what was it during the pandemic, and they was holding these spaces, talking about us so pejoratively, and then when we responded, they started crying and saying that we were xenophobic and divisive, and it was them who was xenophobic and divisive. So this is right. This is not a diaspora war. This is them showing a true HATE for us. Because let's remember, for decades, we've tried to ally with these people. They told us they're not black. And they told us that we didn't know who we are. Now that people are doing their genealogy, they're finding out who they are. Some have maybe like one African in their genealogy. The majority don't have any. So that's what they're upset about is that, see, we know who we are. They don't know who they are. Y'all remember that article that came out, was it last year or the year before that, where it cited that 500 million Africans don't have a birth certificate. They don't know who they are, but they want to come and project their dysfunctions on us and think that we're going to allow them to do it. No. One thing about us, we will fight back and we will whoop some ass, and put it that way. So I just want to say that because no, and you're right, this is not a diaspora war. This is their dysfunction towards us because they are still enslaving. There are people being enslaved all over Africa today. And you look at what's going on in Ghana, that Lake Volta, they're enslaving those children. The parents are selling the children for like $60. And they have the nerve to talk about us. So I just want to say that, I don't know if it has been said before, but I just want to say that I wanted to address the prompt specifically and just say that, no, this is not a diaspora war. This is them projecting their dysfunction onto us. And now that they see that they can't do it, they're crying foul. And they see now that they can't run, the Pan-Africans can't protect them. They have no power. So, so they're stuck. And see, one thing about us, let's say we're like the elephant. We have a long memory. We remember everything. And so, and look at how these people, when ICE started going after them, who did they call on? They called on us. When those Africans was in Ukraine and the war broke out, and the Ukrainians would not allow them to get on the trains and buses and get out of Dodge, who did they call on? Who did they say? They said, where are the black Americans? So we just said, minding our business. No, you're going to have to, as they said, you have to hold your own walnuts. We ain't coming to the rescue no more. We are working on ourselves. We getting ourselves right. So yeah, you're right. This is not a diaspora war. This is them and their HATE for us in our land.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, so I think I've only had a couple of these people come up. Jarika, you said you was dropped. I don't know. I walked away from the phone. I'll bring you back up though. But hold on. Jarika, you can request back up. I don't see you. But yeah, so I think people don't want to actually answer the questions because they'll go around and try to act like, it goes both ways. But like I said, if we go by receipts, they can never prove any stance that they take. If we go by receipts, this was going on way before FBA. Even though they try to like make this about FBA, this was going on decades ago. FBA wasn't even thought of. The whole delineation thing. Hold on, FBA's was the same one saying that we are all black. So why now all of a sudden we're not black? Yeah, we've been said that. You're not saying nothing new, Malik. And you were the ones who were saying that you're not black. So why all of a sudden are you now black, dumbass? We take accountability for where we went wrong. It's something that your people still haven't learned to this day. Your people lack accountability, which is why y'all sit over there and you use a fucking pot for a chair. But yeah, so black Americans made the mistake of operating in race, and we're going away from that. We're no longer operating in race. Your business is no longer our business, and our business is no longer your business. That's how we moving. So the way that you all have reacted to that is by spewing a whole lot of anti-black American hate because we said we want to prioritize our own people. How does that make sense? I don't get it. You know, if Jamaicans picked up and said, "Hey, we don't want to fight in America no more. We got to get back to Jamaica and we got to do what we got to do for our people." Black Americans would not be talking about some, man, y'all anti-black, y'all hate everybody because y'all finna go and help your people back in Jamaica. We wouldn't be doing that goofy shit that y'all doing. Y'all are some leeches, and you're having a tantrum because the host is not allowing you to remain attached. That's the problem. You want to continue to be a leech instead of being your own man in your own land. And that's why, you know, a small group of like white people or Asian people can come over there and run shit because y'all too fucking cowardly to stand up to them and tell them no, go back home. Y'all don't actually stand up to those people. And y'all getting sent all types of aid. I saw I believe it was some Haitians. They was over there selling some goddamn some of that free government rice. They was out there selling that shit in the market. So
Yeah,
Malik,
I've seen that.
come on, Malik, come on the panel or get muted. I'm not finna have no conversation with you through the fucking through the comments. Bring your little soft ass up here. You ain't gotta be scared. Like you want to sit and talk in the goddamn comments when it's 4 free boxes up here and you can have a conversation. But the thing is, like I said, FBA is about delineating. If you don't understand that, then it means that you don't want to understand it and you're lying anyway. Or maybe that low IQ shit is actually true. Because you know, when I first came across it, it made perfect sense to me the first time. So I don't understand how 6 years later motherfuckers are still confused. But I'll land right there. Somebody else wanted to speak. And Malik, either come up or get muted.
Basic. With your permission, can I cue up some of the disrespect since they want to say it's on both sides?
Yeah, go ahead.
Show facts, bro.
You really you're blacking shit with the orange do-rag on. Stop it. You're making 75 an hour at your big age. No degrees in big age. Joe, you kind of really American. I love your poetry. You don't get shame. Sophia, she's your head. You don't. Head is just full of fufu. Stupid Akata people. And I said what I said. You can all kiss my ass. Go to Africa. Mad asses. No degrees, but y'all on freaking clubhouse talking shit. Go apply for your food stamps. And I said what I said. I said what I said. You live for food or death. Or death. A shower. A shower. Is it my fault that your ancestors weren't fast enough to run away from slavery? Is it my fault that your ancestors were slow? You're going faster. Look at me, enjoy my enjoy my watermelon and freaking grape.
Yeah, I mean that's we have more uh of the disrespect from Clubhouse, so it's all over YouTube. So don't get up here talking about us on both sides. Like we got too many receipts. We got hours upon hours. We got we got disrespect. Africans disrespecting their own people back home, which is some of the most diabolical stuff that we've ever we were trying to comprehend it. Like what? Oh y'all really operating tribalism. Like tribalism is real. Like And we got an issue with those that are here. Let us make that clear. We don't have no issue with those that are home on their ancestors' soil, fighting and loving and advocating for their people. We got an issue with your people here on our ancestors' USA soil, sabotaging us, messing up our culture, messing up our statistics, talking about, well, we don't know no other box to check. You can check other, write in your tribe name, and write in your nationality because you're not an American. See, there's a difference between a naturalized citizen and American. Naturalized citizen can be denaturalized and deported. American can't. You just Jamaican, Nigerian, and we know why y'all don't want to tell us the names of y'all tribes, because we got recordings of that also. Of a bi-ethnic West African here in the United States. We knew the answer, but we couldn't get y'all to, only people y'all tell the truth is y'all YT guys. Y'all tell them the truth. Y'all don't tell us the truth. Cause y'all believe in y'all brain that we accomplish everything we've achieved through close proximity to these troglodyte Neanderthals. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. Y'all love them. Here in the city of Philadelphia, y'all done moved to Montgomery County up around Jenkintown, and when y'all having issues, y'all send out the Herald to have Black Americans come the hell up there to help y'all. And we like, what the hell y'all doing up here around these YT people for any damn way? And this before delineation, before I came into this information. I've been out in these damn streets a long time, running over the damn South Jersey. Couldn't find out you over there with the YT people in the section of Cherry Hill where our people ain't even at. Gonna find out it's a damn African later on. I'm like, damn, we've been out in the street. We've been running around this damn country fighting for these people, living out amongst these people who are over here. And didn't even know it. We
Yes.
out here putting our lives on the line. We in Crackerville putting our lives on the line for y'all. And if trying to tell y'all to move the hell away from them. And y'all still want to be around them. Man. Yo, man. I'm so glad for delineation preservation movement. Y'all ain't got no idea. I
Right,
be outside right now fighting for these people.
right. Like yo, bro, I tell people, man, like there was never a delineation. You can't delineate from something we was never a part of in the first place. We was always separate, right? So there was never a delineation, right? Just like how the prompt says, it was never a diaspora war. I like saying diaspora better. Um, because like we was just chilling, we figured out we the real indigenous American Indians. The whole world wanted to come in our spaces and try to force tell us we African, and we simply defended ourselves. And now they want to call it, a diaspora war, right? Like it's the games they play, are incredible, but they're doing it because they know their time is up. You know, they made a deal with the devil, and the devil here to collect. So now everybody want to be black and tether under. I call it professional tetherism. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, they know we the chosen people. They know time's up. They know they made a deal with the devil, the white T little boy, and Satan, and to keep the lies going that we're from Africa, and it's like people made their bed and now they got to lay in it. And, people don't want to face the truth. And, how I tell people, I'm mostly like my narrative, like what I say doesn't change because it comes from the Father, it comes from the Most High, right? And He doesn't change, right? So it's real simple. This reality, when you have the eyes and when He bestows upon you the eyes to see and the ears to hear, this reality it's really not hard to see. It's really not. It is if you can't see, but when you can see, it's not hard at all, man. Like, and I praise the Most High for that. But it really, honestly, it's Jacob and Esau.
It's simple. The whole fucking world, excuse my language, is Jacob and Esau. If you can understand that Esau are Euro and Jacob, Black Americans, fourth tribe, Judah, Yehuda, American Indians, this whole shit will make sense, right? So only two
All right,
names. Oh,
King.
sorry.
So listen, I get where you going, but I don't like to do that. I identify as a Hebrew as well.
Okay.
But one thing I don't like is I don't like doctrines that I don't agree with. I don't agree that Esau is no damn Caucasians. I understand that that's the common belief, but I don't believe that. I do not believe that Caucasians came from black people. I don't believe that. I know a lot of people believe that shit. I don't.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I
I
don't
don't.
believe that. Go ahead, my bad, Ish. Go ahead.
No, I interrupted you. I can wait. Sorry.
So, fair enough, right? But how can you get around second Edge 6 9?
I mean, I don't. Me personally, I only deal with. Oh, I, I'm gonna land this real quick. Because I don't want to really go into this. If you want to, hold on one second. Hold on, I'm getting a goddamn. 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go in it. I was just, I'm not gonna go in it. I was just trying to, make people aware that once you fully get that, the whole world makes sense, right? So I was just trying to,
Yeah, well, it can make sense to a certain point, but you got to understand the flaws in what you're saying. But if you want to have a private conversation about this, you can hit me up and I can explain all that to you. All I'm gonna tell you is that that's not true.
Okay, I disagree, but I got you, brother. I got you. All right,
All
so
right.
back to the prompt, right? So yeah, man, it's like how you said in the prompt, there's no diaspora war. Everything's geared towards us, right? It's always us. It was always about us. Um, Not all black people are the same. They already know that. Um, so yeah, just know. I believe we are seconds away from our rise. It happens spiritually, and we're just waiting for it to happen physically. And I land my plane.
All right, appreciate that. We got Carrie. How you doing, Carrie? Can you give us? Oh well, never mind, Carrie. Ish, did you want to say something?
No, I think I'll leave that alone. Actually,
Okay. So yeah,
With your permission, Basic,
go ahead, Coach.
can I play the interview I had with the bi-ethnic West African that's here? Okay. Are your people a miracle Liberian? My mom in Liberia is called the Pele tribe. I'm not a miracle Liberian. Well, I'm asking you a question. Do they disclose what their tribe is, or they just say they're Nigerian here on the United States when you encounter Nigerians? Steve, here, I'm gonna dive deeper into that. West African, because of civil war and conflicts and stuff like that, they will not disclose their specific tribe. I'm Nigerian. Yeah, they'll just say they're Nigerian because they don't know exactly who they're talking to. That may be their enemy from a different tribe. Which, yeah. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. But they could all be from the same country, maybe share a common language, but at the same time, their people are back home warring. So it's safer to just be like, hey, I'm Nigerian, and not really disclose exactly where they're from in Nigeria or whichever country they're from. Dude, to be honest with you, my dad's from South Sudan, and I met this guy in Kansas City. We were at work. He was friends with, people who, stay there, my cousins or whatever. And I was just like, hey man, I heard you were from South Sudan. Where are you from? And he literally went to me. He was like, yeah, I know you're from South Sudan. I know your name, this, and that.
And he's like, I can't tell you where I'm from. I was like, what? He's like, too many men from my people have lost their lives telling them, people where they're from. And that's, to you it may sound crazy as hell, but that's like an honest situation they have to live with.
So that's why they don't tell us what their tribe is here, because they committing tribalism, WAR, here on our ancestors USA soil, checking the box, using our ethnonym, and messing up our statistics, y'all. That's why they don't like delineation. It's shining the light on their tribalism that they brought with them. They tell you anything on it. They having trouble on the internet. Listen, thanks to delineation preservation movement, I been could tell who ain't us. I see the pumpkin heads. I see the light bulb heads. I be looking in y'all eyes. Yo, I be telling them where they from. And when I tell them what tribe they from, they look like they seen a ghost. Be like, oh, I didn't know black Americans knew that. Oh, we know everything. We just don't disclose everything to everybody.
Right,
But
bro. And it's like, yo, my bad.
I'm gonna wrap this up. Y'all been dealing with the wheat and traitors of our lineage and the cosplayers like bi-ethnic tribe Luau Kenya and Obama, who don't even know his African misnomer father. He was adopted by an Indian and left from a trust. He's a multi-billionaire. He learned how to speak like us through the actor from Chicago that's in the movie Five Heartbeats. And you can fact check me on that because he said it out of his own mouth. It's on YouTube. You know,
Yeah,
the
that was my
tall
movie.
that was dancing with the sergeant said he do the choreography in the Five Heartbeats. Go listen to him.
Yeah,
That's who
you talking about
Obama
Dresser?
took all his
His name
kids. Yeah,
his name
took
was
all his
Dresser.
talking points. Yeah, Obama ain't us. If it wasn't for Michelle Obama bringing him into our culture, cosplaying as us, we would never know who Barack Hussein Obama ever was. Just like we wouldn't know who Drake was if Trey Songz didn't get on his record. Drake been in Hollywood and on TV a long time. We ain't never heard of it. That's why we delineating and preservation. The gate is up. Ain't bringing nobody to the cookout. And there gonna be certain places that's classified. If you ain't 100% on both sides, you ain't going to them meetings. It ain't got nothing to do with we don't like you. And the benchmark for bioethnics is Malcolm Little, aka Malcolm X. If you ain't rolling like him, putting in work that we can see, that's documented. Don't come up here talking no nonsense. Well, but Malcolm X was. What about Malcolm X? He got documented work put in. What you got? That's the benchmark. Can you compare to that? If you ain't rocking like Malcolm Little, aka Malcolm X, with a documented history, him, Sam Cooke, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had pivoted after he came back from his excursion. Once Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. went to Chicago and almost got set up and unalived by these wheat thin traders, who he was a part of. They kept him away from A. Philip Randolph when he pivoted, just like we're pivoting. Sam Cooke owned all his music publishing. His music record label was the top of the charts around the world, and he was getting ready to set up a whole nother movement of what we doing. And they all three got unalive. As long as they was on the track of not pivoting like we are, Sam Cooke would still be alive. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would have still been alive. Malcolm X would have still been alive, y'all. But as soon as they pivoted, that's why we not naive. We know we've been in the spiritual natural war. But the beautiful thing is, we got the help of our ancestors and our creator on their USA soil. We got home soil advantage. You think these natural disasters is happening by accident? We know that we had a lot of towns up around the Great Lakes, they want to say, and Lake Lanier down in Georgia, and Natchez, Mississippi. There are peaches that still grow to the day, beautiful, but don't nobody eat them. So yeah, we ain't naive. Now, some of our people that want to be naive and tiptoe through the tulips, I'm gonna wrap this up. Some of y'all can get y'all heads knocked off y'all shoulders. Y'all keep thinking that this skin color phenotype unity really exists and be naive. It's unfortunate that our ancestors, and they were elderly women, they were red, black, and green, Pan African to their core. Mama Diop and her sister brought land over in Ghana from Detroit, went over there to help the people, legally won a case in court saying that they did everything legal. You know, them people unalived them and buried them. You know, the panty Annies want to justify it to say that, well, they made a mistake and bought the land. No, it's documented. They tried to cover it up by burying them. The family from here had to get their bodies exhumed and flew back here. So don't tell us that we ain't helped y'all. Y'all been harming our people for a long time. And the jig is up. That's why I got 3 businesses in my 10-block radius city, Philadelphia, shut down. Ice is at 8th and Market Street, right down the street from City Hall. Been here. First White House our ancestors built was here. And you can't tell us that our ancestors didn't have no input in the documentation of the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights. Because the charter of the city of Philadelphia, it's on the website. When William Penn and them, they did not know what they were doing. It's documented. You can go on the website right now in the archives. Our people just didn't get credit. Go look up and see who our ancestor Octavius Valentine Cato is. There's a memorial of him in front of City Hall. Those Reconstruction Amendments, that's the brainchild of grassroots Black Americans. If that's the case, and we've been Americans before the 14th Amendment, because states had control of immigration and citizenship pre-Civil WAR. If the 14th Amendment made us citizens, why did it make the $5 fake Indians citizens under the 14th Amendment? They became citizens, naturalized in 1924 under President Calvin Coolidge's administration. If it wasn't for our helping the world, we wouldn't even be talking about the 14th Amendment, y'all. Y'all know we got to let these Chinese know that it was a whole 1882 Chinese Exclusionary Act law that Chinese could never be citizens of the United States of America. But we advocated to get that amended and abolished to a fault. We wouldn't even be having this Wong Kim Mark 14th Amendment conversation in 2026. We've helped the world to a fault, and now we self-correcting and people upset about it. They want to say, well, you know, that law, that's outdated. That's that. Let's look at it. Let's look at the motive behind the laws. Let's look and see who were on the Supreme Court justice. Because that Juan Kim Ark ruling wasn't based off of the sovereign United States of American Constitution. It was based off a case law in year 1608, British colonial law. That's why the Juan Kim Ark could never become a naturalized citizen. He attempted it multiple times and he ended up going back to China. They don't tell you that, none of these colleges, universities do that. Listen, a lot of the information that we're sharing is grassroots. You ain't gonna learn in no college, in no university, no high school, elementary, none of them. This is our history and legacy, our heritage. It's been always been our responsibility to teach our people. That's why I don't be buying this. They ban books. I ain't learned about our history from school. I learned it from my grandparents on both sides, my uncles, aunts on both sides, my parents, my older siblings, my neighbors. We've always taught our history to us. That's what family reunions is all about. The hell? They banning books. No, that whole minority is another thing, y'all. That's a political status trick bag word. YT women are classified under minority. That's why they're able to usurp and sabotage our black American women and get contracts. Why their husbands actually run the business. We talking multi-million dollar, billion dollar contracts. They've been doing it forever. Forever. They wives don't know nothing about the business. But because she's a minority and she's a YT woman, she can get some of these no bid contracts. She sat in the boardroom. She don't know nothing about the business. Her husband run it. We know. So stop letting people use that word minority and attach it to us. That's a trick bag word. It's a political status. We are debunking all parrot talk. Stop letting our people hear this Jamaican British traitor, infiltrator, talking about our people was sitting around, twiddling our thumbs, and we had to wait on a Jamaican Marcus Garvey to come here and create UNAI to get our people together. Go look up and see who your ancestor Kelly Guy House was from Tennessee. And her pardon is pending. Trump's pardon czar, our sister from Tennessee, we just waiting for Trump to sign it because she was falsely incarcerated. She had over 300,000 registered, documented, retroactive reinvestment repair, 40 acres and a mule advocates in chapters all around our ancestors' USA soil with no internet. But these wheat thin traitors of our lineage wanted voting rights and education. And in my opinion, they set her up to be falsely incarcerated because they created and amended the cornstalk law and fashioned it around her to get her incarcerated. And then everybody left her movement. And in 1916, Marcus Garvey jumps on the scene from Britain. And then you got the UNAI. British has always been our enemy. It's always been optical illusion. Grace Kelly, Princess Diana, now in our lifetime, Meghan Markle. Behind the scenes, they've been our enemy. They funded the Confederate States of America with ships. They purchased the cotton that our ancestors harvested to fund our enslavement. They are our enemy. And Trump knows it. There are people of our lineage inside the Trump administration that will never meet, and I'll never disclose their names. Because there are people of our lineage, the traitors, the wheat thins, that will set them up to be unalive. This is real, y'all. Go look and see how Fred Hampton, William O'Neill, Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, we ain't got far to look. It's always been a traitor wheat thin of our lineage that we didn't even see. They've been breaking bread with us, high-fiving, We've been looking out for them, and they in the back door room making deals, and they come out, we shall overcome. They like Big Red from Five Heartbeats. Show up at the funeral, crying, knowing damn well that they set our people up to be unalive. We got on record Al Rat Sharpton on record out of his own mouth. A lot of us been knew this. That's why I'm glad that he finally was outed. If you following him, do you think you get to be hired as a government confidential informant? You think they got help want ads? No. Once you're an informant, you're always an informant. That's the contract you sign. I don't care how long ago it was. They already showed us some TV and film. Whenever something break out, who they tell 50, yeah, go see if your CI's got any info on what's happening. If anybody's cooperated with the federal, state, or local government, they always gonna cooperate. And if you got them in your circle, it's a matter of time before you going down. And you ain't gonna have to do nothing illegal. They'll fabricate and get you an indictment. That's why the Jamaican Spangler Child Posse versus the Jamaican Child Shower Posse, they were children, child soldiers manipulated by adults for political selfishness on the island of Jamaica. The Spangler Posse was connected to Fidel Castro and communism, and our government decided to get involved and manipulate the child soldier shower posse, bring them here, provide them with Uzis. They don't make no weaponry like that on the island of Jamaica. And they brought that tribalism here. They brought all that pum pum playgrounds and making it. Man, we come from a culture of boxing, y'all. Our men and women got hands. We got boxing gyms all around our ancestors' USA soil. Do we exercise our Second Amendment right? You damn right. That's for the crib. We ain't have to worry about our sister walking down the street, somebody grab her private parts. You know you gotta put your hands up. Ain't nobody gonna be unalive, but we get ready to teach you a lesson with these hands. They bought all that coward pump because they don't have it in their country, y'all. And all I'm telling them, go back home. Since you know we got a Second Amendment, but see, a lot of them ain't willing to do what our ancestors were willing to do, y'all. They not willing to unalive and be unalive for what they believe they people earn and deserve. They don't love their people. You can lip service us all day. Go look up The Dark Alliance by Gary Webb, who broke the story. Is why Freeway Ricky Walsh is out today. Go look up and see the Trump at first administration, the First Step Act, the Clinton Biden Democrat 3 strikes prison law. Trump overturned that with Congress. There are people of our lineage that would have been unalive. They already made the resolve with themselves that, man, I got 3 strikes. I guess I'm going to just go ahead and pass on in here. They getting out now. And it was for non-violent crime. Trump overturned that, his first term. And I'm not no Trump lover, but I'm a mutually beneficial political resource, mutually beneficial advocate. If we can make a deal that's going to be mutually beneficial for my people, let's do the damn deal. Got to go home with you. He ain't got to like you. You know we enemies. But this deal right here is mutually beneficial for us. And that's been the problem. The indoctrination of who we like and who we don't like. Some of you don't even like your damn supervisors. Have you quit your job yet? Hell no. Cause you just keep a job. You don't talk about nothing personal in your life. What the task? Oh, that's what you're supposed to do? Clock out, go home. Get your check. You don't give a damn what they doing. And when have we started caring what people think about us? That's how these melanated foreigners think. That's their culture. We don't give a damn what nobody think. And we petty. They don't know that about us. You got people, foreigners going on Tariq's Nasheed page talking about we surrender. We just getting started. We are petty. We are the Olympic gold medalists of the petty Olympics. We got 40 plus million of us that don't even know what's going on. And when they keep coming, why you think Arnez J, that joke is over a decade ago. Shout out to the young folks. That joke going viral. His joke about Africans. The dance going viral. That's our culture. We petty. And we gonna keep being petty. Listen, I'm here to joke on y'all. For real. I'm here to debunk all y'all parent talk and joke on y'all. Y'all ain't know we is petty. And we just talking. That's how I know how powerful our spiritual and natural our words are. We are talking on the internet. And people are losing their minds. If y'all can see what we got going on offline all around the country, y'all would leave and go help y'all people. We done with helping y'all. Just like Basic said, y'all leeches. Y'all no longer on us. Listen, to get a leech off is painful, but it's worth it. We are planning for the next 100 years. That's our motivation, is the generation. That's how much we love our people. Our future generations are not going to experience what we experiencing right now. That's why we love our folks. Speak my peace, love you.
I appreciate that again, Coach. We got KD. What's going on, man?
Brother Basic and family, what's going on? How y'all doing, man?
Hey, Katie.
What's the word?
Yeah, all right.
Well,
Let's.
Katie,
What's up? What's up? So to the prompt, how was it the diaspora WAR if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? I will say it's a WAR because we started striking back. We started returning fire at this point because that's really all we doing is returning fire. Prior to us returning fire, it was a siege. It was an onslaught. You know what I mean? It was and you hear it in the language that they use. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're talking about Hispanic immigrants or melanated immigrants, like what they did at Howard University, the African takeover. They come in with the colonizer mindset. So now that we've identified that colonizer mindset, and it's the European colonizer that we've always been to war with, that have always gone to WAR with, you know, this just dropped on me. I can't remember which chapter and verse it is, but because we recognize the tactic, right? It's the mindset that we really are at WAR with, and we just addressing the vessel through which the mindset is coming. Just like the Bible says, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities and wickedness in high places and whatnot. Well, these the high places it is institutional, but I also use that as an allegory for the mind, because the highest place in the human body is in the brain, and therein is contained the mind. So that wickedness that's coming from these tethers, that is reflective of a colonizer mindset. Well, I mean, that being what it is, that's what we really really going at it with, you know. And that's all. They just crying, kicking and screaming now because, you know, you've been poking the bear. Y'all ever seen any TV show or movie where somebody, it might be like one of the main characters or something, they picking on somebody and they talking real tough to a person, and and that person is sitting down, and then that person finally stand up, they like 7-8 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
what happened.
they usually show the person's shadow, like coming up and towering over the person that was antagonizing them. Yeah.
Yep. And that's what has happened with us. You know what I'm saying? They was you know, popping shit to us as long as we was sitting down. But now that we done stood up, ball game changing, and they not liking that shit. You know, what are the I'm in motion at the moment. Can you read the smaller questions?
Yeah. So, did the did the diaspora wars begin with FBA, or was there already issues before FBA?
Oh yeah, it was definitely already issues before FBA. As a matter of fact, like we had, and this is how you know that how we feel. It isn't anything new, because it was kind of like a like silent whispers amongst us. Like one of them was that it was a consensus among us generally. We used to say to each other, like, man, Africans don't speak. Like, you ever notice, like, man, Africans don't be speaking. And then now stuff is really coming to light, and now we see why they don't speak. You feel me? And we checking why they not speaking. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, like I said, all we doing is returning fire. What's the next one?
Africans using FBA as a scapegoat.
By FBA, do you more so mean those of us who are embracing the title and the delineation movement?
Yeah. So my belief is that Africans are the root of the so-called diaspora wars, um, and they are the ones who have been xenophobic since day one. And I
Uh-huh.
believe that they're using FBA as a scapegoat.
A scapegoat for what exactly?
They're basically trying to say that we are the cause. They're using what FBA is doing as the root of the cause of the dysfunction between all the melanated people around the world, when it actually has been them for many years.
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely say that, and I would also say that they use those of us who claim FBA in the delineation movement as a proxy to express how they really feel about Black Americans in general, about foundational Black Americans in general, us as our people, whether we, you know, identify as such or not. This is how they feel about Black America. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely scapegoat for what you just said, and as an excuse to diss our people in general, whether they delineate it or not.
All right. And the last one is, should everyone just focus on their own ethnic group instead of trying to force racial identity?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, man. You know what I mean? You know, somebody said it earlier. I was at work when I was listening before. Y'all been up on here cooking. I even heard the one dude who was living in Africa talking about what we need to do, and he's an example of a violation of that. Because why are you over there in Africa? Like y'all was saying, why are you over in Africa talking about all this investing that you're doing over there, and at the same time, you know, talking about what FBAs need to do over here, and you supposedly from the lineage. I ain't even gonna perp. I don't think he's from the lineage. Something about his voice inflection, the way he said certain words. I'm like, I think he kind of just said that to be able to participate in the conversation. and be less suspected. But I don't think he was of the lineage at all. Um, yeah, but now he's an example of not focusing on your ethnic group because you ain't even among your ethnic group. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now you have certain satellites of ours like Della Creme Della, shout out to her, and then you got Marie. She spent some time in Thailand. She's back in the States now. But I mean, even where they was on code. You know what I mean? But this dude, he's outsourcing, his money, also outsourcing credit for being any kind of blueprint for anything other than supposedly his own lineage. That shit is insane. And with that, I'll land.
I knew that was a damn troll. I appreciate that, KD. How you doing, Miss Cheryl?
How you doing? How you doing? I just really stepped back in and I've been ripping and running today, trying to get some things done. I don't have my glasses on. Let's see. How is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed at foundational Black Americans? Of course, of course. No, I mean they started this. They started this, and they didn't expect the comeback. See, these people they didn't see my parents. I'm 62. They didn't see my parents in action. So they over here. They over here now. So they see what these sellouts are doing, like Sharpton, seeing us, we sat back and we voted on them because they were black, thinking that, they were with us, but they wasn't. That's what they used to. Now we coming back out like our ancestors did. And they're not used to that. They're not used to that. So they basically in shock right now. But this is nothing new. This is nothing new. We're back. That's all that is. We're back. We woke the hell up. We're back. And we're not
So,
going back to sleep.
Miss Cheryl, where you from?
I'm from Virginia and I lived in North Carolina for about 19 years and I'm living in Georgia now. I'm a Southern girl.
Oh, okay. So like during your generation, did y'all have like any interaction with these people?
I never met a foreigner to my adult age. I mean, when I went to school, I mean, I saw some Asians here and there, but I never met a Jamaican. I never met an African. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I didn't really live around them. When I was in Virginia, that was the 80s and the 90s. They really wasn't around like that. And even in Charlotte, North Carolina, they wasn't down there too deep like that. I mean, it was a couple of Africans, a few Jamaicans, but they wasn't around like that. No, and then all of a sudden they just start appearing out of nowhere, out of nowhere. And I mean, my kids say I'm racist, whatever. But I just never had no good feeling about them to begin with. I never wanted anything to do with them. Never. Never. But when they was in office, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know when I was voting. I was voting for, the enemy. But I know now. I know now. But yeah. You'll have to read the rest of me, baby, because I cannot see that. That is so small.
All right, got you. All right. So, did the Diaspora Wars begin with FBA, or was there already issues before FBA?
Oh no, it didn't begin with us. There was issues before FBA. No. No, I mean, I used to wonder why I would look at them and I would say, how they think they better, where they come from, how they think they better. And they walk around here with their butt, but their butt ain't toot out now, it's too thin because they're scared. You know what? It's the thing about, I say the YT man. That's why I'm so surprised what Trump is doing. The YT man put them here because the YT man, these people just don't understand. Not even the Latinos, they don't understand. The YT man is scared of us. But see, these people don't see that. They don't see that. See, they not scared of these people. They could treat them any kind of way they want to. Even when I walk by them, what they do, they hold their head down. I was at a Home Depot today, saw a couple of Mexicans. They held their head down. You think they came out their mouth with something? No. No, they can say all this stuff online, but in real life, they don't come at us like that. Not even the women. Now, the only one that did get rude with me was he was from Pakistan, but that was taken care of. He don't even have his job no more. And what's the next one, baby?
Yes, Africans using FBA as a scapegoat.
Oh hell, they always using everything as a scapegoat. You know, I laugh at them so bad, and they always talk about, oh, we got minerals and this. Their own leaders don't like them. Look at how their leaders treat them like animals. And that's exactly what they are, animals. And they don't want to go back home to be treated like animals. Instead of standing up to them leaders, they sit there and take it. They chicken. They some cowards. And I got told one time before, if something broke off right here today, they'll be on the next plane, the next boat. People from Haiti be on inner tubes swimming back to Haiti. No. All right, what's the last one?
All right, and the last one is, should everyone just focus on their own ethnic group instead of trying to force racial identity?
Focus on your own effort group, baby. Focus on your own like we used to do. Like we used to do. And they can't they scared to hold their own nuts because they couldn't hold them in their own homeland. So they holding on to us. And by us delineating, that's putting fear in them. So they come up on these panels and they talk that mess. That's nothing but fear talk. That's why I laugh at them. Every time they come up and say something out the blue, I just be laughing at them. I'd be like, that's so much fear. Is there anything else, or was that it, baby?
Nah, that's gonna be all. I appreciate you. All right, Miss Della, you can go ahead.
Hello. How is it a diaspora war if the attacks are mostly directed on Black Americans? They just want one. They need that constant validation, but also they seek to deter us from what actually is happening. But they can monetize off of it, and their degeneracy is always placed a blame on us. Like when you're talking about, what is that news outlet or World Star Hip Hop and all of these places, these are spawned by Africans. And then they
Shade
talk about
Room.
the degeneracy. Yep, Shade Room as well.
Shade Room.
But all of them, they're talking about the degeneracy, especially when it comes to the music industry or entertainment and things like that. Those are of their lineage that come over here and then believe, quote unquote, believe that Black Americans actually act like this. So they go times 10 and think that they'll be accepted by it, but they don't even know, because they wanted to sit there and say that we have degeneracy and people follow Black Americans. They are not. They are Africans. They are people of your own lineage that is doing this. And so that's why I'm like, there's no war. Nowadays, we are talking about it and expressing our disdain for the vitriol and xenophobia that we have directed towards us that has always been there. They were put here specifically 60s and before. They had houses, cars, jobs. They had all of that was suited and booted, right? On the tops of ships or whatever, not down in there where they like to paint pictures, but they don't actually have photography, which is the craziest thing, because we weren't from there. But they have been given every opportunity to actually take us over, and they have failed. So that is the reason why it is a problem for them. And then you said the next one, did the Diaspora Wars begin with FBA, or was there already issues before that? It was already issues before that. I'm not really around them as much, but I've known some Somalis who were great, went into their little subsection or enclaves, and they were the rudest. I listened to her mother and I learned the language at the time so I can help feel them welcome. That's what I do. I don't know why I do that, but I learned their language so that they can say things or what have you, or let them know that I know what you're talking about. So her mother was being very disrespectful, and I was looking at them and I was like, you guys wouldn't say anything. But that's what they do over there. They were nice, but their mother, she had like 8, 9 children and things like that. She was very uncomfortable with me being in, because she already knew that I was not one of them. She already knew. She was like, why you bring a black person here? And she was like, Mom, this is my friend. And she was like, you cannot be friends with them because they're bad people. Are Africans using FBA as a scapegoat? They're always trying to do that, but they're trying to take on to it. And I hope TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only. If y'all can put y'all tinfoils hat on for a little second. When, Ghana was like, oh yeah, this is for African Americans, and I wish people would understand this, that African Union, their president of Ghana, which still has slavery going on, their president of Ghana is part of African Union, which is a place that specifically, not anybody else, specifically wants to create a sixth union in the United States of America. And they have garnered over $100 million. I think it's plus at this point, based off of the enslavement of quote unquote African Americans, which is specifically this what happened here. So when they're talking about, they just want to know, say that it's bad or what have you. This is where the tinfoil comes at. The reason why they are only able to, what is that thing called? Buy or have these statues or anything in these London or European places, those artifacts are not theirs. But in order for them to get them, they need to claim all of them, as well as the Americas, as their own people. And I don't, TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only, but that is the one of the reasons why I believe that they are trying to do it. And they tried to place a curse on our people when they wanted to sit there and give those reefs or whatever they were to our ancestors. That does not belong to them, just like those artifacts. They do not belong to them. They keep saying it's from Egypt. We have Cairo. They keep saying it's Jerusalem. Jerusalem. We had Jerusalem here. We are the people of Tartarians, and we are the people of this land before. We are the first of people. Why do you think people come here? Why do you think people are sitting there trying to go against? Because we are the originals. They are replicas. And then I'm sorry, I can't see that one. Should everyone just focus on their own ethnic group instead of trying to force racial identity? When they are talking about racial identity, everybody is a subsection of us. And yes, we did go to sleep. We are waking up. But that is the reason why people are trying to, one, put us back to sleep, or two, sit there and say, we're going to go against you guys, because then that That goes against what we know as a people. They don't know who they are. And if they did know, they would know that we were the first. Everything started here in North America or in the United States of America. Everything started here. All right, 10 falls down. My bad, y'all.
I don't even think no tinfoil was necessary. That made perfect sense to me.
I'm sorry. I hope it didn't sound like crazy or anything. Like them small hats have been given, that was the testing ground. But they're coming over here. They're already giving free food, free life. They make too much dang on kids. Now we have a thing of New York land deed theft, which they are specifically coming at Black Americans, which is what they did in Palestine. Then they had these fake Palestinians sit there and start something where we're just like, you know what? Y'all are good. Even the Palestinians were like, do not vote for him. They went against it. So what was that about? They own music, television, entertainment of all, and things like that. They are getting ready to try and overtake this place. And this is the land of milk and honey. This is Mother Earth. We are the people of this land. Sorry.
No, don't ever apologize, sweetheart. Thank you for the education. Don't ever apologize.
Yeah, this is why the Second Amendment. I'm challenging you to go study your Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights. We the only country on planet Earth with a Second Amendment in our Constitution. That's why when Trump says we got the number one military on the planet, he's talking about all Americans. We have the same ability, according to our Constitution, as Americans, have the same weaponry as our U.S. military. It's written that way in the Constitution. We will never be overtaken by anybody, foreign or domestic. But if we don't know this, it'll be three-card money. It'll be with the whiz. We'll get tricked out our spot. Well, they said, see, one thing about us, and it's what the wheat thin traitors of our lineage have shared and betrayed our people. When we find something and it don't belong to us, we are looking to find out who wallet is this, who jacket is this. We created the lost and found department on planet Earth, and can't nobody tell me different. Cause innately in us, soon we see something that don't belong to us. Hey, you dropped this. Cause we don't want nothing that ain't ours. But when we find out something is ours, I don't care if it's a piece of bread, a penny, a jacket, a piece of paper. We rumbling for it. This our ancestors' USA soil. And I'm going to keep saying that till I can program it and challenge you to start tracing your genealogy to your ancestors' USA soil. Listen, I was indoctrinated. Elvis Presley came up with "You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog," and that was his dance style and his vocals. None of that was him. All the swag that he attempted to get, that's from our ancestor. The song, from our ancestor. The music production wasn't even his. So if they cannot give us credit, what make you think they're gonna give us credit for penning the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights? That was the whole trick back. Man, this system ain't set up for us. Well, let me tell you, it's set up for me Because I done my genealogy and I'm still doing research. Hell, I'm in the city of Philadelphia. I did not know our ancestor is the architect behind that art museum, them Rocky Steps. Well, the Rocky story is based off our ancestor Joe Frazier from South Carolina. He ain't from Philly. He from South Carolina. That whole Rocky story is his life. So when you see Rocky, think Joe Frazier from South Carolina who came up here to Philly. He stole his life.
I thought they made the movie Rocky based off some white dude that knocked Muhammad Ali down, just based
Nah,
off the fact that he knocked him down.
nah. It's Joe Frazier used to work in a slaughterhouse. That's his story. Why you think now in the city of Philadelphia talking about putting up a Joe Frazier statue? And he ain't from Philly, he from South Carolina. That's why I'm saying majority of our people are from the South. That's why I know 99.99% of us, we are all on each other's family trees. When we get to these branches and these leaves and find out who cousin to marry somebody's niece, we are connected. We are a phenomenon to the world. We can't see it because we live it every day. That's why they look at complexion and think you black. Dumbass, we resisted the brown paper bag test. We resisted all of that color. Our very existence, and I learned this, shout out to our sister Raina from Clubhouse, our very existence is resistance. When something ain't right that's going to work and be mutually beneficial for our family tree, oh, we resisting that. Oh, we ain't doing that. Man, I'll never forget my cousin tried to say one of my other cousins was light skinned. Man, we all got a whooping. And I didn't even do nothing. But because I was with him, we had to go to my grandmom Jenny in the back of her yard, get a switch. We down Greensboro, North Carolina. We go down there every summer and give her the switches. She put them in a rubber band and whooped our butts. So we don't do no colorism here. We resisted that. That's your cousin, that's your dad, that's your mom, that's your aunt, that's your uncle. We been operating off lineage. Skin color don't make you black, you idiots. Your skin ain't black. That's our ethnonym. That's our ethnic identifier. And we are self-correcting. Well, you see what I look like. That don't mean nothing. Everybody in Africa got pretty much the same skin color. Why y'all got all them different tribes? Why y'all ain't all together? And I don't want to hear no damn excuses. Because y'all don't operate off of skin color. Cut it out. And we do have a race caste system, economic, political caste system here, y'all. It's exclusively to the United States of America. They attempted to adopt it down there with the Afrikaners and Oriana in South Africa. But they don't operate off of lineage like we do. Race science is fake. But our race, political, economic caste system, that's been the trick bag. These weak things of our lineage, y'all, been giving the tapes up. They've been dropping dimes for centuries. That's why I stay in the 17, 1800s. It's really diabolical, y'all. Isabel Wilkerson book, Race, Political, Economic Caste, get it. And research the research. Research the lineage of the authors. We research and research and research. That's what we doing over here now, and they really upset about that, y'all. Cause we are debunking the bullshit. You want to hide something from a black man, a black woman, puts it in the books. We read everything. We in the grocery store, we reading ingredients. Damn, we read everything. You talk about we don't read. Is y'all crazy? We don't we read everything. We even tell people to read it for us. What the hell? We can't see. Talk about we don't read. And we don't leave a house without an itinerary. That's our culture. People trying to demonize uh uh checking in. Checking in ain't nothing but the green book. That's for our safety. We know when we going, how long we staying. All right, I'll call y'all when I get back. That's innately in our culture. If y'all didn't know that, go look up the green book. And we getting back to the green book. Verified, authenticated lineage green book. No more skin color green books. If you got skin color green books, they ain't we rejecting them. Cause we ain't got time to be, well, I think they are the lineage. We ain't got time for that. We done with that. I know that's what we've been on. Like we are the world. We done with that. Cause that's not mutually beneficial for our people. These people have manipulated and weaponized our cultural practice of being safe as some type of bravado. Man, I ain't got to check in. Dumbass, we check in everywhere we go. We call our loved ones when we get ready to go to their city. Yo, and the first thing y'all know we want to do is eat. Especially if a spot with, that we know we done ate at before. Like, yo, man, is the Joe Soul Food joint still open down there? Yeah. All right. Well, when I get off this plane, that's where we going first. We don't even care about dropping no bags off, nothing. We going to go eat first. When we get there, that's in our culture. Then we sit down. Once we break bread, we talk, laugh, joke. Cause we a whole vibe, y'all. We a vibe on social media. That's why people want to be around us. We could be around each other and have absolutely no agenda on the table. Then we get back together the next time. We'll talk about what we wasn't doing the last time we was together. We are the vibe. I figured it out why people want to be around us. We a whole vibe. We could look at each other without saying a word and everybody just start laughing. And people outside, they looking at us like confused. Well, what they all laughing at? And they try to fake laugh and get it on it. And we laugh at them because we know you don't know what just happened. Yo, we are a vibe, y'all. And people want to cosplay as us. And now, like the song, what that song came out a few years ago, Shine a Light on them. Oh, we shining a light on everybody now. Like, who are you? And you can't pretend. You can't go and switch records. We got too many documents. That's why all this fraud is being shown. I love the fact that all of this money is being shown. See, we knew, our ancestors knew that the special field order 15 got rescinded at the dumbass Lincoln naive got set up for giving amnesty oaths to his enemies, the Confederates, and they set him up and pum his brains out. Our ancestors been knew that our government got the money and the resources to repay our people. But it was always told, well, where they gonna get the money from? Oh, we see it now. We see USAID. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's why y'all was fighting Doge. Oh, that's why Tim Walz was vice president. Oh, to cover up all that money. Oh, Gavin Newsom, California. Oh, It's even fraud going on here in my state of Pennsylvania now. Like, yo, it's so much money out here, y'all. I'm glad we able to see it now. So they can't use that one where we gonna get the money from. If they all that fraud money went to our retroactive reinvestment repair of our people, we would have reinvested it in ourselves, our towns, our cities, our state, and our ancestors' country. We'd be far more advanced. I know I'm sitting on 4 patents right now. I got many more, but I ain't made a move yet because I done seen how people patents got stolen. There's a brother in Michigan right now living in gross poverty, Keith Taylor. He got the trademark and patent in his possession to every turn signal light in your side view mirror on every vehicle on planet Earth. You know how much wealth that is? Even if he was able to license it out, and if he got 25 cents off of every dollar sold, we talking generational wealth. His patent lawyer and the patent judge colluded together and stole it from him. Tell us we ain't got the brother that took the hydro invention. He unalive. And I wouldn't put it past one of our people, Trader Wheat, then set him up. I don't trust. Listen, I'm really on one because somebody on this app threatened to call Philly and get me touched. I'm really on one, and I got that goddamn it on me. Like, if you put your hands on me first, that's gonna be the last natural breath you take in your body, and I'ma prove it to you. And I ain't moving. It's just gonna be a whole lot of red liquid around me. Cause I'm on one. Cause these traitors of our lineage brought all of these people and sabotaged our people and manipulated our people. Our people's love, trust, unblind trust. Yeah, that's Dr. Johnson. He running for city council. We gonna get behind him. And ain't nobody never checked on see what Dr. Johnson really helping the community. Now he doing all kind of backroom deals. Thought, well, you knows the YT supremacy. We got to keep on keeping on. We got to keep hope alive while he's still getting rich. Showing up all the BET awards and kissing babies and passing out blankets in the wintertime. While he got a whole NGO, LLC, nonprofit getting money funneled to him and his family eating. I'm on some get back for those people of our lineage who blindly trusted you motherfuckers. And y'all took advantage of our people's trust. Yeah, I'm on get back time. Cause we wouldn't even be in this position if it wasn't for y'all traitors of our lineage. Who else know us better than us? There would be no Tuskegee experiment if Evers didn't escort our men in there. They trusted you, traitor. No, damn well you know our people ain't gonna let no crackers do nothing to us. Same thing happened in Philly, Holmesburg Prison. It was a suspected black American doctor at Temple University that escorted our people of our lineage that was behind the wall at Holmesburg Prison to let Johnson & Johnson, University of Penn, Department of Defense use all type of chemicals, and they done got rich, and our people still walking around with skin disease and pain and everything because they got paid $5 to let them experiment on their bodies. Knowing damn well they wouldn't have went with it if it wasn't for a black American doctor saying, no, it's gonna be cool. At least y'all get $5. And we talking about in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. We talking about some of the products that's on the shelf right now. They made trillions of dollars off our people. All over the country. It's these traitors who I'm going after. Yeah, I know we talking about the small hats. It's the traitors I'm exposing and the British. That's what I'm on. Whatever your mission is, get to work. But I'm on these traitors and these British ass like you wouldn't believe. Cause I already be shutting the small hats down. Once I got the empirical evidence that my grandfather, my mother's father, wasn't just a cook in World War II. Now my grandfather was a decorated World War II veteran in northern France fighting for the liberation of the small hats. They ain't fought for us. We fought for them. And I let them know that shit to their face. I be right down at their memorial, right off of 17th and JFK. Ain't no pump faking. See, that's why when you know your history and where you come from, and you got the empirical evidence in your possession, you can stand on it. I don't even let people talk to me until I tell them how far I trace my lineage to our ancestors' USA soil. Then I challenge them. How far can you trace your lineage to this soil? They be shaking in their boots. I don't give a damn if it's a cop, firefighter, doctor, a homeless person, astronaut. I ain't intimidated. Y'all are. And they all get vague. I'm a mutt. What? This is what I do to them. What's your surname? Let me look that up. Oh, I think, well, you know what? I gotta get out of here. I'm telling you, I've done this for the last 5 months. Anything I talk about, y'all, I done tested outside in the streets. Cause I ain't gonna bring my people nothing that ain't gonna be mutually beneficial. Test it out. I don't care who you talk to. When they come to you with a survey and want to engage in conversation, tell them how far you trace your lineage. It changes the whole conversation. They be even forgetting what the hell they asked you to even talk to you about because they be nervous. And that just gives me more confidence to debunk all this parrot talk. Well, you know, this system wasn't designed for us. And this ain't really, what are you basing it off of? Parrot talk or empirical evidence? Well, you know, that's what they said. That's what who said. And the reason I say debunking parrot talk, because I'm a former resident expert professional parrot talker, damn it. I ain't researched a damn thing. If I heard somebody say it, it was gospel. I repeated it. The hell? I trust JoJo. He ain't gonna tell me no lie. And then to come to be an adult, find out Alex Haley book Roots and the TV series was a lie. Yo, man, I can laugh now. That shit hurt when I first heard about it. That's why I get all. Listen, I ain't get here yesterday, y'all. I done cried, not no tears of sorrow. I done cried, and I still cry tears of anger. Like, I done been upset, all that. So I get it. It's a process. Cause like it's told y'all, I cussed them out when I first heard them talking. Cause I was still on parrot talk. I ain't do no research. I was indoctrinated. And for all those that say to want to bring up the 1950s and 60s, there's a reason why they want our political advocacy to stay there. They don't ever talk about Mary McLeod Bethune. They don't ever talk about Callie Guy House. They don't even talk about Robert Weaver. They don't talk about A. Philip Randolph. They just talk about nonviolent movement. Y'all know that was orchestrated? Because innately, naturally, we're not going to let nobody step on our foot and don't get them off us. I don't care who it is. That's just a natural response. You step on my foot, I'm getting you off my foot. They train our people to take abuse. But they don't never talk about Deacons for Defense and Justice and the many militias around this country that we still have today. They talk about Bloody Sunday. They never talk about the Louisiana showdown that happened all around. It was the response. There's a reason why. Because they are traitors. They've been using our energy like they puppets. They've been the Wiz and the Wizard of Oz. They get to tell us, get out in the street. Discrimination. Dog was the word. And I was out there. I would be outside right now going against y'all right now if I didn't run into y'all 6 years ago on Clubhouse. That ain't no cap. I'd be outside with a bullhorn. I'd probably be ready to rumble a couple of y'all for these illegals. Straight up. That's how much indoctrination. That's why I don't talk to people of my generation that ain't on what I'm on. Because I know we've been intentionally indoctrinated. We ain't researching that. That's why I love the millennial and Gen Zs. Y'all don't believe a damn thing, and I love it. Y'all be on your phone devices, laptops, tablets. Y'all be researching everything. I love it, yo. I love it. Because we didn't have access to this information at our fingertips. We had to go to the library. Then certain libraries, state libraries, wouldn't give you access because you didn't have classification to be in certain places to get the research. But now everything's digitized. So now we can see it all. And shout out to y'all. Like, y'all gonna get us across the finish line. And I'm gonna wrap this up. We always had this conversation on Clubhouse. How are we gonna reach the rest of Generation X, silent boomers, and baby boomers? And boom, about 4 months ago, it was an elder on the bus stop, and he was listening to delineation. And I'm like, what you like? How you find out about this? Oh, my granddaughter. I said, bingo. There it is. Y'all are reaching y'all grandparents and parents. See, parents love their children, but see, they grandparents, that's their legacy. That's just a whole nother level of love. That's what they don't know. We are connected. If you think you just talking to one person online, some of our people got this on Bluetooth speaker. Their whole families listening to what's happening. I know you think it's one account. That ain't how we move. And what it's doing is sparking the stories and the life experience in our elders that they suppressed because they didn't have a mic. It's waking up their life experience. We are documenting their life experience on video. They telling us what we doing is right. Cause they was doing it back then, but then this happened, and we was with the nonviolent, and we shall overcome. That was all distractions. Y'all know legislation got passed in Louisiana before the Civil Rights Act, '64. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know JFK gave immigrants and refugees resources in 1960? Cause he's an immigrant before the '64 Civil Rights Act. These traitors of our leaders, y'all, they more dangerous than anybody else because they the closest to us. And I got them in my family. And this how I know they traitors. When we go to family reunions, there's a sect of us, we hang around different, you know what I mean? We like, yo, man, what's wrong with them? If you are intentionally always selfish, you're a traitor of our people. Because we are generous people. You better check yourself.
You right about that, Coach. My older brother, he's learning that now. He'll be 77 and May, and he is learning that now. He called me, and he's like, you know, the family really don't come around. See, he's getting old and lonely now. See, he was all about himself. Selfish, very selfish. And I told him straight up what it was, I told him straight up what it was. He's like, when you come home, they all show up. Yeah, yeah. That's on you, and you right there with them, and they don't come around. Very selfish. Selfish when it comes to his kids. I couldn't believe that. His own kids. I got it. Let them go on and get it however. What? Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. And I always say this just about on every app I come. I thank God for y'all younger generations because I learn from y'all. I really do. I learned from y'all. I knew there was something wrong, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. And here y'all come. Y'all put it right out there. So I'm learning from y'all. Only thing I'm doing is stepping back in line.
All right, y'all. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get final thoughts, and I'm about to get up out of here. So Miss Cheryl, you can go ahead and give your final thoughts if you have any. Oh, well, she dropped. Coach, you can go ahead with your final thoughts.
I just want to say, trace your family tree. That's the first order of business. Because there was a gentleman about 2023 on X Spaces, and he was excited to trace his lineage. You know, the women of our lineage helped him. And when he found out that he wasn't of the lineage, he was about to like unalive himself. And our women, y'all know, y'all nurturing, got him off the ledge. Y'all know, and 2 weeks later, he came back. He talked to his father on the phone from Nigeria. His mom was from Jamaica. She wasn't even us. They met each other at HBCU. He has so much vitriol for our people. It was like eye opening. So yeah, trace your lineage, yo. Before you do any reading of these books or any research, get the documents in your possession so you can really stand on what you're talking about. That's all I got. Speak my piece, though, yo.
All right, appreciate you as always, Coach. All right, Miss Solani, final words.
Oh no, I don't really got nothing to say. Just keep on delineating people, and I love you, FBA. That's it.
All right, appreciate you always supporting. And Miss Ish. Ish, you there? All right, so I think Ishmael stepped away. So I'll get my final thoughts and we're gonna get up out of here. I just want to let my people know that, at the end of the day, we're always gonna be the ones blamed for everything. So we should be given all the credit that we deserve. Because it's mighty funny that, we're always the root of all these people's issues or their problems. But when it comes to the credit for the work that we've put in to benefit everybody, they want to share in that. They never share in the negative. When it comes time to place the blame for what's been going on, nobody takes any type of responsibility. They want us to take the responsibility, and we're done doing that. You know what I'm saying? So y'all keep delineating, keep staying on code, and part of delineating is who you decide to be with, who you decide to procreate with, who you decide to marry. Moving forward, that's how we're moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about the people who have made those decisions in the past, because our people operated based on a different ideology. We operated based on race. We're no longer doing that. It's about ethnicity. So moving forward, we need to be creating families and children with our own going outside the lineage. We no longer doing that. It creates way too much confusion. You know what I'm saying? If something happens to you, your child is going to be left to be raised by someone that's not of the lineage. So we need to only be marrying and procreating with our own people. So if you have some type of disdain for your own people and and you're not down for being with your own people, then you're not on code. That's just what it is. And that's just how we got to move, because I feel like as a people, we have lacked boundaries for a very long time. And that's part of the problem. And that's that's going to be part of the conversations that we're going to be having too. So if you want to be part of those private conversations where we talk amongst each other, because we do have to self-reflect and take accountability for our own doing, because we can talk about what other people are doing, but we also have to reflect on ourselves, and we have to take accountability for the decisions that we made ourselves, because it's not just everybody else all the time. Sometimes it's like it's self-inflicted based off the decisions that we make as a people, even the decisions that some of us make today. You got to be accountable for the decisions that you choose to make. If you choose to continue to be Pan-African and move in that way, that's on you. Just like we had the dude up here earlier. He claims to be of the lineage, but he's over in Africa, building in Africa, and got an African wife, but he be on here like talking like he's, you know what I'm saying, down for delineation. And how does that make sense when you literally are on your way to creating an African lineage? Because the children that you have in right now are in Africa with an African mother. You know what I'm saying? So their children are going to be Africans in Africa, because you establishing yourself there. You letting it be known that you're creating wealth there. You got family there. You got business there. You got all this stuff there, and you creating a family there. So your lineage there is going to be an African lineage. But you talking this delineation shit. So when we got people like that who are hypocrites, you got to mark them. You got to be done with them, because those are the type of people that we can't build with. We can't have them around us. They got to go. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people going to get left behind. That's the last thing I want to say is we're doing the right thing. Y'all be safe, and I'll see y'all around. Peace.